separated along the our usual four lines.
Yes,
that
four lines.
It becomes difficult.
Very extremely. I do agree with you. I align my thoughts with yours. That is the truth, honestly. Anyway, let's move away from that. Nigeria is a work in progress, and I just pray that one good day will get things right. Now, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has invited Indibo in Nigeria and the diaspora to celebrate Christmas in the southeast, assuring them of adequate security during the Yuletide. While IPOB spokesperson Emma Powerful said the region remains Nigeria's most tranquil zone, with improved security conditions despite sponsored instability over the past 4 years. IPOB also dismissed reports of kidnapping on the Owerri-Aba Expressway as old and false. The group encouraged Ndibo to return home in large numbers for Christmas and invest in the region, urging them not to be deterred by fear or insecurity narratives. Well, it is a good call. I don't know if you saw the video on that is viral now.
No fear.
No, in somebody that looks like a ragtag kidnapper, terrorist, okay, you know, saying that, look, they have arrived at Abia State and they are ready to destroy everything and everything.
Yeah, I saw that video.
That video.
Sometime last week.
Sometime last week. Now, that is what people are making reference to, say, like, my son called and said, look, I want to go back home. I said, why? He said, how will I travel between Umuahia and Enugu and all of that? I said, he said there are terrorists everywhere in Abia State and all of that. I said, no, it is false. You know, it's an old video. And if you look at, see, it's more like AI generated. It doesn't look real. It doesn't look real. And the Abia State Police Command has dispelled, you know, has debunked that video. It is not real. I think they are in control of the situation. But that is not to say that that we don't have pockets of kidnappings here and there, especially in the farmlands. You know, we have these terrorists that maraud and kill people once in a while and all of that. Oh well, Southeast used to be a safe haven until Nigeria happened to it. And so now that we are approaching Christmas, you see people flying from Europe, flying from America, Asia, and what do? They step back in Lagos, they ask their relations, you know, to come from the Southeast, see them, visit them, they stay, give them whatever they want, and go back, you know, where they are coming from. Why? Because they don't want to go to the Southeast and they are kidnapped.
See, the video you talked about is instructive. Like, it might be AI generated, it might be old, but I think with the current, with this call by IPOB and the shooting yesterday, there was a shooting yesterday in Northia,
okay,
for Market Junction, Northia,
okay,
somewhere in
Anambra State.
Yes.
There was shooting yesterday. Unknown gunmen. People could not identify the reason. They didn't rob anybody. They just came in their numbers. I think the report says about 5 to 10 of them came in, opened fire on people. 4 confirmed dead, multiple others injured, and they left. And
up until this moment, we don't have information that have been apprehended.
Nobody knows who they are. Nobody has taken credit for it.
No statement from the Commissioner of Police, from the police command, and all of that.
So with that incident, and then you hear, you know, IPOB saying we will secure. So you start to wonder, who is interested in causing panic in the southeast?
Some governors have already told you that some of these attacks and all that are politically motivated. Some have come up to say
the Anambra election is gone.
No, apart from the Anambra State election, I think Alex Oti once said something about the killings or the shooting in Abia State doesn't have anything to do with the IPOB, saying that it's political motivated. Then if you go back to Imo State and check what is happening there, some people have also said that, you know, most of the attacks and the shooting and every other thing has the hands of some politicians in it. Take it back to Anambra and what is playing out too. It can still be another.
Let's do the case by case.
Okay.
Let's look at Anambra. Politically motivated to what end? The elections are gone.
We have aggrieved members. You never can tell how they want to
so they want to make the state ungovernable for Soludo so that he will not win a third term.
Someone said it in Nigeria. Someone said it in Nigeria. We saw that play out.
If you go to Imo State now, you want to make Imo State ungovernable for Hope Uzodinma. He's on his second term. He's not coming back. You don't want him to install his stooge. Understood. Now you go to Abia State, you want to make it ungovernable so that Alex Oti wouldn't come back. Well, understandable. But
I don't think it's about making the states ungovernable. I think it's more about enforcing the narrative that there is insecurity in the Southeast.
Okay, so that what will happen politically?
Politically, so that the narrative of IPOB, all right, or ESN or whatever, killing people to buttress the narrative around it being a terrorist organization is enforced.
No, okay, it's enforced. That's what I'm saying. So that when we say politically motivated, towards what end? So that the 2027 elections will not hold in the Southeast or what?
I think it's for them to be able to ridicule first of all the IPOB to prove a point.
If you want to bring in the IPOB angle to it, Nnamdi Kanu is in jail, so they said he's the one causing problems.
It could be seen as further, a reaction to his continued detention.
Okay, so that they will now sentence him to death or what?
It could be anything.
It could be anything.
Can they retry him and sentence, or can appeal court say, okay, instead of the jail life sentence?
No, they may not be able to retry or sentence him to death.
Okay.
But it will enforce the narrative that, look, the organization that he's linked to is a terrorist organization, which will in fact affect any political solution to his release.
Well, I don't know why people will go to that extent and to what end.
But I think the governor needs to speak up on this. The Northia killings, it happened yesterday evening. Let's know who these people are. Let's know who these people are. I mean, we should have intelligence. We should have intelligence.
Like, that's what I said.
And we should put it out there.
If you're asking questions about who did, if people in government are asking questions, who did this, who did, then you and I mean, what do we do?
And then if you're asking people to come home, of course, Nigerians want to go home. Southeasterners always want to go home.
You can't fly in from California, from New York, from Japan, and get stuck in Lagos. So what did you come to do?
I have people who were planning to travel today to the Southeast for a burial. But they couldn't because they had to look for a ticket for tomorrow because of the seat at home, the narrative of the seat at home. So it has affected a lot of things in the Southeast, and all we are asking for is stability. That's all that we are asking for.
Well, I think the call is for the governors of the Southeast, to rally together. And unfortunately, I can't recall the last time they held a meeting, and whenever they meet, I don't even know what they talk about. If security is not on the front.
You've been asking that question.
I've been asking that question. Whenever they meet, what exactly do they talk about?
All right, then we have another story, Fina.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has said that the All Progressives Congress (APC) gained the trust of Nigerians, evident in the party's growth from 18 to 19 governors now to 25 governors. Sanwo-Olu stated this at the closing session of the two-day Progressive Governors Forum meeting in Lagos. Sanwo-Olu attributed the growth to Nigeria's trust in the APC vision and leadership. He commended his colleagues for their commitment to national development and loyalty to President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. Interesting. Some Nigerians of the opinion that they don't really believe that it is the work or the good work of APC that made us to see the influx of governors from their different political parties to APC from 18, 19 now to 25. And I think with the likes of Adeleke, if he's to make up his mind to know where he's moving to, the number also increased. And that made me remember something that someone said before. They said that by 2026, they'll have 30 governors in the APC. But if you check out what is playing out, it doesn't really make sense. Yes, it's true. Some will say that opposition parties, they've not really put their house in order to make sure that things should be the way it is and all that. And Nigerians are asking, are we going to move into one-party system? Is that what is going to play out in Nigeria? You and I have the right to debate it. Yes, we can turn it into a bipolar discussion and all that and go back and forth and, shout. But from what is the trajectory, the movement that we're seeing now, for me, I am hoping, I'm seeing it to be that maybe opposition parties can come together and say, we don't want this to happen. But if it continues being this way, we're already moving into a one-party system. Check out what is playing out in the National Assembly. APC as a party already have a two-third majority. So they can easily, debate, and those in favor say, they are saying their eyes, and our Senate President is never wasting time to check how many people that were saying it before, using the gravel. And if you check it out, other people are asking questions. Why are we seeing some governors, who sometime before now have one or two, more like a question to answer, migrate to this party? Is he that what the one time, or rather still a stakeholder in the APC made mention of about how your sins be forgiven if you move to the party? Is it really playing out? The one I always talk about is the exodus, the movement of the governor and every other party member. I'm talking about the cabinet members now to APC, that of Delta State. You see that movement till tomorrow is, for me, is still, I think we really need to ask question what really played out in Delta. And then you check out what is playing out too in River State with the migration of the movement of the State House. Now they've officially joined APC. The same thing that caused problem. The same thing that took us to so many courts. The same thing that make us to have a peace accord.
You mean in River State?
Yes, in River State. The same story of I defect, I did not defect. Now, finally, it has played out. It has happened.
Yeah, now it's official.
Now it's official. Now it's official. With the governor being a PDP member. Oh, if Nigeria, I don't know. Nigerian politics is somehow.
I think PDP has about 13 members now.
No, that's
because he left
when
with 27, he left with 16, making 17. So 10 remain in PDP plus the other 3. So they have about 13 now, and in River State.
And some might still defect with the problems in
PDP.
So there's a possibility that some might still defect. Well, the governor of Lagos talking about more governors in APC as trust in the people, trust from the people in APC. I think it's just playing politics with the issues, because we know some of these governors are moving for whatever reason, some of them being that they want security, they don't want to be hunted down. Some of them, because some of them want to come back to power. A lot of them are just moving to secure themselves, and it has nothing to do with the populace. So, but it is the people that will vote at election time. So if the people decide to make their votes count, of course, the people will have their say, regardless of what politicians do. If you decide to come out and cast your vote and ensure that your voice is heard, your vote counts, you will have your way. That's what I have to say. So it rests on the people, really. It rests on you and I to make good use of our votes. That is the only way that we can speak up and let politicians know where we stand on who governs us at all levels.
Yes, I think it rests on the people to make the right decision. But I think we have also reached a point where I personally, these governors, whatever they say, I don't take them seriously. And so Nigerians also, many Nigerians don't take them seriously. They just say, oh, okay, governor said, and they move on. So that is what it has become for me. So we just have to get into newspaper headlines this week.
Yes, getting into newspaper headlines. Let's run to it without wasting time. I have The Guardian in front of me, and this is the big story on the cover page of The Guardian. Relief in Cotonou as NAF joint force repel coup plotters in Benin Republic. That's the big story. And then the window headlines here. FG secures release of 100 abducted Niger school children. Quebec exposes poorly performing MDAs due to service failures. Teledensity hits 81% as Nigerians consume 1.23 million TB of data amid high cost. That's terabytes of data, yes, not tuberculosis. Okay, so let's, some more headlines here. Shipping lines decry $4.6 million stowaway. Repatriation yearly fine in Nigeria. Take that one again. Shipping lines decry $4.6 million stowaway repatriation yearly fine in Nigeria. Benue farmers lament, decry crashing food prices, and also concerns over fiscal governance as 2026 budget misses timeline. Install Prince Olojo Kosoko as Oloja of Lagos. Royal family appeals to Sanwo-Olu. PDP faction Mo's convention host meeting in Wike's residence. Again, UBA group dominates 2025 banker awards. CAC to shut illegal POS operators. Orders registration by January 1. Those are the headlines there on the cover page of The Guardian.
The first daily newspaper is up next, and beside the masthead, Ribadu hosts a U.S. congressional delegation in Abuja for high-level security talks. APC reshuffles a crucial national caucus, a NEC meeting to December 18 and 19. JAMB releases 2026 UTME playbook, warns students against costly registration errors. SERAP to INEC published detailed accounting of 55.9 billion naira spent on 2019 election materials. And the LAS seizes 7.6 million tramadol pills, 76,000 kilograms of cannabis in major Delta operation. And the banner headline on the cover page of the first daily newspaper today: Olubado raises alarm, urges Yoruba vigilance as insecurity spike. Benin authorities confirm multiple arrests after failed coup attempt. Wike-backed PDP BOT defends expulsion of Makinde, Bala, others. The bottom strip headline: APC will win 2027 election convincingly, says Yilwata. It's interesting how we're still in 2025 and people are already talking about 2027. Those are the stories on the cover page of the first daily newspaper today.
Now, let's quickly run through the New Telegraph. NGS reports reveal gaps in Nigeria's drive to stabilize food prices. NEBSA seeks 10-year tax relief for special economic zone investors. Now, the window headlines: Osun APC primary disqualification. Omishore Adegoke orders seek Tinubu's intervention. UBA Group dominates 2025 Banker Awards. Retains Africa's Bank of the Year. We are behind you. Zulum assures troops of Operation Hardin Kai in Damboa. Insecurity, politicians fearing division in Nigeria, says Utomi. Suggests use of drones to monitor Nigeria's highways. Now the banner headline: Police, vigilance groups arrest suspected bandits at Edo Hotel. With the riders, FG secures release of 100 Niger students. Nigeria's church will laugh last, says Adeboye. As Benue Archbishop laments churches burnt in multiple attacks. Pastors, worshippers killed in the state. Macron, France will intensify counter-terror assistance to Nigeria. NSA, U.S. congressional delegation holds security talks in Abuja. And also, Kano, Ganduje Sisbar begin recruitment of 12,000 guards. It will create tension, uncertainty in the state, NNPP. Shetima leaves for Abidjan to present Tinubu at Kotera's inauguration. Another bold headline: the LP race to Tinubu, APC, prioritize welfare, security, not 2027 politics. With the rider, Atiku El-Rufai, rev up ADC with party membership as Obi leaves party in the dark. Nigeria condemns coup attempt in Benin Republic as authorities dislodge plotters. AU, ECOWAS, censor mutiny. Now, the bottom strip: air pollution exposure links to clogged arteries. And that's it from the New Telegraph newspaper.
That's how far we can go on the newspaper review. Do well to join Chukume and Moses for the newspaper analysis. That'll be on top of the hour, 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break, and when we'll come back, we'll touch on the first topic of conversation. As 2027 election, the Northern Youth Consultative Forum have hinted that the only thing that can make the 2027 election to come to fore is if the security and economy of Nigeria is stable. We'll touch on this after this break. Stay with us.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's get into the conversation. Northern youths have warned President Bola Tinubu that his chances in the 2027 presidential election will depend on his ability to address the country's insecurity and economic hardship. Now, speaking on Sunday, the national president of the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, Yerima Shatima, said the youths are deeply concerned about the rising wave of killings, kidnappings, and economic distress. Shatima cautioned Tinubu not to be carried away by endorsements from state governors, citing former President Goodluck Jonathan's defeat in 2015, despite similar support. Now, other northern stakeholders, including Social Democratic Party Chairman Shehu Gabam and Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center Director Awal Rafsanjani, echoed similar concerns. Meanwhile, France has pledged support to Nigeria in the fight against terrorism. Now, French President Emmanuel Macron expressed solidarity with Nigeria in addressing security challenges, particularly in the northern region. Macron's statement follows a wave of gunmen attacks and kidnappings that have drawn international condemnation. While the Nigerian government has sought diplomatic aid from the international community, with the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, meeting with a U.S. congressional delegation in Abuja to discuss security cooperation and regional stability. Well, we do have Barrister Darlington Agomo with us, and Comrade Destiny Nabulele will also join the conversation. He's former executive chairman of Ovia Southwest Local Government Council Area. Good morning to you, Comrade Nabulele. Good to have you. Good morning to you too, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Very well, thank you. Now,
well, good.
We'll talk about. Let's start off with first off, Barrister, the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum. It's not the first time they're saying that, look, they will not support the president in 2027. What impact did they have in the 2023 election? And I think sometime last year, they said they were going to support Muslim whoever runs from the northern part of Nigeria. Should the president be bothered about this statement coming from the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum?
In fact, if I were the president, I will give it back to them. You know, the arrogance of the North over this insecurity is annoying me, seriously. How do you blame the whole country for the problem you created? Where is this thing coming from? This insecurity, who are the bandits, the terrorists? Where are they mostly from? Is it not from the North? Instead of the North to find a way to stop a problem they created, they are trying to use it to blackmail all of us. It's very sad, seriously. I don't see why the North should be making noise over this issue. The very problem they created, we were here when their leaders came out and told us how they brought these people into Nigeria. And the North didn't deem it fit to say, we are sorry for what we have done. We are sorry for bringing this problem to Nigeria. Rather, they will keep blackmailing you and I as if we are the cause of the problem. And we did not find it fit to even give it back to them. The type of politics we play in the South, I don't like it seriously. Because if this thing we are coming from the South here, I know what the North would have done. I know what they would have done. Ordinary alcohol that Obi went to import. They said because he imported alcohol, that the Muslim North will not vote for him because they don't drink alcohol. Can you just imagine? But you that brought terrorism into Nigeria, and we have been suffering of this for 15 years now, you are not ashamed for what you have done. You are not even apologizing to us. Every time you be making noise, if you don't solve insecurity. Who created insecurity? When Jonathan wanted to stop it, it was this same you Northerners that was writing letter, writing everything. You want to kill the North. You want to do this. You know, you are writing memo to international community. Why is it that the North always use this security to blackmail all of us? And nobody can give it back to them from the South here. Who brought this problem into Nigeria? Is it not the North? Is it not the North, for God's sake? Why are we not calling a spade here?
Okay.
Let them stop that thing, please. It annoys me. Let them stop it. Let them face their leaders over there. Let them face their leaders and stop insulting our intelligence. Why should they be talking like that?
All right then. Comrade Destiny and Abulele, let's get your thoughts on this one as well. And I understand that we have Prince Nixon Okwara joining the conversation. Okay. Well, let's take your reaction to this, and then we'll talk about insecurity. I would like us to touch on the involvement of France and the foiled coup that took place in Benin, and all of this. But first, let's talk about the insecurity in Nigeria, the position of Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, and should the president be bothered about any of these? And then we'll talk about other insecurity issues. Go ahead, please.
Let me appreciate the platform and Okoro and my dear sister Fina for yet another opportunity, at least, to be part of this discourse this morning, because there's a saying in my very rich Benin language that when a hawk is trying to catch the small chicken, the owner will join the mother hen to protect the small chicken. You see, the problem is this. I align with Barrister totally, because over time I sympathize with the South very seriously. It's like we have mortgaged our rights to the North as a result of us, requesting for their votes. Hence, not becoming incommunicable, where we cannot confront. The only person before now that I've been confronting them is the late this man from Delta State, from this local government. I've forgotten. I will remember his name. That the brother is a professor. He was a minister during OBJ when OBJ was a military head of state. You see, the problem is this: we must situate it, squarely. They are traditional rulers. I wouldn't want to mention any names. The Sokoto Caliphate and the likes and the many. What are they doing? We have had the calls when the president or those in authority want to wrestle this thing squarely. You hear them speaking from both sides of their mouth. And majority of them, or these religious or traditional rulers, they are one-time military this, military that. And they cannot nip the insecurity in their domain and the ball. It's quite sad, because they know it is a tool for them to begin to wrestle the South, to koto, or whatever language you want to use, to their whims and caprices. For me, it's not right. I think they need to deploy or come up with another strategy of them, trying to, force the South to perpetually remain subservient to them. Because this strategy now, with utmost humility, is no longer yielding the desired results. So for me, I want to appeal this morning.
Okay.
Because it's teaching time, saves time. I'm driving somewhere. Because we have had in this country that a governors, but they said it, whether Zamfara, if I'm not mistaken, that during the last election, he empowered terrorist bandits to force the electorate to vote for their party, APC. Mm-hmm. And nobody has raised dust, nobody has asked the question.
Okay. All right. Comrade.
He has the unity.
All right.
Nobody.
Comrade, let me stay with you.
That this number 2 man, this president number 2 man, the then, the bandit head was discovered in his own apartment when he was a governor of Bonu.
Now, Comrade Nabulele, I want to ask you, you said you align your thoughts with that of Barrister Darlington, who said that, look, it is the North that created this problem, so they should solve it. But let us look at it from another angle. We also understand that we have foreigners, who have trooped into Nigeria, flooded Nigeria, and are part of the people causing this problem. Should it be the responsibility of the North or the responsibility of the commander-in-chief to solve this problem? If we agree that Nigeria is one entity, indissoluble, non-negotiable, separation not negotiable, should it be a matter of concern that, look, you cause the problem, you solve the problem, or should it be the government that goes out to solve the problem?
Mr. Okoro, I had an experience, myself and my wife, while we were on our way from Australia. I must be very frank with you. I think prior to the election, to 2023 election, we went through Ethiopia. My brother, when we got to Ethiopia, we spent over an hour, over 30 of 40. If you doubt, I will bring my wife to this studio in the next distance. The Ethiopian citizens, they entered the plane and we entered from Ethiopia to Nigeria without a single passport. The only thing that was with them was their ticket, their flight ticket. And when we got to Mohammed, I said, not Murtala, airport in Abuja, they had to put them to one room and go and call one big oga to come and clear them to enter the Nigerian territory.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my question. Should it be
that I was told.
Excuse me, Honorable. Should it be the northern traditional rulers that will stop that, or should it be the government?
You see, to be very frank with you, every crime is local. Every crime is local. I'm a student of diplomatic practice. For us to have this, very holistic reach in terms of wrestling, the traditional rulers or the religious leaders in our various domains must be at the forefront in addressing it. If you say you want to take our destiny or to Sokoto, I will not come back. That is the gospel truth. I will not come back alive. My cause will come back to Edo State. That is the gospel. If I am used, if it's a terrain that I am used to, I will say I should go there and do the needful. I will come back with results.
All right.
And with victory. That's the point I'm driving at this morning. Okay. The North must be sincere to themselves. The northern leaders
exactly
must be sincere, must be willing to
thank you.
This thing. That is the only way the federal government can win this fight. That's the only way the federal government can win this fight.
Thank you so much. Right, thank you, Comrade Enabulele, for submission. Prince Nick Tinokora, good morning and good to have you join today's conversation, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, one of the other things or one of the issues that Shetima Irima raised as a concern was the high rate of unemployment and also the economic crisis that Nigeria has been faced with. And he mentioned rampant inflation and declining living standard of Nigerians, saying that if all those things are not being worked on 2027, that the election or the vote of the people will solely depend on this. Do you think that all this that he made mention of is enough reason to, more like vote against the number one man whom you have so much faith in and also trusted in? If we're talking about insecurity, recall that when the past administration were on board, yes, insecurity was there. But some Nigerians will still say that the standard of living was a bit better or fairer. The inflation wasn't a two-digit, but not the way it is at this point and all that. And also the standard of living and all that. Please, let's get your opinion. I would like you to unmute your device if you can hear me. I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you for your question. You see, 2027, let me first of all disagree with the president, the northern youth and all that. 2027 election will not just be based on security. It will be based on deliverables by the president. And I appreciate the fact that the vice president, I guess because he's a serving vice president, understand that there are some kind of distortions, institutional distortions that have fueled this insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria. And these are part of the deliverable the president is doing. You can't totally curb insecurity in this situation without, first of all, solving a lot of our economic issues. And the president is delivering in so many of them. Let's come to think about this. Like other people said here, the mindset of everybody in the South presently, and even possibly some part of the North, recycling insecurity for politics must stop in Nigeria, especially in the North. When you look at the utterances, the biases, the arrogance coming from some strata of the social class in the northern part of the country, it simply tells all of us that these people are still arrogating some level of ownership of this Nigerian enterprise, which will never go down with anybody. If people keep saying that because the southern part of Nigeria, we are the ones that need a peaceful Nigeria, and the rest of the part of the country don't care about a peaceful Nigeria, then we must look at it all over again. The South can comfortably depend as in live and exist or as a own country or nations of peace if the rest don't want to. I am saying this for the first time. The president is doing his best to curb and solve the problem of insecurity created by these monstrous politicians in this part of the country. If I say it because I'm an APC, I don't think it will cost me anything, but it's time to start calling the spade by all of us to this matter of insecurity. The last time I was asking you, when will all this stop? It is painful every morning you wake up. You look at the TVs, the social medias, we are seeing gory videos and pictures of people's children, sons and daughters, future generations, as if that somebody purposely decide to give birth to children that have no value for life, just they can continue to use it as a political advantage, talk carelessly, upset the national tempo and the rest of it, or just because you want to keep power that you have not used for the gains of these people, for any other person. So this is absurd. It's unacceptable. What I'm trying to say here, is that the 2027 election will solely depend on the deliverables and the deliverables of the president.
Indeed, nicely put. Now, but talking about taking advantage, political space, insecurity, and the rest, former governor of Kano State, Ganduje, has pushed for the recruitment of 12,000 personnel for Hisba. That's 12,000 more. Mm-hmm. And this is against what the current governor is doing. The current governor is saying, look, this will cause insecurity in the state. Could it be that the APC administration is plotting to destabilize Kano State for its own gains come 2027?
Well, I don't see APC presently assembly led by the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, cannot create insecurity and miss its own core focus of trying to solve this insecurity. We have seen some holistic agenda. We have seen some sincerity of purpose from the party and the president. We see his body language determined to end this insecurity. But especially Kano State, have long existed without almost most federal control or the president control. You find out that this side of the country have some traditional and cultural leaning that particularly rule and control their moods, their politics, and everything. So it is wrong because a member of APC from the north called for certain positions and it becomes an APC idea. Okay. It is just for the internal administrative purposes and whatever they want.
Against the wishes of the governor who superintends in the state?
Yeah, one thing you must understand, that being the governor does not make you the arbiter of law and all that. You are still there because people want you to be there. So people's opinion must be considered.
Well, he's the chief security officer of that state. The governor is the chief security officer.
Exactly, but when the chief security officer probably has not fared well, when you look at what's going on in many states, that is why sometimes I'm angry with some institutions and CLOs and the rest of them. They keep talking about presidents.
I would like Barrister Darlington to react to that question when we come to him.
Okay. All right. The Prince Nixon, good morning. Let me stay with you. Now, the guests here are agreed on the fact that, look, this problem is coming from the north. The insecurity is caused by northerners. Whether they are Nigerians or not, everything is coming from the north. Now, I'd like for you to, and you said you also believe that, look, the north should solve the problem. They should be part of solving the problem. Between 2011 and 2015, we had a similar situation where insecurity, more like enveloped the north, parts of the north, especially the northeast. At that point, the current president, the leader of your party, said, look, President Jonathan, the buck stops at your table. The president at that time, who was the national leader of your party, didn't blame the north, he blamed the president. Why is it convenient for you to blame the north now instead of asking the president to solve the problem? Because the buck stops at his table. What's the difference?
When there's something you're getting wrong. The president today has never for one day denied of taking responsibility. He has not even tried the blame game. Look at the way he does things. He's always accepting. He will tell you, yes, the situation is bad, but I apply for this job and I'm here to do it. So when you talk about blame game, yes, people have their own individual opinions and all that. And all of us understand actually, ideally, what the right things or doing things right would have been from the Northerners. Because those people who are...
Now, Prince, exactly my point. You are still doing the blame game. You are not asking the president to take charge. You are not blaming the North for the problem. The president has taken charge.
The president has sincerely taken charge.
Okay, to what extent? To what extent? Is this solving the problem?
I said something earlier on that there were some institutional distortions that needed to be fixed. And the president actually started with that. If you don't fix these distortions that has prevailed in Nigeria, it is difficult to fight insecurity. Remember, that was the first thing I said here. Okay. But coming to the part you are saying, the North, both the youth and the elders have a very strong role to play in if they really want this to stop. That is where I stand.
All right.
If they really want the country to move forward, if they want the economy, if they want their security, they have a lot of role. Why the president consolidating with his own fixing the structural disruptions that have fueled this insecurity? They themselves should come out clean. They should come out open and be sincere to condemn some of these acts and be ready to work with the federal government. When you shield some of these people, we have seen them, they conduct every normal wedding parties in the northern part of the country. And when you look at what is going on in that part of it, if you look at in the southeast, when we're having some level of insecurity, you'll be surprised that everybody came out to condemn it. Some people were going to their village themselves to organize a local vigilante and the rest of them to take out some of these
thank you very much, Nixon Okwara. Your point has been taken, but we'll come back and talk about insecurity. So please do stay, and I hope the network will allow this, because I've been seeing some glitches in the network there. But I bind it and I cast it away, and I know it will allow us to have this conversation to the fullest. But let's come back to the studio, Barrister Darlington. Now let's talk about the Hizbah recruitment. 12,000 of them. 12,000. Some of them were laid off by the governor, and now Ganduje has pushed for the re-recruitment of these individuals. Let's talk about that, and then let's talk about that first.
Ganduje have no right to dictate to the governor how to run his state. He cannot even implement it himself. So he just made a statement. I don't think anybody will listen to him. In the first place, you are talking of state police. Is that not what everybody have agreed upon? So what is the Hizbah coming to do now? This same thing that is everybody is saying they should remove it from our constitution, and you are now pushing for it to be included. You see, generally the North are not ready. I'm not joking.
Not ready for what? Not ready for
They
what?
are not ready to move this country forward. This religious sentiment is what they are after. Most of their leaders are fanatics and extremists. What is Hizbah? We are talking about state police, and you are talking of Hizbah.
Boris, how can we take away Hizbah from the North, especially the states that practice Sharia law, where we know that it's been emboldened in the constitution for them to have such?
That's what I'm saying. We are a secular state. Such things should not come into national discussion. That's what I'm saying here. That Hizbah is your way of life, your traditional whatever. It shouldn't come into national discussion. In fact, we should not find it in our constitution.
All right,
that's why America is saying you should remove all those Sharia things in our constitution.
Let's move away from that. Let's talk about French government calling the president yesterday and giving its support to the fight against insecurity. And this came after Nigeria reacted to the coup attempts in Benin Republic. We saw fighter jets, went in there, even though they said they were called upon by the displaced government of Patrice, yes, in the country, and there were bombardments, to scare the mutineers and the rest of them. And some Nigerians are saying that President Tinubu was basically ordered to do that by Emmanuel Macron of France. And what do you make of that swift reaction to the coup, a neighboring country, without a corresponding swift reaction to insecurity, areas where insecurity has been holding sway in Nigeria?
That is the action of a local champion. You know, when you see somebody you can beat in any tournament or in any fight, you seem to intimidate that person.
Well, ECOWAS has a standing force for things like this. Isn't this just...
which ECOWAS? The one that has disintegrated or another one?
The same ECOWAS that we know of.
You say what? ECOWAS. ECOWAS have disintegrated. Is that not a fact?
Barrister, how? What do you mean by ECOWAS?
When some people have walked away,
that is not disintegration.
But the union is still there.
They are no longer together now.
No, three people just...
ECOWAS is no longer...
Hold
on. ECOWAS is no longer the one entity that Gowon created in 1975. They have gone their separate ways. So they are not together. That's the fact. And
some countries might have left ECOWAS, but ECOWAS is still ECOWAS.
No.
There are still some countries in ECOWAS.
No.
ECOWAS has not been...
What do you mean by no? ECOWAS is still there. The secretary is still there.
Look, when you are supposed to be a bloc, speaking with one voice, and all of a sudden, out of that one block, some people are walked away.
But
you can no longer be one block.
Speaking with one voice amongst its members.
Which members?
Those that have remained in ECOWAS.
Those that good. That means there is a dent. The wall have cracked.
So you say we should change the name ECOWAS now?
Yeah, the wall have cracked.
And because some West African
yes,
states.
because your member, the original members of that who are within that block, you are still within that environment too. If Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali they are in a different environment outside ECOWAS, fine. But they are still within ECOWAS. Their land is still there, and they have moved out of the block. So how can you say they are together?
So you think ECOWAS should not have reacted to the Benin incident?
Why didn't they react to that of Nigeria?
What happened in Nigeria?
What
happened?
When terrorists have taken over part of our land.
Oh.
When terrorists have taken part of Jos and Benue. Or is that not a fact?
Yeah, but we have always had a multinational joint task force.
Where are they? Where were they when this is happening? And they are still there up to today. As I speak to you now, these terrorists have sacked people from Benue and Jos, and they're occupying their villages. Is that not a fact? So what is ECOWAS doing about it? No, why couldn't they use the same force and go and flush them out? Why didn't they use the same force, go and flush those people out? Meanwhile, the owners of the villages are living in IDP camp.
But Barrister, what's your point now?
My point is that I will not celebrate anything here. I didn't see anything fantastic that anybody have done. They are doing it to save their own face. Because when Nigeria happened, the same thing method was about to be used. But some people from the north went and stood against it and said, no, those people there, they are our brothers, so they are cousins, so nobody should go and do anything there. Is that not what happened?
All right, Barrister, today we learned that, we're having a very big meeting, a crucial meeting between Nigeria and also the U.S. We're having a congressional delegation to talk about the security and the way forward of Nigeria today in Abuja. What do you think or perceive to be the outcome of that meeting? I am beginning to be wary of these meetings and discussion with the USO. This is unlike Donald Trump. I'm beginning to think that they have hypnotized that man. This is not a Donald Trump that I used to know. Who will shoot before saying sorry? What would you have wanted to see? They would have taken action long ago because these terrorists are not... Yes. You said what? I don't think jihadists, yes. Because that's the only thing they understand. Can't you see that since this happened, they are working. They have decided to work with the government of Nigeria, hand in hand, to solve the problem. Moses, Barrister, whenever your property is missing and you are looking for it, don't include the man that stole it among the side party. You will never find it. That's the truth. Is it not the same government that was here, dining and whining with terrorists, that were holding meeting with them, that want to go and have a meeting with the US now? What do you think they are trying to do here? They want to water it down. They want to cool them down. They want to tell the US that they are collaborating, that meanwhile they are not ready. Inside their heart, they are looking for a way to water it down. Okay, that's your summation. Yes, to make Donald Trump look
worthless and stupid, because what he tried to do, he can no longer do it. At the end of the day, this one will be mocking and say, look at, is that not the thought that he will come to bomb? But where is he now?
Anyway, well,
yes, that's what I think.
Your views, and Varys, I understand that we have to let you go now. So would that be your concluding thoughts on this?
The meeting is too much. They have had a lot of meetings. I've told you, when government don't want to do anything, if they start with a panel meeting, emissaries.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the whole thing will die down. You know where they are going.
All right then. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington.
When terrorists want to hit us, they hold meetings.
Thank you for your time and your contribution. But we still have the other gentlemen, Comrade Destiny and Abulele and Prince Nixon Okoro. I would like you to stay with us as we expand this a little bit more. Let's talk about. Let me come to Prince. I beg your pardon, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. Now let's talk a bit about the reaction of Nigeria's government to the coup in Benin, how the NAF, fighter jets, went into the airspace, protect the border, and then scared away the mutineers in that coup. What are your reaction if you want to juxtapose that response to what we've been dealing with in Nigeria? What would you say? How would you sum it up? Well, I understand that your audio is not coming out, so if you can do something about it. All right. Well, if that has been fixed, then you may speak now. But we still can't hear you. We're having a problem with your audio. You might need to unmute your device if that's the problem, and so we can take your response. But if that has not been fixed, we might have to go to.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. You see, Mr. Moses, as I said I try to be very careful. This is December with choice of words this morning, so that I can, have a Christmas and New Year with my family. Because of late, I've been getting some threats left, right, center. You see, I must be very frank. This government, as we currently have, whether in the national or in my state, they are a bunch of irresponsible men presiding over our collective patrimony without knowing what to do with it. I must be very frank. Perhaps you must have heard. Let me start from Edo State. Not too long ago, about yesterday or day before yesterday, when the governor that was being given to us by Bola Ahmed Tinubu said that the insecurity that is pervading the space of Nigeria was it was the same measure that was dealt towards Jonathan to ensure that Jonathan was removed from office. But the question in the list of average Nigerians, who were the people that perpetrated, or perhaps that have this insecurity or banditry or terrorists to not be part of our political lexicon? It's not the same crop of people that are this crop of persons and party that are currently presiding over us as a people and as a country. So we all know where the problem is coming from. And they are not telling us the basic facts because they are not willing to nip it on the bud. We are all passing through hell in this country with utmost humility. That's why I say I must try to be very careful this morning. We are passing through hell. Our people can no longer ply our roads. People that are going for interview. I remember a friend of mine, I was going for interview in Abuja. You have to call me to. I needed some. I said, my brother, that's a very good decision. I have to send him some little. I'm driving somewhere, sir. I have to send him some little money to enable him, get a ticket to Abuja to go do the interview. But as long as we have it, he has been given an appointment letter. Perhaps if I have not done that, you would have maybe take the risk and decide to apply the rule.
So now, do you think that the involvement of the U.S. and also the congressional delegation that held talk with the NSA yesterday in Abuja is going to yield any fruit? And also the involvement of Western, because recall that Nigeria have decided to seek for help from the Western world. We have France now also pledging to help Nigeria to fight insecurity. We have the UK, we have the US, more like forming all hands should be on deck to help Nigeria. Do you think it's going to yield any good fruit at all?
No, just as the barrister said just now, I'm no longer, comfortable with this, recent romance between the Nigerian government and the United States of America. For me, I've taken my mind off. For me, I expected them to just hit this country, move. Just like what they did when one of their citizens was kidnapped in the northern part of this country. As we currently have, we shouldn't expect any fantastic results because the man in the helm of affairs, with the crop of persons that is called travelers, they have a way of massaging the ego. They have a way of massaging the ego. As I speak before you, the United States government, they are confused. As I speak before you, they don't even know what to do again. You can take this to the bank. This time next year, we'll be talking about this issue. A country that is plagued with serious insecurity, the government at the center is busy campaigning for 2027 when we are not here in 2026. And then you tell me that we are serious, and you are telling me that France is coming. We have to France been all this while. When the president at every course of Qatar is in France, is in Paris. And today, you now hear France is saying that they are willing because they have assisted, Nigeria has assisted them to foil the coup in Benin Republic. Who is fooling who?
All right.
I think Nigeria will go past this. We are made and reason before an action. Okay. Some of us, I can tell you what this time next year, what will happen in this country this time next year. That is the gospel truth. We are not willing. We are not willing as a people. And the bulk of the problem rests on the doorstep of the average Nigerians that are the electorate. All this hallelujah and praise singing, Nigerians need to stop before we get out of this quagmire. We need to stop.
Thank you so
Nothing
much.
that is working in this country. Administratively, it's not working. Economically, it's not working. Security-wise, it's not working.
And that was why I asked again. I could recall, comrade, I asked this question, I think, to Prince Nixon. Do you think that the Ariwa Consultative Forum, the youth wing of it, do you think that they are right? Or is their call justifiable when they say that the 2027 election solely depends on the improvement of security and even the standard of living of Nigerians, the 2027 election? And can they even do anything about it, since most Nigerians are more like pointing fingers to the north to be the people or the faction that created the issue of insecurity?
Malafina, let me be very frank with you. They are just backing for recognition. With utmost humility, I respect my northern brothers, my northern youths. I respect them. They are backing for recognition. This man that is currently presiding over us, he know how to dangle some carrots. He know how to dangle some chicken. Then your senses to some extent will be long gone before you know it. He has achieved or perhaps perpetrated whatever he wants to do. You see, the issue is this, and it's very simple. It is very simple. The Nigerians who currently have, I must be very frank with you, no leader is winning, or I don't know the language to use this morning. That care about you and I, that care about Moses, that care about Okoro, that care about Fina, that care about destiny. All they are after is the next election. It is the next election, not about you and I.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Let me land with this thought. If it were to be a country that is sincere, what would have expected the president and his co-travelers to at least, now that our roads are now kidnappers den and death traps as it were right now, they should reach out to this FA to say, okay, we are currently facing this. How can we reduce this FA for an average Nigerian? As I tell you, the FA from Benin to Abuja, from Lagos to Benin, I tell you, it is increasing every day, and the average man cannot afford it.
It might even get worse with the recent tax reform. Now, Comrade Destiny, just so you know, it might get worse with the recent tax reform and all that, because even the airline operators are beginning to complain about some things. But anyway, let's get Prince Nixon give us a submission on this one. On the November 20th, 2025, the Secretary of War, that's Mr. Hegseth, hosted Nigerians, their delegation at Pentagon to discuss the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. And just yesterday, we learned from Nehru Badu, the NSA, that even a congressional delegation of the U.S. arrived Nigeria to discuss the way forward. Do you think that all this is going to yield any result and end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria? And also recall that we have porous borders. We're told also that over 1,000 of our borders are unmanned and all that. We're talking about how foreigners have been infiltrating the nation and more like helping to champion the issue of insecurity.
Yeah, thank you very much. it's exciting to see the level of collaboration with some international players. We can see from the look of things that the political landscape is shifting towards a multipolar order, and Nigeria is actually accepting itself at that level. Unfortunately, what I sometimes from our people, we begin to worry over our mindsets on upholding democratic institutions across West Africa as the best government. But then, that being said, people in Nigeria should be able to appreciate the fact that America has recognized Nigerian sovereignty and therefore talking with our president to see how this issue of insecurity is resolved. That's inclusive of the defense and all other proactive approach towards solving the insecurity is a lot on the table of Mr. who took over at a very critical time in our nationhood. And when you look at part of that discussions, why I know it's going to bring up a lot of fruitful results, at least if there is 100%, 80% collaboration and agreement, we should be seeing some kind of information sharing, identification strategy, engagement, and make sure that these things, this collaboration did not start with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Nigeria has always engaged international partners, even before 1967 to 1970 during the war. There were strategic partnerships of them. So all the stages of insecurity we've all had in Nigeria, there has always been. But the difference between what that then was and what has been happening and what is happening, Nigeria has been able to take Nigeria beyond just taking deliverables of fighting weapons and the rest of them to proper engagements, whereby a lot of collaborations, including apart from taking the people that what was doing Buhari, when we bought the Tucano fighter jet and all that, then some of our pilots and best brains were taken to America to be trained, and some of those in a partnership. But beyond that, this time around, we are seeing President Tinubu engaging and also playing a major role, because Nigeria has been able to assert itself, even in the present actions across the West African region. The Cotonou to stop that. I expect a lot of people to also support that approach, in the sense that everybody must always uphold the democratic institution, and we are supposed to be happy about that. The president is actually taking a hard stand against such illegality. And when you look at the way he has handled our collaboration, unlike in the past, you can see that the world is beginning to respect Nigeria. This kind of achievement is something that I expect the media to start identifying the implications of the fact that America, who could walk out on so many countries, Ukraine, and saw their president, could recognize our president to make a very successful effort in discussing with us, planning with us, and trying to solve our problem. And France, they again, was able to come up with their own position in support of Nigeria. It is a very strategic alignment. It is a new order. It is a recognition of the fact that our international diplomacy, our political and international engagement is the top notch. So I give it to Mr.
Indeed. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nixon Okwara. Thank you for your thoughts there. But I would like you to stay with us as we get into another conversation now. Let's talk about SERAP. SERAP has urged INEC to account for missing 55.9 billion naira. Let's x-ray this conversation when we come back. Stay with us.
The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to account for the missing 55.9 billion naira meant for the 2019 general elections. According to SERAP, the funds were allegedly diverted from the purchase of smart cards readers, ballot papers, result sheets, and other election materials. 5.3 billion naira paid to a contractor for smart card readers without proper documentation. 4.5 billion naira paid to 6 contractors for ballot papers and result sheet without evidence of supply. 331 million naira paid to contractors under questionable circumstances, and 630 million naira in unretired cash advances granted to INEC officers. 2.1 billion naira in uneducated stamp, undeducted stamp duty for contractors. 41 billion naira awarded to contractors for printing ballot papers and result sheets without due process. 297 million naira spent on 4 Toyota Land Cruisers without Federal Executive Council approval. SERAP has given INEC a 7-day ultimatum to disclose the names of the contractors involved, their directors and business addresses, and to refer the alleged corruption to anti-corruption agencies for investigation and prosecution. Failure to comply may result in legal action. And that is the words of the director of SERAP in the person of all right, and when we check this story, found out that it's coming up to the INEC chairman, the newly appointed INEC official, Joash Amopitan, professor, that he should make available the contractors and every other person involved in this spending. We're looking at 55.9 billion naira. When I was reading out those figures, I didn't get a point where I said million. Everything was just coming in billion, 331 billion and all that. Do we really have a figure problem in Nigeria? Let me start off with you, Comrade Destiny Nabolele. What do you make of this revelation? We've been getting some monies now, not quite accounted for. INEC now is the one we have on the radar, 55.9. The other time it was NNPC, 210 trillion. We also have another NNPC case again for their London office. And all these are coming from the Auditor General's forensic audit of MDAs and agencies. Please, what do you make of this? And do you think that the Professor Joash Amopitan team will be able to provide the contractors and their addresses like SERAP is requesting within 7 days ultimatum being given to them?
Madam Fina, I must tell you very unequivocally that this fact-finding is dead on arrival. It's dead on arrival. I must be very frank. I said it earlier that the present crop of persons, President Bola Tinubu and his co-travelers, their mandate is not to take you and I to the Eldorado. It's not. Their own is for their own selfish and particular interest. Permit me to use particular interest. You see, the issue is simple. The issue before us, issue of contractor. I think it was here not too long ago, and it's not last week or 2 weeks ago. Last week here, to be very precise, that the contractors, Association of Contractors, indigenous contractors, they were protesting in this country with a coffin before the Minister of Finance. These are persons that have done their work. They have done every submitted the needed papers. But here you are. They've not even supplied a pencil, or then here you are. They're taking money in full. That's to tell you. We don't wait to talk to some of us. We have said it. That one of the things that is plaguing us as a country, I must be very frank with you, is this issue of strongman syndrome without a strong institution. That's exactly. You see, when I hear people talk that yes, you are talking because you have allowed your political inclination or tribal inclination to precloud your sense of cognitive reasoning, then I'm a little bit taken aback. Me, I view things as the effort because I'm a realist. I'm very practical. For me, I sympathize with my friend Rafa Jani, who happens to be the head of SERAP. But I know for sure this matter. You can this time next year. I know this time next year you will say our destiny said it. It's dead on arrival because the money has been turned to something else.
No, but comrade, do you have any idea why it has to take the Auditor General office up until 2025 to review what transpired in 2019? Recall that even the other monies, the London office for NNPCL and all that. Why should this come at this point?
But Madam Fina, you see, that will tell you how serious we are as a people and as a nation. And this man under whose watch this evil permit me this morning, that conducted the worst election in the history of this country. And the corruption, the corruption that has ever happened, is the worst corruption that has ever happened is on this island, presided over by Professor Mahmoud. And this same person has been nominated for ambassadorial. You see, we are jokes. We are jokes. We talk about humility. All of us, we are jokes.
Okay.
This kind of things. No, see, Nigeria is too enlightened. I don't know whether.
All right. Thank you, comrade.
You see, there is a saying that education makes it more easy to govern, but difficult to manipulate. At times, when I see the level of manipulation in this country, just about 2 weeks ago, I had a discussion with my wife. Are we really educated? Or we just pass through the system, and the system does not pass through us? The 4 words of education does not pass through us. Because there are series of manipulation left, right, center. The men in the area of affairs, they are manipulating us. And we don't have the bots.
Okay, all right, comrade. I think that's $1 million question. Are we really educated? Now let's bring in Prince Nixon into this conversation. Nixon, we have a situation where we are looking for a certain 55.9 billion naira, set aside for the purchase of election materials, and we are just getting to hear that look, we didn't purchase those things, and nobody can account for that money. It's taking Serap, non-for-profit agency, to beam its searchlight on that and tell Nigerians. Now, what should be the role of the EFCC if we have this kind of thing? Shouldn't it be the EFCC that is getting into action and say, look, we need to get this money? What should be the role of? Shouldn't it be the role of the EFCC? Why do we see a non-for-profit organization being the one spotlighting this kind of corrupt activity? Hello, Prince Nixon, can you hear me? Okay, you might need to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Thank you very much. You see, the importance of transparency and accountability within the institution like INEC is very, very important. That cannot be overlooked because of its responsibility is centered on transparency and accountability as the umpire that conducts Nigerian elections. So that is a very important part that I think the president himself is even taking it lightly. And but the unfortunate thing is that the messenger on this matter, we all understand, has always been every election cycle. In fact, I call him the heavyweight of the opposition. He comes out with only an INEC as if there is something with this INEC for Serap. Their level of watchdog is now centered only on INEC. They have turned blind eyes to local government administration that affects the masses themselves. The state governors administration is nothing for Serap. They do not care what happens any other place except when the election is closer. And you see them always speaking like the opposition, and whatever you see them amplify, next thing you hear is litigation and all that. Let's keep, maybe that could be important for them for their international grants and also taking those centers stage.
Prince Nixon, permit me to butt in at this moment. Permit me to butt in. Is there anything that Serap has said in the past years that you can fault that is not correct? Just one. Can you mention one of them?
It is not about being correct.
It's about what, sir? What should it be about?
Let me tell you, in 2019, you remember, they also shouted on top of their voices on all the whole INEC issues. It is always mirroring the opposition stance on matters. That's what I'm saying. Remember, they also took INEC to court then, and when they talked about what they call this BVS or this election BVS, whatever. So that has always been the Serap. But when it comes to EFCC, if you look at under President Tinubu, the EFCC has not been witch hunting anybody, but rather instead of just
it has not been witch hunting anybody, but it has been busy protecting members of the APC. Isn't that correct?
I want to get that analysis and metrics from you who they protected. When you look at the right aspect of institution is what they are doing. You must be able to conclude the investigation before arresting people. Unlike what happens before, it becomes a political jamboree in the past.
Prince Nixon, for how long should it take for a normal investigation to be conducted between 2019 up until this moment? EFCC is still conducting investigations. For how long will they do that?
For crying out loud, there is no way EFCC will jump into certain issues they know nothing about, except when this kind of matter comes up. And I tell you, if you take it or leave it, in the no distant time, you will certainly find out that the security agencies and the EFCC.
Prince Nixon, before I leave you, do you think that we are winning the war against corruption?
As a matter of fact, I tell you, there are a lot of structural distortions in Nigeria that fuel these corruptions. Proactively, yes. The policy we have presently is curbing corruptions, at least the index has reduced. That's why if you look at the world listing today, our position has improved. Seriously, we are no longer where we used to be. So if you ask me, under 3 years of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, my answer is yes. But mind you that what we are going through in corruption here is deep-rooted decades of recycled corruption and corrupt practices. And it's not something that can be done in one day. When you look at the enabling policies, which has actually created these platforms for which a lot of corrupt practices have been waned. So you can say with all your chest that the country is winning the corruption war. Then when you look at what happens in certain sectors, the Nigeria is too big to fight everything overnight. It is not going to be possible. All agencies have been practicing so many kind of recycled corrupt practices. Many institutions over 5 decades, this thing has been there. How do you want presidents with what is happening in security policy to do these things overnight? It is not easy.
Is the president overwhelmed? Prince Nixon, it looks like you are telling us that the president is overwhelmed.
The president cannot be overwhelmed, but in any system.
You just said so. He said he's battling with corruption, he's battling with insecurity, he's battling with economy, and we make no headway in any of these things. No, so it looks like he's overwhelmed according to you.
Look at where we are on this security. Before he took over, this security almost took over Abuja as a federal capital territory. But today, everybody living in Abuja to that extent now safe. People still do their normal businesses. Look at some part of the southeast. People are now travel. A lot of people are planning their trip to December in the southeast. Before he took over, we all knew how it was. Look at even in the certain area in the middle belt, the people in the southern Kaduna have returned back home. Let us commend this man. He has tried in this insecurity since the Azure power.
When you're talking about Nigeria's corruption and you're saying that we have improved, you know, it's important to put the figures straight. In 2023, Nigeria was at 145 out of 180. And now in 2024-2025 index, just 5 points above, you know, not that we are no longer there. We are still there, 140s. That shows we are still where, you know, we were before now. Just 5 points above is just what we have. And that is below the regional and also the world benchmark. Mo, you wanted to say something. All right, now, and also, let me just maybe in 1 second or in let's say in 20 or 30 seconds, are we saying that Sarah amplifying what the Auditor General made available to Nigerians now, we should blame them for that? Recall the information was made available by the Auditor General office to tell the INEC that they are rejecting even the clearance that they come to give to them about the spending of the 55.9 billion naira. And also the fact that even some of the contracts they claim they've awarded in that 2019 does not really keep up to what is supposed to be in terms with the Procurement Act of Nigeria. We're looking at no certificate of objection, there's no bid and no advertisement and even submission to still done for the spending we're looking at this morning. Prince Nixon, in 30 seconds. We need it to, okay. Interesting.
All right, then let's, well, we've lost connection to our guest, but let's go to the next conversation and we use that time to reconnect to our guest. Now, ADC is speaking to Peter Obi, saying, make up your mind now. All right? But let's talk about this when we come back. Oh well. The African Democratic Congress ADC has urged Peter Obi, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, to decide whether he wants to join the party or not. The ADC emphasized that it's not willing to pressure Obi into membership, despite his influence within the coalition. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi said, "We want Peter Obi to join us in building a political party that can reset Nigerian politics and provide a credible alternative. However, if zoning is a condition for Obi's participation, he might need to wait until the party reaches that stage. If zoning is a condition." Well, ADC says zoning is not currently on the table, prioritizing instead to convince Nigerians of its credibility. Or Peter Obi expressed concern about the coalition's stability due to unresolved zoning issues. Abdullahi described the coalition as stable, highlighting the party's expansion to 27 to 28 states without holding political office. Well, Yunus Atanko, Obi's former campaign spokesman, urged the ADC to give Obi more time for consultation, signaling Obi's potential run for the 2027 presidency. We still have Comrade Destiny Enabulele and Prince Nixon Okwara. Well, I'm pretty sure the stance Prince Nixon will take on this one. But first, let me start off with let me start off with you, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. You're pointing fingers at me already. I haven't even asked the question yet. Well, do you think Obi should go? Because from what we have right now, it's pretty obvious that zoning is not on the table. Zoning is not on the table in the ADC. It's all about unseating President Tinubu in 2027. There's nothing about the South or the North during a particular number of years in office. Now, how do you react to this? Is this something you would like Peter Obi, with his influence, to dive into, if at all, there will be headway for another party to get into power in 2027?
Mr. Moses, before I answer this question, let me quickly stop from where Prince stops. I don't know, perhaps to raise...
You want to react to...
Yeah, okay, correct things. Yes. You see, when he said that Sarah is not acting in opposition, I sympathize with him very sincerely. The role of civil society or not-profit, it is to be a watchdog to everybody and to everybody. And that's exactly what Sarah has been doing over time, because I've worked with them at a time. In profit, in not-profits, they are what we call core mandates or core areas. And we all know the core areas of Sarah. That has to do economic and whatever. And INEC happens to be for... I think Prince needs to know that. You need to know, because this issue of when somebody speaks or try to reveal certain ills and you not tell the person to be the evil of the government, it will not do us any good. Because we are all yearning for a state or perhaps a country that is good for all of us, where our children can go and vie for any position without knowing anybody. That's the country, that's the society we are clamoring for. Please, Mr. Prince, we need to get this so that...
All right, then. Your point has been made. Your point has been made. React to the question.
The issue of fighting corruption, sir. The issue of fighting corruption that he raised, that they are not withholding anybody. You and I know that the former governor of Delta State, Okowa, at a point was alleged. But today, we can't hear anything about the case. And today he has been made whether the South Side or South coordinator for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his sins have been forgiven. Let us call a spade. This country belongs to all of us, not for a selected individual. Nobody is more in Nigeria than I, Destiny Enabulele. I was born in Nigeria, and I'm a Nigerian. I wasn't born before the independence. So I'm more a Nigerian than many of them. To be very sincere. So for me, we must call a spade I got it for. And let me try to go back to your question now. The issue of ADC. I've said this in other platforms. The ADC must sit back. The issue of saying they must work in isolation or PDP work in isolation, they must see. For me, I want all the opposition to come together and form a formidable force That is the only way they can face this government that currently, presiding over this country. Because with utmost humility, the man in the end of affairs knows this game. He's a smart man. But whether it's intelligent, that is what I don't know. No, I've been saying this thing over and over. He's a very smart man.
Comrade Destiny,
yes, sir.
let me ask you, should Obi join the ADC? What do you expect to be his role or his position in ADC?
You see, Obi is not becoming a movement. He's a figure, whether you like it or not in this country. He's a man that I like, but not love. I like him very well. That is me for you. So for Obi, for me, the kind of person we want now to take us from this quagmire is a man that is selfless. And I see it in Obi with utmost humility and simplicity. We don't need the core politician. Tell me to. I'm sorry. We need a man that is selfless, that can be able to, take Nigeria as a company. Although we are not yet there. Our former governor of Edo State tried to do that kind of show. That's the SY governor, Obaseki. But to some of us that time, we said, we are not yet there.
Okay, all right. Comrade, one last question before I bring in Prince Nixon. Now, if Obi joins the ADC, do you expect? Is it possible for him to get to be on the ballot as a flag bearer? Do you see that happening?
I don't see that happening. You see, because I have been following the trend. I have been following the evolution of ADC. Because there are some. No, I'm not even a state leader. Not to talk of a national leader. Those national leaders, with utmost humility, if they know what is good for us as a people, when I say us, not as ADC, as a country, they need to sit back. Let all of them bury their pride, their interests, and have a holistic interface. Holistic, where you and I, when I say you and I, those that are in the meeting, speak their mind freely. They will be able to arrive at a consensus. The issue of saying from the very issue, from the betting of the ADC, they've already zeroed in on somebody.
Okay, all right. Destiny, will you want Obi to run as running mate to Atiku Abubakar? Will you like that?
With utmost humility, yes and no, because I want Obi to be in the pilot. I want him to be in the pilot because it will give the needed crowd and kind of sincerity and how would I put it? A kind of belief and trust from the people.
All right.
So that depends on who is that presidential candidate that he will not be the running mate to. Can it be the running mate, or can it be the president himself by way of the candidate of the party? Those are more than $1 million question.
Okay. Thank you so much.
To sit back and see how we answer it.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Destiny, for submission. Prince Nixon Okwara, what do you make of this? The statement made by the ADC to Peter Obi. Make up your mind now. Some people will add before it's too late, and the fact that we have Eunice Tanko still on his own side saying that Obi will talk in no distant time. The former vice presidential candidate that ran with Peter Obi for the Labour Party in 2023 told Nigerians that Peter Obi is still a Labour Party member. What do you have to say about this? Do you see Obi moving into the ADC with the likes of Atiku Abubakar already picking the party membership card and other political bigwigs that we've seen align or join the ADC? And what do you think this will be? What do you think this will portend for the 2027 election?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. The gospel truth here, if we have to say it the way it is, will be moving into ADC will be the worst mistake he will make. One is that the future of ADC is predetermined by its founder, in the sense that it's either Atiku or nobody. And I don't think it will be a very good political calculation. But be the fact that the most important thing for every politician is preservation, political preservation. Obi should look, if I was to be in his shoes, honestly speaking, I would drop a contesting 2027 election. Let me tell you something. I can personally Kwekwe to be like the Bernie Sanders of USA or Odinga of Kenya, who is almost a perennial contender. But one of the most important things Obi should be doing here now, like Bernie Sanders, who never won or become a president of America. But if you look at his political movements, youth-driven enthusiasm and those moral narrative has been able to reshape American politics and all that. Obi can be all that, and if eventually the nature permits and also political landscape permits, he can still become the president. But contesting and moving into ADC for 2023 would be his greatest political mistake. Let's take it from the fact that the leadership, the presidential candidates of ADC is already predetermined, like I likely said. And we know that the man who is going for that ticket is his side of the politics. He's the one that killed PDP. He almost destroyed PDP even under Obasanjo. So it's always the politics of it's either me or nobody.
Okay, all right, Prince. Looks like you are trying to redefine the dictionary definition of perennial. The last time I checked, Peter Obi has contested presidency only once.
Yeah,
so why is he becoming perennial?
No, why I'm saying, I said he has opportunity, because if he contests 2027 and lost, he will be like the perennial I used was for Odinga, who is perennial. So I'm telling you that he should, if I will advise him, he should just give up everything about 2027, because when you look at it, even the Atikus and the rest of them knows that they can only make an impact politically with the likes of Obi, maybe because of the southeastern.
All right, okay, all right. I'll take that as a concluding thought, but I think I missed something. What I got from you is that he looks like now Odinga and Bernie Sanders and all of that. Oh, well, we must say a very big thank you to you, Prince Nixon Opera, for being part of the show. We also extend our warm regards to Comrade Destiny Enabolele, who was also part of this show. We appreciate your presence. We also had Barrister Darlington Agomo, who joined us in the morning show on the first topic of discussion. Well, I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen. On behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer, and my colleagues here, Moses Humphrey and Fina Okechukwu, I am Chukwu Mokoro. Must say a very big thank you to you for being part of this morning show. Now we'll go on a short break. At 10 o'clock, Moses and I will return for a newspaper review. Please do join us then. Bye for now.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Vop TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges. making new friends, and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop Tv. Keep watching Vop Tv. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At Vop TV.
Odumegwu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigerian civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by Northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Côte d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Very much for staying with us. Now, this is Newspaper Review. We have Barrister Darlington Aguma with us. Barrister, good to have you join us again.
It's my pleasure.
And also, Comrade Destiny Anabulele joins us from our Benin station. Comrade, thank you very much for staying back. Now, let's dive into it. We have the papers here. Relief in Cotonou as NAF, joint force, repel coup plotters in Benin Republic. Let's check out the riders to that story. The riders here: Jita's over coup attempt in Benin, ECOWAS sixth assault on democracy. FG, ECOWAS stand with Benin, say coup unacceptable, retrogressive. Without constitutional democracy, effective governance, coup risks loom, stakeholders. Now that's the big story there. Now, this day also reports says presidency, how Tinubu ordered Nigeria's military to foil Benin coup, sent in air and ground troops. FG, it was direct assault on democracy. Move represents a subversion of the will of the people, declares ECOWAS, deploys forces. Fix bad leadership or expect more military takeovers. CD warns regional body. It's concerning, Atiku expresses worry. That's how it's reported on the cover pages of this day newspaper. And then the Punch says, security crisis. Tinubu, Macron hold talks as U.S. fact-finders arrive. U.S. delegation meets NSA, visits Benue, Nigeria, France eye security pact. Bandits release 100 Niger pupils. Okay, that's that report's there. Okay, so Comrade Destiny Anabulele, let me start off with you on this one.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, come again. That was please.
Okay. Talking about the coup that took place in Benin yesterday and how it was foiled, and the reports in the Daily.
Well, let me quickly say this, Mr. Moses. There's a saying that those who make peaceful change impossible make violent revolution inevitable. With utmost humility and simplicity this morning, what we have in Africa it's not democracy. It's not democratic. There's nothing. The near it that is from khaki to no khaki dress. With utmost humility, both in character and in everything, as they will say when we are leaving the university, both in character and in learning, is everything depicts that of the khaki. With utmost humility, you can see the charade of elections that they are doing. We've heard that a 90-year-old man, while in hospital, he only because of his electoral campaign, he only appeared once. Still, he won the election. A 90-year-old, a 92-year-old, he has ruled for over 40 years. Even while I was just about 5 years old. So for me,
right?
There's a problem. There's a larger question. Come again, sir. Sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Yes. So there's a larger question that we are not asking ourselves, and we are not, there are no solutions to the questions that some of us are asking. That is the gospel truth. So for our dear president and the Nigerian using our Nigerian collective patrimony and the taxpayers' money and what have you to go fuel another nation, you see, with utmost humility, there's a saying that best of feathers flocks together with utmost humility. So I'm not saying otherwise. I said best of feathers flocks together. This is a pointer to the fact that as we gallop towards 2027, that President Tinubu and his co-travelers will be very careful of what they do. At any rate, that is why you see them, President Tinubu and his co-travelers, they want to make opposition's parties very, vegetables. They want to make them vegetables so that they will not have the impetus, the strength to confront the government that are currently ruining us in this country. That's exactly what we have. So we cannot give them the top five. So they will tell the international world, them that they were not that coordinated. So that's why I'm calling on using the opportunity to call the oppositions, both the PDP, the ADC, the SDP, and what have you. They all must come together, bury their pride, bury their interest, and look for a very viable candidate that can, give them the needed, crowd, the needed sympathy, the needed votes to be able to match this government in power. Because if you ask me, the opposition has to speak. They don't have the finance. Those that have the finance now, our money. You saw what happened last week, where we are despite that we are neck deep in insecurity, but you see went ahead to distribute vans to various states coordinators for 2027 general election. While our army, they are working on foot in the Sambisa forest, fighting banditry and terrorism. They are using their gun to fight against those that are using some secret weapons. But here we are, the president of this country that say that yes, our interest is paramount. It's just fooling us Nigerians. And this morning, Nigerians must wake up. As I have said, let me reiterate that as we go out every week to gym, we must set aside 1 hour to practice madness in preparation for 2027. That is the only way. When the opponent knows that you are prepared, when he's coming, because you only have 2 heads. You only have 1 head, not 2 heads. So you have a retreat. So please, Nigerians, we must go and learn how to mad in terms of prepare for madness in preparation for 2027. That is the only way. If we do otherwise, by 11 a.m. that day, result has been announced. By 11 a.m., you can take that to the bank.
All right, so we should start practicing madness 1 hour every day in preparation for 2027. Barrister, let me come to you now.
Yes.
The issue of Benin Republic.
Yes.
Yesterday.
I am not amused by what Tinubu did. In fact, I won't even praise him because
was that responsibility to protect in action, or the ousted president at the time called for this help? Because the reports are that he reached out, and also they're saying France reached out to Nigeria to intervene.
Look, that is one of the reasons why I will not praise this president. When it happened in Niger, what did he do? He couldn't do anything. He wanted to. He wanted to, but they stopped. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, he wanted to, but they stopped him. Because some people say that the people in Niger are their cousins and their brothers, so you should not go there. Is it because you have a large number of Yorubas in the Republic of Benin? But that is not the issue. Mr. Moses and Okoro, listen very well. Whenever a man goes into the bush and fetch firewood infested with ants, definitely, lizard must come to his compound for feast. That's the truth. Did you realize that most of the coups in Africa is caused by what? Election. Have you gone through the history? All of them, because of election, sit tight. Not following due process, trying to remain in office forever and ever. How could they want to change the constitution in Benin Republic?
But the election in Benin is to take place in April next year.
That's what I'm saying. They are changing the constitution.
But I think coups happen in Africa more as a result of bad governance than election.
I said of recent now.
Okay.
I've taken inventory now. Of recent now. They want to change the constitution from 5 years to 7 years. And you are eligible for 2 terms. That means you stay in office for 14 years. Only you. That was what this military boss said, no, we can't take this. The 5 years they were doing it before, what happened? Mr. Okoro, what is it that you cannot do in 5 years that you need another 2 years to add to it before you can do it? Look at the mentality of African leaders. Just look at the mentality. A whole 5 years, you couldn't do it. You now want to add 2 years again. So that's what will happen. And I'm sure by the time you get that 7 years, in the next election, you push it to 9 years until you get to 10. Just childish behavior for an adult. So when you are doing all these things, do you think that these francophone countries, and if you check, they are the ones that are carrying this thing on their head. These francophone countries, they are impatient too. They don't have time for all this to you and I are speaking here, say we are from Anglophone. They don't have time for all these things. The moment you misbehave, they will send you packing. That's their behavior. But here, we will continue to talk. Meanwhile, the people we are talking to, they are not listening. They are not even showing any remorse. Let me tell Nigerians and every other person that care to listen. I hope the intervention of Tinubu is not what I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
This Senate that the APC is now 2/3. I hope this constitution they are amending. They are not trying to do something that will cause problem. Let me say it now. Because this is what they want to do in the Republic of Benin. Let it not be quid pro quo. So that when our own will happen, those two will come and intervene and help us.
How would they help us when they couldn't stop their own? How would they help us?
Because they will help the man over there. That's what I'm saying. They are helping the man over there now. So he will lend the support. Even when we are saying we don't want it. So let it not be that somebody wants to amend our constitution. No. Because these 2/3 that is the Senate have collected, they can approve anything. It's just for the president to open his mouth and say, this is what I want. They will say no.
Anyway, but Barrister, I think your fears are genuine. I understand your deep. But in terms of talking about the duration, amending the duration, sometimes I begin to ask myself, how did we change from parliamentary to presidential system of government? Because it's working for America, but somehow, for reasons unknown, it's not been able to work for us. If you go back in history and you check that, because I can point out 2 or 3 examples where parliamentary system of government helped good leaders to remain in office. I'll go to Singapore, where Lee Kuan Yew, because his party normally won the elections, because of his good performance, was able to stay in office for 31 years. And in his book, from third world to the first world, he detailed how he was able to move Singapore from a third world country, which we call now developing country, to a first world developed country. The fastest in global history, recent global history. The closest is that of Denmark, that did that movement within 48 years. But Lee Kuan Yew was able to take Singapore just in 30 years, the fastest in recent history. And if you go to Germany, you look at Angela Merkel, who did very well. She stayed in office for about 16, 18 years or thereabout. Why? Because his government was doing well. His party was winning elections. But here, in the presidential system of government, I mean, even if you are building castles in every community, even if you are paving the roads with gold, moment is 4 or 8 years, you leave. That's talking about, people that are amending constitutions to extend their stays in office and all of that. If you ask me, I think the 4-8 years tenure is not good as far as I'm concerned. So I'd rather we go back to the parliamentary system of government, so that if your party is doing well, the people will keep voting for you, and if you keep maintaining that majority in the House, you keep producing the Prime Minister. Now, that said, coming to the issue of the coup, it's quite interesting, and I find it curious that our president could personally, like he said, send troops to Benin Republic to go from Lagos there, to go and quell the coup and all of that. And normalcy has been restored in Benin Republic, in Cotonou. So what is holding the president from giving that same order to the Nigerian military to go and rout out the insurgents, the terrorists, the bandits and all of that? What is he waiting for? Or is it a matter of, the North, if you want to destroy yourself, you destroy yourself like...
As a minister, a former Minister of Defense said the bombs will not penetrate the forest, the trees.
Are you serious? A minister said this.
Yes,
but how about footprints?
Okay.
So he was ready to deploy footprints in Benin Republic, but he's not willing to do that in northern part of the country.
There's nothing.
So I'm looking at it. Does it look like the president is like what they do to the south is if you people are interested in killing yourselves, you just go ahead, and they allow the security agents to do anything that they want in the southeast. Does it look like we are getting to a level where the Nigerian state is saying, North is your problem. If you want to solve it, solve it. You see APC, like on the morning show, we will see people blaming the North, asking, look, the North, you are the cause of this terrorism insecurity. Why don't you solve it? Instead of calling the government to action, you say, look, it is the responsibility of the Nigerian state. It is the responsibility of the commander-in-chief to ensure that terrorism ends. Because at some point, between 2011 and 2015, it was the call of the president. They said, look, Mr. President, the buck stops at your table. Nobody was blaming the North. They were blaming Jonathan. So why are we not blaming the president now? Why has it become a northern issue? So, Mr. President, if you were able to send the Nigerian Air Force and foot soldiers to quell the coup in Benin Republic, I expect you to do more in Nigeria, where you hold fort as the president and commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It is a misplaced priority. And talking of the North and insecurity, it is the way they presented it. That is what brought the reaction of some of us. The way they presented the issue of insecurity, the way they presented it.
But Barrister, how did they present it?
the way they were saying that Tinubu should take care of
as a condition for re-election.
So is that how they should talk?
No, does it look like it's everybody in the north that is supporting this insecurity? It's not the political class.
No.
The middle class, they are not supporting it.
No.
They are the receiving end of the stick.
But they are the ones that control the levers of power.
I mean, you mean the middle class?
Of course. The middle and the oligarch. Yes, they are the ones.
No, Barrister, they are not. The middle class.
Is it the Talakawa?
It's the oligarchy now.
Hold on. Is it the Talakawa that brought these terrorists into Nigeria?
Barrister, we are talking about three sets of people: the Talakawas, the middle class, and the oligarchy. Who controls it?
Why would you bring the Talakawas into this?
No, you did now.
Because you are the one that you are trying to cut a flag for them. And
for who? I'm saying, look, it's not everybody in the north that is supporting this terrorism. So when people say, look, Mr. President, if you don't solve this problem, you are not going to get our votes. Because those people are hamstrung. They don't know where else to run to, except to the president, which should be.
They are the ones now, the opinion leaders in the north.
The people that are speaking now are not the opinion leaders. This is the youth now. Are they the opinion
Is that
leaders?
what?
The youth are the one asking.
Oh, then why should they be talking like this?
Why shouldn't they? Because, I mean, their elders have overpowered them. So they are looking up to the president to solve the problem.
They are the part of the problem. In fact, they are the problem because the engine room of this insecurity is the youth. Is the youth
who are recruited by who? Recruited by who?
Is the youth.
Is it the youth that fund it?
Is the youth. So
is it the youth that fund it?
If the problem is coming from them, why are they not shifting it to somebody else? Is the youth. Let them say no.
Well, because the person they are shifted it to someone when it was when he was on the other side.
Anyway,
whatever goes around.
Anyway, what I'm saying in essence is that let nobody be amused with what happened in the Republic of Benin. There are motives behind it, but you and I may not realize it until later. That is when it will manifest. Because I don't see why your house should be on fire.
What's the motive?
You say what?
What's the motive? You're saying
there's
a constitutional change in Nigeria.
No, it's politically motivated. And you will see it later. Because this Macron that came in and all that, you will see. I just pray my ancestors will disappoint me in this my
prophecy.
I just pray. Because this APC, they are capable of anything. This APC, they are capable because they are afraid if they lose the election, the incoming government will come and open up their rump and we'll see what they have done in office. So they wouldn't want to leave.
I'm just wondering, how come it was after the coup was squared that, look, France is now willing to collaborate in Nigeria?
That's what they want.
Because all these while they have stood aloof. Anytime the president visits there, what we get is, memorandum of association on oil exploration and mining and all of that. But at the point, they talked about military collaboration, but they didn't receive that kind of spotlight until after this incident.
Macron himself had to call the president to talk about that. So one is beginning to wonder if it's you do my bidding, I support you. If it's that kind of a thing.
Of course, Tinubu has become their errand boy. Both Donald Trump and Emmanuel Macron. Abi? Yes, now. He's not their errand boy. Yeah, whatever they want.
He's our president.
He's our president, and it's democracy.
Are you serious? This one that America is telling him who to appoint, who to remove, what to do and what not to do. Abi?
Barrister, how do
is
you
it
know?
not part of it?
How do you know?
How do I know what?
It's just collaboration.
Hold on. What? That's not how to collaborate, please.
They are sharing intelligence.
That's not how they are dictating what they want. They are telling you what they want so for them to help you. And you are saying it's collaborating for what? If they have done the right thing, will anybody even interfere in Nigerian affairs? No, please tell me. If you have done the right thing, will anybody? So, as far as I'm concerned, no. In fact, is there even a rumble to the terrorists, the bandits? Because they too are making demand from him now.
Barrister, in international relations, we normally say that the quality of state is just a figment of imagination.
Yes.
In international politics, might is right.
Oh, might is right. Yes, you're right. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't know what is.
So when people flaunt and fly their sovereignty before our faces, they should also understand that.
It's just on paper.
It's just on paper.
It's just on paper. I can't imagine Nigeria trying to measure up with America on world ground. and an economy that is less than 300 billion naira.
But we are number 4 in Africa.
Number what? Yeah. Oh, number 4
in Africa.
So where is number 1, 2, 3?
We used to be number 1.
Oh, I get them before no be property.
We used to be number 1 until
I get them before no be property.
Until we took a nosedive to number 4. We used to be $500 billion economy, but now we are
leave that thing you are telling me now. That one is history. It's history.
Let's move on to
ancient history for that matter.
Let's move on to other headlines here. Well, still from, I think I'll just take headlines from this day, and then we'll move to other papers. France offers help to defeat terrorism. Ribadu meets U.S. congressmen. 100 children released in Niger. Good news, isn't it?
There's nothing good here.
100.
Nothing good here. Mr. Moses, please. I don't want you to... Look, in the first place, should we be kidnapped? Should our children be kidnapped? Okay, where are the kidnappers? Mr. Moses, where are the kidnappers? That is what will make news to me. Where are the kidnappers? They just gave you some of them. Some are still with them. I hope you know.
Barrister, you should praise the efforts of the government.
No, I will not. I will not. Please, I will not.
Securing the release of 100 of those.
I refuse to. No, please. I will not. I mean it. I will not. You swore to protect our life and property. So where were you when they kidnapped us? What is the celebration here? Where were you when they kidnapped us? The very thing you swore to do. You failed on it, and you are telling me now that this medicine after death, I should be clapping for you. Clapping for what? Should we be kidnapped in the first place? And so where are the kidnappers?
Barrister, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
When Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk in the U.S., you know, did it take away something from the capacity of Donald Trump to protect the lives and the property of an average American?
What are you talking about? That was an election period now. They were campaigning now. What is the has Donald
Were
Trump?
they? Charlie Kirk, I mean.
Hold on. Have Donald Trump swore to protect America as at that time?
Yes.
No, he haven't.
Barrister, he had. This thing happened this year, and it's not even up to 6 months.
I said
Charlie Kirk was killed.
It was during...
Barrister, when an American is killed in a shootout, like when somebody goes into a synagogue and opens fire, does it take away the capacity or the ability of Donald Trump to protect Americans?
Hold on. The people that shot any American, did they get away with it?
He was arrested.
Good.
Arrested.
Good. Nobody have done it and got away with it. Nobody
now, we
in
have
America.
School children kidnapped, and the security agencies have rescued 100 of them. And they are still on it.
Hold on, Mr. Okoro, you didn't get me. You just gave me an analogy with America. Tell me that in American soil, some terrorists have been rampaging that place for 15 years. And nobody has been...
But they are working towards...
But they are doing what?
We are working towards...
The one that you got that released some of our children from their den. Where are they? I am asking you. It is when you tell me now that you have neutralized all the kidnappers, that they don't have the capacity to repeat what they have done now. I will listen to you. But they just release some of the children in their custody because apparently you paid money to them, Abi. So when you are now arrange another set of money, they will release the remaining. And then when they have exhausted that money, they will now go and kidnap again. What kind of life is that? Mr. Okoro? Is that what
so you think the government is not making any effort?
With effort. Let the government tell me that there will never be any kidnapping again in Nigeria. I will listen. Because that's what they swore to do. Yes. That's what they swore to do.
Of course, that's the call of Nigerians. Nigerians will want a situation whereby there will not be kidnapping.
I'm telling you.
One too many kidnappings.
Do you know the word? Not all of them will be accounted though. All these people that you know that this one, they were so much in number. That's why there are many that nobody, they will never return back to their home again.
And the fact remains that in some of the kidnappings, some people die. People are killed.
I'm telling you.
And then you release victims.
People without name. Nobody knows them.
They don't hear that, okay, they just disappear. At the kidnappers. So the kidnappers, those they killed, they've killed for nothing.
And no consequence. Nobody is arrested. Nobody is brought to book. Nobody is prosecuted.
They go scot-free.
The little girl called Leah Sharibu, is now in their den. These monsters are molesting her on daily basis because of what? Her faith. Only God knows how many children she would have given birth by now. And that means her destiny is gone. Her future ambition gone. Taken away. Is that not provocative enough?
Right, do you even think she's still alive?
And we understand it. We don't even know exactly. Nobody's hearing about her again. Even when Buhari made a call to the parents and said, I will do everything to bring this girl back. Yet nothing happened there, Mr. Okoro. Just because of her faith. Something that can cause war in another country.
Right.
But we kept quiet.
Okay, let's move on to another conversation now. From The Guardian, these are the headlines. Some of the window headlines. Quebec exposes poorly performing MDAs. Sorry, before we move on, Comrade Destiny, would you like to react to the conversation? Go ahead.
Mr. Moses, yeah, I'm still here. I'm just... I am a little bit not very comfortable with the situation of things. Not because... Well, let me leave it. Let me just leave it there. You see, the issue is this, which is very simple. I think the barrister said something just now that he prays that his ancestors will disappoint him, and that is our own here in Edo. You know, at the time they said it was the ancestor that brought our governor, but as it is now, it's like our ancestors here have disappointed us, the citizens of Edo State. Let me go to the issue at hand. You see, just as the barrister said, what has happened in Benin is a result of, a political, issue, trying to amend the constitution to benefit him. And now, our president swiftly went to assist. And Nigerians are not asking the basic questions. We are not speaking enough as a people. We are dying in droves. People are being kidnapped in their houses. In Edo here, in Ishan, the community that hosts our state university. Last week here, 3 students, if I'm not mistaken, or in LDG, they were being removed from their houses. 3 by bandits. In the community very close to us, one of your reporters, Iyowa, close to Oluku. They kidnap almost every 2 days. Just one of the checkpoints, an army inspector was killed very close to Unibe. At the checkpoint, he was killed and the gun taken from him in the watchful eyes of his colleagues. And you tell me that all is well with us. And if I say, and people will say, why am I talking that way? And here you are. You went to Benin because, ECOWAS is all about the interests of the heads of government. Just as local government chairman forming an association. It's not for the interest of the local government. It is for the interest of themselves. So he went to assist one of his comrades in that. I said I tried to be very careful this morning. One of the comrades at running the various countries. You can see how our heads of government have underdeveloped our country. They have underdeveloped. This is no longer according to what I wrote me, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. This is how our president, heads of government have underdeveloped our countries. We just look around us, look at West Africa, look at Africa. What is working for us as a people? Just ask me. Let's ask ourselves the basic questions. From the inception, we move from parliamentary at independence to presidential. Parliamentary is working with our colonial masters and other likes. Presidential is working in US perfectly. But here we have embraced the two, still not working. And where are we going from here? And some of us are saying that we should develop the one that works for us. To me, the one that works for us, you ask me as a person, I think the military is the one that will work for us. That's why I'm not comfortable with what happened in Benin Republic, that the president went to assist. I'm not happy. If they want to let them come and arrest me. That is because I'm a student of history. I have a strayed since the inception of Nigeria, since independence, till very just now. The achievement that we have achieved in terms of security and development, it is during the khaki. I stand to be corrected, and I stand to be challenged on that. I'm open for a discussion. Just look at it. what we have achieved as a people. It's very just now. We've had security. We have security. Someone said that if insecurity lasts for over 24 hours, you know that government has done it. That's why I have said it before, that the present banditry or terrorism or terrorists that have found their way into our political lexicon, it is a result of this APC as a party, and then now they are the aim of affairs. You can't. There are facts. Not too long ago, someone exposed a sitting of perhaps the former governor, I think of Sanfara, I don't know, that while he was a city governor, he, engineer, gave money to bandits to go coerce, to go force the people to vote for his party in the election. And we've only heard not too long ago that some governors are putting, they are setting amounts in their budget meant for terrorists in their federal states. And in this country too, the former governor of Borno, who's now the number 2 man of this country, at the time, a well-known terrorist was discovered in his lodge. And the people want to say that this government and this party, with utmost humility, Nigerians, see, a closed mouth is a closed destiny. We must all rise. If we fail to make sacrifice now, that which we fail to make sacrifice might be the sacrifice tomorrow. We must speak out. We must speak out because a stitch in time saves nine.
Saves nine.
And we must speak out.
We must speak out, and speaking out has landed some people in trouble. That just leads us to...
Let me say this, sir. Mr. Moses. Let me say this, Mr. Moses. Let me say this, Mr. Moses. It is better to die as a great man rather to die as a chicken.
Okay.
That's what my grandfather told me. It is better to die as a great man rather to die as a chicken. What am I trying to say? You see, there is a saying in my very original language. I heard say a dead boy in Yankee. If we say you are living, but you are a moving corpse. Is that life? We are always afraid of life. It is even there in the Bible. He said you overprotect your life, as you protect your life on body. He said you will lose it. You will lose it. It's there in the Bible. I'm not a Bible teacher. I'm not even a worker in my church, but it's there. For those of you that are close to the pulpit, you know exactly what I'm saying.
Even Shakespeare.
To protect your life.
That's how that many times.
You will lose it.
Well, there's another saying that careful dies, reckless survives. Oh, well, it takes me to this next story. That was why I made the statement I made. Some people have spoken up and it has landed them in trouble. The next story is from the Punch newspaper. It's the bottom strip there. Anambra prison inmate wins International Whistleblower Award. Now, I'd like to permit me to read a little into this story so we get a good perspective of what we're talking about. Now, on December 3, 2025, the international organization Blueprint for Free Speech announced the winners of its whistleblowing prize, which celebrates individuals exposing corruption and human rights abuses. And among the awardees was Nnamdi Eme, a young man who has spent almost 3 years in the correctional center in Anambra State for alleged whistleblowing. Now, the 2025 awards marked the 8th edition of the Global Recognition Program. Now, this is the meat of the story. While others collected their awards on stage, Eme, who is remanded at the Anambra Correctional Center despite having been granted bail by the court. Eme's ordeal began during his National Youth Service Corps year in 2022, when he was posted as an IT consultant to the Anambra Rapid Response Squad, where he was tasked with helping the police track criminals using technology. In February 2023, a popular blog, Gist Lover, published allegations against Anambra police officer Patrick Agbazue, accusing him of kidnapping, extortion, killing, and even harvesting organs. The report further claimed that Agbazue transferred the bodies of those who died in custody to New World Mortuary in Inteje, Anambra. Following the allegations, the Police Service Commission launched an investigation and took Agbazue into custody for claims of torture, illegal detention, and other abuses, before then transferring him to Abuja for further questioning. And then, Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba also set up a panel to probe the claims. And after the leak, Eme's identity was revealed on social media as the source of the information, prompting him to flee to Benin Republic. He was arrested in March 2023 on an Interpol red notice and returned to Nigeria. The police subsequently filed 12 charges against him, including illegal possession of firearms, money laundering, defamation, hacking into the account of Chibike Martin Sekweme, and transferring 47 million naira from the account to another. And for this, he's been remanded in detention. But a court has asked that he be set free, but he's still remanded 3 years after. And then he's receiving an award from prison, of course, you know, for free speech. What's your reaction?
Look,
this is shocking.
Yes,
it is.
That will tell you that there's no free speech. The free
Now we don't even know the situation of Agbazwe,
this is
the
just
policeman.
The policeman at the center of the drama.
This is one out of many people that is unheard of. That means there are many people that have remained incommunicado. You know, they just pick them and, you know, no phone call, nothing. They just keep them in the cooler, just like that. This is what is going on under this administration.
He's been granted bail.
Even when they called to say, leave this man, they still kept him because he exposed what is going on. So that is where we are. I said, if they should go around the whole country and open up all the police dungeons, you will hear stories that will shock you. I'm telling you, stories that will shock you. People that have remained incommunicado for years. At times, their parents and their loved ones would have forgotten about them because no means of communication, nothing. No means of communication. That's what they are doing here. And you want this country to move forward.
Chuguma, you want to say something?
No, I mean, I'm still in shock, you know, but I would love to find out, you know, because they also accuse him of transferring 47 million naira. So are they keeping him?
If that is justified, do you think the courts will grant him bail?
Yes, of course, the court will grant him bail. Because he has to come out and look for how to pay the money. Now, he's not going to pay the money himself in jail. So I want to find out, is it because he's squealed on the police authorities, or is it because he is alleged to have transferred 47 million naira as an IT
and owning a gun and all
of that, you know? So looks like it's not just there because of whistleblowing. I think there are other reasons why they are.
Or could it be that these allegations were just pinned on him to ensure that he's kept behind bars?
Then his lawyers, or doesn't he have lawyers? There are some lawyers that also do pro bono. You be able to tell his lawyer. It speaks to how our criminal justice system, how it is administered and all of that.
Bail has been granted, but he's still there.
He's still there. That is the problem. So
3 years running.
3 years running.
Except you ask for pro bonus, nobody will give it to you.
No, but there's no way he shouldn't have asked by now. Core member, you know, because he went there as a core member.
Most people don't even know that such a thing exists. I'm not joking.
Other inmates will have advised him.
Other inmates that are still inside the place, Abi?
They are also going to court.
Okay, so his lawyer. Okay, so in 2023, Justice F.O. Riemann granted MA bail in the sum of 50 million naira, with two sureties of like sum, requiring landed property within the jurisdiction and proof of 3 years tax payment. Nnamdi's counsel, Justice Ijoma, told the correspondent of this paper on Sunday that both the police and court officials tried to frustrate the process of perfecting the bail. He explained that the authorities even requested a new set of sureties without explanation. He said, when we wanted to perfect the bill, one of the things we noticed was that Nnamdi's passport was in the custody of the police in Abuja, and part of the conditions to deposit the passport with the registrar of the court, part of the condition was to deposit. So we told the court to expunge the part of that condition or order the police to release the passport. So the police released the passport at the order of the court, Ijoma said. while we were trying to perfect the bill, the hearing commenced, and in the process, Justice Riemann passed away, and the hearing was stalled. While still trying to perfect the bill, we noticed that the Deputy Chief Registrar of the court apparently became a stumbling block for us to perfect the bill. And this made me write a petition against her at the Federal High Court. It was at that point that I left the case, and a learned senior advocate took over. Yeah. So it's been from one problem to another.
Oh God, I mean, it's complicated.
Endless
it's been from one problem to another for the young man. Comrade Destiny and Abulele, you want to react to this one? By the way, there's an issue that happened some weeks back. You and I were talking about it the other day, where one aide to the governor slapped a journalist working for the Edo Broadcasting Service, and I understand that the executive director of Edo Broadcasting Service is on the matter to ensure that this individual, is made to pay for the assault. Anyway, what's your reaction to that, and this and that, and the expression really?
Mr. Moses, you want to make me to the Edo State now is like a case study in the lives of all Nigerians, because we are always on the news for the wrong reasons. If you look for the past 1 year, Edo State has always been on the news for the wrong reasons. That is the gospel truth.
Well, the governor is doing some good things too. I mean,
I don't know. I can't. I'm not blind.
You don't support the governor, so I understand.
No. You see, Mr. Moses, I'm a realist. I must be very frank. I don't allow my political inclination to cloud my sense of cognitive reasoning. That is me for you. If he's doing well, I will tell you that he's doing well. Edo State, if you go back to history, has the finest road network in the whole of West Africa. So for me, that's why some of us have said over time that we don't need flyover. We don't need flyover, because if we maintain the roads within the city center and outside the city center, there will be no.
Comrade Destiny, are you not indirectly indicting the administration of Obaseki, the PDP, for 8 years who couldn't maintain those roads? And do you expect Okwebolo to do all of that in just 1 year?
Mr. Okoro, I am not saying that the roads are very bad. What I'm saying, government is continuing. What you guys are enjoying in Lagos State is because over time the succession has been from same political lineage, from Asiwaju to Fashola to Ambode, and now we now have our friend with baggy trouser. So for us, that's why you see there is a succession plan. But here, this with utmost humility, the man that just came in he has abandoned, not even abandoned, the project, the very good project that he has made. He's collapsing them. You have heard about the MOA, this thing and everything, the Osiomo and the likes. That is my point. I'm not saying, you see, let's not be sincere, my brother. This money we are talking about, the money does not belong to Obaseki, neither does it belong to Okpebolo. It is our collective money, our collective patrimony. So he's doing it. If, for instance, Okoro stop and Destiny is here, I should endeavor to look at some of the fine projects that are people-oriented. I will continue that line, at least give some credit to him, and I could continue my own. But today, whatever Lagos is enjoying is point to Tinubu, even while he has left over how many years ago. So that is the point we are saying. You see, at times when we allow our political inclination because our sense of fair judgment, we will not find ourselves in this quagmire we currently have in Edo State. For me, I'm not blaming the government. The government is a fine gentleman with utmost humility. So he is just a willing tool. He's a willing tool with utmost humility. I don't want to go beyond that because he's a fine gentleman. Because I have heard people that are before now close to him to say he's a man that is very quiet and all of that. But when you find yourself in a situation where you cannot say no, you will become an object of arrows, an object of ridicule. I have not been in that position. I haven't been living in the civil society and I find myself at the shadow of leadership, not just the shadow of leadership, presiding the whole local government. Here you have someone that brought me, that wanted for his own interest, used me for his own. It's not that I was a little bit meticulous. Perhaps by now I'll have enemy across the left, right, center. So for me, I am using this opportunity to admonish him this morning to have to pause a little and ponder when he's being called to do certain dirty policies and programs. So it's okay, let him reflect on it and perhaps consult someone that is not within the political space to advise him better. That's my point this morning. So for me, let me go back to the issue of one of his associates. He's one of his associates with utmost humility. You can see the likes of the governor we have having such a person that you have denigrated to have slapping a married woman, a woman, and a staff of a government establishment in government house. You are not getting it. A woman, a married woman, an establishment of the government, and she was being slapped in government house, where you have the governor. My brother, that is impunity. But now, you should have been behind bars of being remanded. But where you are, they are above the law. That's why you are the average Edo citizen, and they not live in fear. They are either in Lagos, in Warri, in Asaba, in Abuja, you can afford it. Because they are afraid. The majority of those that speak the truth to this government, they no longer go to functions, not to be attacked. That is where we find ourselves in the state. That is why, for me, I'm calling for the PDP, ADC, and the like SDP to form a formidable force. Let all of them bury their pride and their interest.
All right, then.
Let them have a very holistic, engagement and come up with a very formidable.
We're absolutely out of time.
Policies that will win the people to their side.
Thank you very much.
So,
thank you very much
the
for your
second question,
contribution.
sir.
No more response to any questions. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. We are out of time for this conversation. Sports is coming up next. Very big thank you to you for your contribution. Thank you also to Barrister Darlington Agomo here and to Chukwuma Okoro, who is also an analyst on this show. Well, Chukwuma comes back, he puts on this toga and then puts on another one. So here he's an analyst, and then later this evening he'll be a presenter, a host. So he comes up later at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
And I will be joined by Barrister Darlington sitting right here. We'll return at 6 o'clock and we'll first of all travel to Benin Republic. When we come back, we'll go to River State. And from River State, we'll go to the north and talk about Nigerian politics. Join us then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Yes, of course, promises to be interesting. And we have a lineup of interesting programs all the way between now and then, and even beyond. So keep it locked right here on VOP Television. Sports comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500 hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
My name is Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Yes, many people usually used to think Nigeria is a confused country. Many people feel like Nigerians don't know what they want. Many people feel like Nigeria, when it feels like everything is happening to be good, one thing just come up and pick up a distraction. That's how people feel, and that's how some people say Nigeria. Sometimes, the way Nigerians have been seen, or the way the country is seen, rather, they cost it. That's the word. Should I use the word we cost it? So, it's just one of those things. I don't know, we're just looking to Nigeria case and you say, this one is going well, this one is going well. Looking at everything, the way it's going right now, the border sector, the educational aspect, the economy, the sports world, everything is looking disrupted right now. It doesn't feel like everything is just so good. But let's talk about the Nations Cup coming up. How prepared is Nigeria? That's the question. First of all, Because right now we learned the news that says our preparation for the AFCON 2025 have taken another expected turn after Egypt confirmed that their friendly game against the Super Eagles has been shifted to 16 December. Now, I like to say this. The fixture originally penciled for 14 December, it was later forced into a new window following the FIFA latest release guidelines, and that's for international duty. That update meant African players will not be available to their national team until 15 December, leaving both camps unable to assemble full squad aim for that earlier date. Now, tell this, the Egyptian Football Association, through Vice President Khalid El Darad Ali, acknowledged that the late change and indicated that the shift was inevitable once the new directive landed. Egypt has already begun camp and we're preparing for this very big game, like a friendly match, preparing Mohamed Salah, Omar Mamouche, and several other players to make sure they get it all right. But Eric Chell, leading men, are also in the news. Super Eagles forced into a new AFCON build-up. Now, I like to say this, and let me put it clear. If Eric Chell has not found his first 11, talking about the Super Eagles coach, because on the show today, we will tell you some reasons, some things behind, like the unspoken truth, that's the word, why it's looking like the Super Eagles are unprepared for this tournament. The NFF now has moved the start of camp to 14 December, leaving Eric Chell with a drastically shortened runaway before the tournament begins. Even the venue of the Egypt match is still uncertain, with Cairo no longer practically the place and Morocco emerging as a likely alternative. Now, let's say this. The setback comes as a difficult moment. Looking at the way the Super Eagles are, we have Ola Aina is injured, Benjamin Felix is injured, Argo Felix is also having limited time play, and Chell's option, while Williams Ekong, is also not in the news anymore. He retired on Thursday, and that's a removal of a major leadership presence in that squad. So the coach must now do what? Cut his 55-man provisional list to 28. How can you cut a 55-man list? This is where I saw the unorganization of Nigerian football. For me, if you ask me, how do you go from here? We've seen other teams having their list out, provisional team list, and we are still having 55-man. I think it's till Thursday. That's like the deadline. But the way it's looking, if you happen to be a Nigerian coach and you have quality players, you have a lot of players expected to be in camp. So what will be the criteria for selection for cutting down to 28-man list? That is looking unacceptable for me. Now, it's looking like the league or the what's it called, the paperwork or the list of players must go through a phase. Sometimes we put ourselves to blame. Sometimes those coaches allow themselves to be used. I understand that the NFF gave you this job. I understand that you have to, follow suit. But regardless, this happens when you're negotiating your contract. You cannot come up and begin to tell us you have a 55-man squad and you are yet up to date to trim it. What are you checking? What is the basis of selection? What are you looking out for? How do you make your team the best team? We have to contest in the Group C. We have Tunisia, we have Uganda, we have Tanzania. And all of these teams are aiming to claim the trophy. But for Nigeria, the last time we won the Nations Cup was back in 2013. And that is how many years and counting up to date. 3-time African champion. Who is going to make it for Nigeria? It's a big talk. And I want to say Eric Chell needs to go back to the drawing board, if there's a word like drawing board, if he will listen. Make sure everything happens to be all right. Decide what you want for your team. Don't let people put into your affairs. You know why? When you fail tomorrow, they would also let you go. Yes, truth be told, they got you on the job. Now, I must say, even before the Super Eagles coach got on that job, he knew personally that this wouldn't be rosy. He knows beforehand. Because we have the body that governs the game, that controls you. They want to tell you what to do. Now, how do you give me a job and you believe in me and you tell me, go and do this job, and at the end of the day, trying to tell me to do the job, you are also trying to control me. So when I fail, we fail together. So why not give me the space, the attention, allow me to do my job, so when I fail, you can lay me off and I'll take the body myself. That's what they're not allowing this man to do. They should allow Eric Chell, because left for me, when I look into the last Nations Cup, Ivory Coast, I knew how Eric Chell was able to trim his squad. I know that Mali squad. I know them well from onset. He was able to make sure he got the right selection at the right time, even before the FIFA released a statement. But why is Eric Chell, the Franco-Malian, delaying? Why are we seeing this time delay? And that's how shameful our sport has gone drastically down every day, the pecking order. I told you last week he was owed 2 months salary. That's the coach you want to perform magic tomorrow to win the Nations Cup in Morocco. It doesn't work like that. We think we can just go to Morocco and just win it. If you ask me, I'll tell you, if Super Eagles can win the Nations Cup, I want to sound for the masses. I believe we will forgive them for not making it to the World Cup. We just have to forgive them. Because if you look at it from the under 15, 16, 17, everything is going down. Our football is in shambles. Our sports is going down the drain. These people governing this game know nothing about this. If you want to make an argument, you can. But right now, what is your yardstick? What basis do you hold up to a high esteem? They are not making sure everything is going well. Our sports is dying. Was it against Ivory Coast under 15? First half, 4-1. Millions of Nigerians. Talent out. See, we're not looking for talent. We have the talent. Do we have the capability, the capable hands to nurture these ones, to get into the right place? We don't have it. Even when they have it, even when they know they can do it, they just cut you off. You must know someone to know someone before you get to someone. It doesn't work. So talent is not enough anymore. So why is the list, why is it taking time? Okay, no, forget that. Yes, I'm the presenter, right? You just want to talk. Let's be factual. The Nations Cup is coming 21 December, right? Up to date, we're still having a 55-man squad. The coach is waiting for deadline day, who knows? Now, people are beginning to say that list is going through a phase. Do you get it? The list is not just about the coach now. It's going through a phase. Because we know in the LFF, there's always this, let me get my boys, my slots, our slots. It's my time. He's my boy. He's my this. He's my that. Play him. Do him. You tell the coach what to do. Where is this done? See, the way we are doing our football, our sport. I don't like to just say football because when I look into everything has to do with sports in this country, Nigeria, is going down the drain every day, and it's not looking good to be talked about. Because if you ask me, I'll tell you that many of these things are looking wrong. If you look at the way Nigerian football is now, it's like a teleprompter that does not show anymore. That's what it looks like. The directors will understand. It's just like a teleprompter that doesn't show well. That's what the federation looks like. These people, they are more like, I don't know, the word is they are so joint that they look unbroken. Some federations, when things like this happen, that we miss at the World Cup, we missed 2022, we're missing 2025, what you will see is people coming out to say, we're not doing anymore. We will resign. Integrity will take place. We will respect them. Do you know why I respect Ekong? The ovation is high. He has retired from the national team. So the ovation is high. So you leave when the ovation seems to be high. Now, this federation, this body, that just know about them, I talked about them now. You see what about 1 billion naira that was given to them the last time? They went to Morocco. You know what they did. We saw them in that, after Cape Verde game, we won the game. We've not played Congo yet. They rush. They do phone, like video. Make videos. We all saw them now. And you want to know how they went? You want to know how they went? Private jet. Now, aside the private jet, you have a coach you've not paid up till date. See, everything is not looking like I said before. Afis, the producer, will understand. Because I say it and I'll say it again, the Nigerian football looks like a prompter that is off and not showing anymore. That's how it is at this point in time. Because we want to make it to the World Cup, we failed. Now the Nations Cup is next. What are we prepared? Are we good to go? Are we ready to take it by storm? Can we make it the fourth time? The last time we won the Nations Cup was a man who is late today. Stephen Keshi Okechukwu, you know him. He won as a player and as a coach. So if you look at Nigerian football sector, you begin to see that everything is not doing right. It's not going on well. The sector, just look at everything. Well, you want to know the reason why it was Ekong retired, the captain of the national team. Now, can you imagine, have you ever thought about it, how Ekong left the national team? How can a coach make some changes during the game, and we felt like he's going to bring in the man who's a good penalty taker? He didn't do it. But Ekong left. He said a lot of words, emotional words. But he will be on the show, will be telling us the reason why it was Ekong left the national team. Even when the Benjamin Frederick, the guy who's placed him on the bench, is not playing, he's injured, and Ekong still said, I'm done. We're going to quick break. When we return, the show continues. I thought they should have known better. Yes, so welcome back. Yes, let's talk about Alex Iwobi and the reason why the Super Eagles, the skipper retired some days back. Alex Iwobi has revealed why team captain Ekong unexpectedly retired from the Nigerian national team. Iwobi said the defender was no longer playing as he would have wanted to play for his country. Ahead of the AFCON 2025 coming up, Ekong on Thursday announced he was leaving the Super Eagles despite his name being included in the provisional squad for the tournament in Morocco. Now, Ekong had already played 83 games in the honor and the color of Nigeria and expected him to lead the team to this very phase. We thought, personally, I was thinking this would be his last AFCON, but Iwobi told reports that the defender's exit has created a huge vacuum in the team, even though he had not featured regularly lately. Now, according to Iwobi, he said, of course, towards the end of the Nigerian career, talk about Ekong, he wasn't playing as much as probably he would have liked. He added that the team will miss the leadership style of Ekong and the way he brought them together as one family. So he will be very missed in the team. He was a big leader, according to Iwobi, and he said, I'm sure we have the leaders that can follow his footsteps, but we all wish him so well. Now, a captain of the team, let's be factual, let's be sincere with ourselves. The captain of the team has retired. He retired on Thursday. So Ekong said some things. Now, one of the words I'll pick from Ekong, he said, every day I get calls from young players, young talent, telling me they want to play for the national team. He said he thought within himself he needs to leave. He needs to retire. So this is like the professional talk. We are not talking about the team behind the scene now. This is like the true one. He said, no, the behind the scene is not wrong. But let's talk about what he told us, first of all. Now, Ekong is saying that I needed to leave because we have other players who can replace me and who can be perfect for the team. Now, if you follow Ekong's story very well, you understand that during this time in the national team, by the end of his career, there was this Benjamin Frederick who was playing ahead of him. And as if that was not enough, I think Ekong believed that he has lost it with the coach. Now, we saw the Congo game that went to a penalty phase. I, for one, felt that why would you make a change and you're not bringing in Ekong when the game was headed to penalty? So, Eric Chell made some changes. It's more like the Salah case. Ekong now knows that he has lost it with the coach, not the fans this time. The fans can also yell. They can also say a lot. But I'm talking about the player who will need his leadership quality. I'm talking about the player who won silverware for himself. I'm talking about the player who also won the best player of the tournament in Ivory Coast, the last Nations Cup. So we know him. Africa knows him. He's not just a mere player. He's Trust Ekong, the captain of the team. But now he has said, I'm done playing. And we look into the national team. There's a captain band chase. Who will be the captain? Who will be the captain? If there's anything you should love about Ekong, it's the leadership quality that he has. He possesses a lot of leadership quality. Now look at that team. Who would be our next captain? So let's talk and take it through to the next one, because on social media we've seen it. Now Nigerian fans are reacting and they are saying they want Victor Osimhen to replace Ekong as Eagles captain. We have to be logical before we make some changes. We have to be logical. It's not about who is better. It's not about who is good. It's about the man that has the quality, the intelligence, the football methodology that can read the game, not just as reading the game in the pitch, on and off the pitch, and that has that leadership quality in all. So Nigerian footballers knows this game. The Nigerian football fans have also called on Victor Osimhen to be named Super Eagles captain following Ekong's retirement from the national game, with many citing, that's for national team rather, so many are citing the leadership quality, and it's crucial for Osimhen to influence the team. Like I already told you, 2023 African Player of the Year, Ekong also scored the brace in Osimhen scored the brace in Galatasaray game as they won that game 3-2 against Samsunspor, and that's maintaining their push in the Turkish league. But following Ekong's retirement announcement on Thursday, several fans and analysts took to social media to advocate for Osimhen's appointment as the new captain. What is the yardstick? Popular sports journalist Adekola Toby Samuel also wrote, after the AFCON in Morocco, a few members of this team will retire. No doubt, we know. And he gave an advice to the NFF. He said, we must start afresh after the AFCON and build a winning squad for the 2027 AFCON. The decision to start afresh And the rebuilding process should start with Victor Osimhen being named as captain in Morocco. So it's not just about social media. Some sports enthusiasts are also wanting Osimhen to lead the team. Another one is Fisayo Dairo. He also said, another football enthusiast, he said, thanks to the memories of Trus Ekong, you left us and we really understand. You left us without playing the penalty against Congo. Your leadership is needed most time, but good time to leave, and it's the right time without feeding ovation, turning to contempt. He said, I'm so happy that Ekong retired, and I hope the NFF act well for once and announce Osimhen as the next captain. Now, who would be Nigeria's next captain? People need to understand who a captain is. Being a captain doesn't mean you have to be the best player. Being a captain doesn't mean you have to be the one to score all the goals. Being a captain this time in the recent football doesn't mean you have to be the oldest. Understand this. Now, we've seen a lot of key players, club sides, national team-wise, becoming captains of their side. Because sometimes best players can be captains. We've seen that oftentimes. But recently, the game says you must have that quality. It's something you attain, something that you need to, it's like a trait within yourself. Now, does Osimhen have that captaincy leadership from? If you ask me, Osimhen can be the captain for any time, but not now. Not now. Osimhen has that motivation. He's hungry to score. He wants the team to be, elevated. He wants the best for Nigerian football. But I don't accept. That's my opinion. I don't want to believe Osimhen should lead Nigeria to the AFCON as a captain. No. If you want to place someone on that job, you should place someone who has been on the job, who has tested it before. Now, who are players on the line? Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi, and then Victor Osimhen. Now, Victor Osimhen has less cap than the rest of them. Ndidi 2015 as well, Iwobi 2015 as well. They made their debut in Nigeria for Super Eagles. But if you ask me, I'll tell you, leave this captaincy for the man who is on the job, officially as assistant. So we don't break the national team, because now this is looking like a distraction within the Nigerian build-up and the setup. Why do you want to take up the captain, or take off the captain rather, from Wilfred Ndidi? Originally, since Musa left, even though he's not come out to say originally that he's done playing, it's been Ekong leading the line. So whenever I see Ekong as a captain on the bench, it takes me back to 1994, where we had what's his name? The man who's late, Stephen Keshi, yes. We had Stephen Keshi, it skipped my mind all the time. Now we have Stephen Keshi as the captain of the team. He wasn't the starter. He wasn't getting started. Not because he wasn't good enough, but because he was injured. But the coach, the governor, the Dodgerian, Westerhoff, said, no, we can't have this man injured and we'll drop him. So I just would say, if everything has gone so well, if the NFF has handled this issue, because it did not handle it well, Ekong should have not retired now. Regardless of starting or not, it's about the quality he possesses in the team. Now, not just about the gameplay, the backroom staff, those behind the scene. Do you realize that sometimes, okay, why were we making a move? They said, Osimhen, make a move, travel with the players, because we know what it takes for you to be behind the scene. Now, Ekong will have to watch as a spectator if he wants to be in Morocco, because I think they will make a list away for him. But aside that, he's no longer in the team. He has retired. He has left the national team. So, did he live well? Yes. Ovation is high. Okay, but I don't like the part, even where it feels like the boy or the young man who is trained, who was putting him on the bench, had an injury and would not be part of this one. And Ekong still said, I'm done here. There is so much about Ekong's retirement that we know. There is so much inside of his retirement that we know. But I don't know if it's about him, born in the Dutch side, in the Dutch land. I don't know if it's about his thinking acumen. I don't know if it's about his family, if it's his wife, if his dad talking to him. We don't know, but all we know we can say is that we don't have that Ekong as our captain anymore. So if we give it to Victor Osimhen, it will not be bad. But have you ever seen Osimhen commanding that qualities of a captain? Why not him start from being assistant to Ndidi? Why not? Iwobi is in that team. And I also have this fear that Iwobi also will retire after the Nations Cup. I just have that fear. Now, majority of this set of boys, this team now, they are quite old. So possibly this might be their last AFCON. Less leadership quality. Few players might join for the next one. But if you ask me, we need to be very careful so we don't shatter that team. I believe and I know if Ekong had not retired, I'm so sure, very certain, he would have made the 28-man list for Eric Chell. I'm very certain, because we need his qualities. We need his backroom talks. We need all of those things. Not letting him go. So he has said to the media, he sounds happy. It's more like he's bitter in the heart, but not happy on the outside, or look happy on the outside, but bitter inside. That's how I feel Ekong is at this point in time. So we're not going to see Ekong as the captain. But why is this a debate? Why are they asking questions who should be? Why is the fans glamoring for Osimhen to be the captain? This same set of fans would hit him so hard if he fails to do well at the next AFCON in Morocco. Just how many days counting? So if you look at Nigeria's setup, you begin to see there's a lot of disruption, a lot of mouth waggling, eyebrows being raised. We need to own this one. And it starts from Eric Chell. If that team will break tomorrow, Eric Chell will be the one to break it. If the team will start up tomorrow very well, Eric Chell is still the one to do this job. He needs to put things in place. He needs to make sure that everything looks all right. He needs to understand how to manage that team. This is not a small Super Eagles squad. This is a quality team. I cannot believe that this set of boys would not win a major trophy for themselves. I can't believe it. With all of the qualities that we possess, look at the value of these players. The last AFCON, we had the highest value. Super Eagles, check it out. Do your Google research. Find out well. The last AFCON in Ivory Coast, we had the highest valuation of players. No one came close. No player, no team, not even the Senegalese, not even the Moroccan side. But look at the way teams are prepared up till date. Looking at the calendar, looking at the time frame and the time constraint, we still have not picked our team. 55-man squad. What is Eric Chell waiting for? Eric Chell keep on putting pressure on himself. And I bet you, if he loses out to the Nations Cup, he was going to leave. He will go. He will be fired. And that's how I think it should be. Because I've never faulted Eric Chell. I've never faulted Eric Chell. I've always respected Eric Chell. Eric Chell has never been that fantastic for me. But because of I know he knows the African football, benefit of the doubt to not be wrong. Because I know that the Nigerian football sector have failed us, then let's manage what we have. Make do what we have. This man you have on your screen is not the reason why we did not make it to the World Cup. How many? See, he had a very short time. Now, in that short time, that's what I'm still saying. For players to return 14 December and 15 is at the detriment of the nation. It's a good news for teams that are so organized, not for Nigeria. A team that's not found its first 11. A team that's still trying to get its game. A team that's trying to win small teams. They will not have to come on the 15th of December because they have to play club games. People have given them ultimatum. We cannot go the other way. But it's a pressure. Someone said if Nigeria make it out from the group stage, you should be able to thank God. I'm like, because see, what we saw at the World Cup qualifiers is scary. Let me just give a reminder again, that group C. We had Lesotho. We had Zimbabwe. We had the South African side. We had Benin Republic. We had Rwanda. Look at the kind of teams. No disrespect to them though, but look at the kind of teams that we cannot overshadow. Now we are in the AFCON in Morocco. Iguavo did well, no doubt on that part. Now we have Tunisia. Tunisia is a very big side. African football, we know them. They hosted 94. We know the story. We know how good they can be. On a very good day, the North Africans, better word, are possessing African football. We know. Okay, let me keep them aside. Uganda, Tanzania, they might be small. It wasn't long that the Sudanese beat our Chad team. So if you come out and tell me there are minnows in the game, I will not agree with you. Because this set of Nigerian boys cannot win Comoros. I'm telling you the truth. We cannot, because on a very good day, you don't want to compare. There's no comparison with Nigeria. And all of these teams, they're like small teams to compare to Nigeria. But now, no one is scared of the Super Eagles anymore. No fear. Bring them on, let's play the game. Bring them on, let's play the game. Everybody wants to play against Nigeria. It's more like it's not about the quality. Because one man cannot make it. Osimhen is good. I talked about it against Congo. We were playing like we want the penalty. We're not even good on the penalty shooting, the takes. Nwabali was fantastic on the saves, but what about the players? Now, it boils down to this set of boys again. Sometimes when I look at the team, I feel like they need to just start afresh. But this is not time to start afresh. This is the time to get focused and go to Morocco and make millions of Nigerians forgive you. The players have a job to do. The coach have a job to do. But also, the federation, the body that governs the game, let them do what they want to do. Don't control this coach. Let this gaffer decide who starts, who plays, who stays on the bench, how he wants it, his formation. Let the blame be pointed on Eric Chell. Allow him, give him the free hands. Someone might be like, do you have a proof that he doesn't have a free hands? We can see. Okay, look at Pesero, the last Nations Cup. Did you see it? We got to the final, we lost it. His start lineup, or his starts from the group stage, was not the same squad in the final. Chukwueze started in the final, if you followed the game very well. It was more like, play this boy, play this boy. If you give this man, you see, the job has been given to him. He was given the job because they believe in him. Why not allow him do what he wants for himself? But what less to say about the Super Eagles? We wish them all of the best, and let's see how it plans out. But once the time is right, we'll give you all of the updates. Once the list is out, we'll tell you so you can follow up on the show and then know how many of the players that you love made the list from Eric Chell's side. But quickly, let's talk about something else and give respect to Lionel Messi. He's a champion, and he has done it again this time around. For every time he goes somewhere, he achieves a lot, and he's now the most decorated player in the world of football, just surpassing Dani Alves. Messi also awarded the 2025 MLS Cup Most Valuable Player. You have on your screen, we have a run-through. MLS champion Inter Miami. That's a record for Messi, and that's a day of history. He has made out with the set. Jordi Alba, Suarez, Messi, all of this quality team they've got in that now. Now look at this. 23 League Cups, 24 Supporters Shield, and then 25 MLS Cup. Good business for David Beckham, and he has done so well. Now also you look at this. What a picture you can have. You see David Beckham so happy, and that's a businessman. Now let's talk about David Beckham in his business. How far he has done. We have to show you on the screen so you can see that people that sees the game as a business understand this well, and they make it all right. David Beckham bought a franchise. That's 2014 or thereabout. 2014 or so, yes. 2014 he bought a franchise, and look how much he has invested, and look how much he has made. They got Messi signed in 2023. That's a record. I go with this. Don't worry. I tell you. Now you look at the MLS squad. Let me tell you, so you can see that someone has seen this as a business. I tell you. Now decoration-wise, Messi has got 48 trophies for himself. Messi has got a lot of trophy in his name. Dani Alves has got 43. Jose Macho has got 39. Marquinhos has got 38. Sergio Busquets has got, I think he's got 38 as well. Now, for the business aspect, let me tell you, one reason why you should respect people that sees the game as a business, not like the Nigerian Football Federation, that don't understand how this game is being done. Now, David Beckham, he triggered his $25 million, his clause to secure an MLS expansion, and that was a franchise in 2014. Now, guess what? They went on to be having their team approval, and that was back in 2018. $1 billion Miami Freedom Park approved in 2019. Also, Messi joined in 2023. The club reached a valuation of $1 billion in 2025. And they've won the MLS Cup in 2025. This is absolutely a good business, very good business for, this said man, and that's about David Beckham. So the most valuable player, you must respect Messi. Some say he's the GOAT, some say he's the greatest of all time. If you say Messi is your GOAT, you will not be wrong to say so because he's done so well. But let's talk about the Egyptian aggression. Mohamed Salah is not happy with what is really going on in Liverpool. And also, I am not an Egyptian, but I don't think I like the news. And Slot is really doing a lot at this point. And he's been in the news. People are saying the Dutchman needs to go. Now look at Mo Salah, well decorated. Maybe the mistake he made was not to leave for Saudi when the ovation was so high. Now, I don't know how much Salah would cost, if you ask me now. I don't know. Are we going to see Salah go for £70 million? Is he still worth that price? 85, 90? He's worth more than all of this. High valuation, big world-class player, Egyptian, African player to the fullest. But shortly after the Leeds game, Mohamed Salah puts the cat amongst the pigeons with his accused Liverpool off. Now, what is Salah saying? He's saying they are throwing him under the bus and that he no longer had a relationship with Arne Slot. He is 33 now, and he has been an unused substitute in 2 of the Liverpool last 3 games, suggesting, that's the message you have to read together very soon, suggesting it was wrong that he was not playing after earning his right with his past display, and the current situation was unacceptable. Now, let's read what Mo Salah said. Let's get it full. Now, he said, in football, you never know. I don't accept this situation. I have done so much for this club. It's not acceptable for me. I don't know why this is happening to me. I don't get it. I think if this was somewhere else, every club will protect its player. Absolutely true. Yes, that's the real one. Now, he said, how I see it now is like you throw Mo, that's him, you know, under the boss because he's the problem in the team now. He's saying, but I don't think I am the problem. I have done so much for this club. And this is the most touching part of it. This is what Salah is saying. The respect I want to get, I don't have to get every day fighting for my position because I earned it. This is the word. I'm not bigger than anyone, but I earned my position. It's football. It is what it is. Now, you know what it's saying. Let's be factual. Let's say it. Now, this is a professional talk. Truth. He has made a point, and I would go and I would relate, and I can really relate, and I can attest to what he's saying. It comes a time in a man's life when you need to be decisive. Salah have won everything he needs to win at club level with Liverpool. For me, he's the greatest of Liverpool players. No disrespect to Kenny Dalglish, no disrespect to Samuel Hyypiä, the Steven Gerrard, all of this, Ian Rush, I respect them. But Salah should be talked about. He is, for me, and I'll say it again, I'll reiterate, the most valuable of all of the players Liverpool have ever produced. We know his story, Fiorentina, Barcelona, Chelsea, all of the move, we know all of these things. He said a word that got to me. I don't need to fight for my shirt. I earned it. So, see, I earned it. So it's not just like, let's put Salah. I understand the coach. He has the power, he has the right to say stay on the bench, I know. But not 2 games in a row. That's the Mo Salah we're talking about. That's a man who's got 20 goals plus every season. That it's not working this time around does not mean he's not good enough. I felt like the first day he must have learned his lesson. Why do you keep on not giving this man a chance? Now he can literally see it from everywhere that the coach, who I said some time ago is my friend and we have a good relationship, now wants me out of the club. Now he's expecting the board to control this. He's expecting the club to, you know, cover this burden. But it's going off the shelves. It's going off the social media. Let's be factual. If a Salah can come out and say, I feel this way, then I don't really think everything's all right in Liverpool. He's not, he's literally not, he's not the problem. Let's be factual. Now, a team that sold Darwin Núñez, he made so much money. You allowed Luis Diaz go to Bayern Munich. He wants to win football. He went for the Bavarians. You allowed the Konsa, the young man, leave. So Elliott left, even though he's struggling in Newcastle. So we've seen some flaws that Arne Slot did, and Diogo Jota is late today. So if you look at Liverpool's set and the body that governs it, you understand that a lot should be done. You won the league. How much was given? You saw players with good buy from club sides. How well have they invested that money within themselves? You cannot ponder blame on one player when the team is having their flaws. Okay, that bad game against Leeds United. Did you see Konate? Did you see Konate? Did you see Virgil van Dijk? Now it's called for questioning. Does this player play for the team or the manager? Do they really want Arne Slot on this job? Salah is not happy, and I understand, and I really would go with his flight. And then let's leave Salah's case, and then we go and tell you more. He has said it all, I earned my place, and that's about Mo Salah. But let's shift attention right now and talk about the world of tennis, and we bring it back to Nigeria, where we saw the Lagos State Tennis Club named special squad, not ready to suffer another defeat. Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Lagos State Tennis Club has rolled out what it termed special squad for the 2025 Vice Chancellor's Tennis Cup. The tournament, which started last week with internal players battling for shares in the Lagos State Tennis Squad, will end today and will be ending today. This year, the tournament organized by a member of the school tennis club is backed by Coronation Insurance, Sovereign Trust Insurance, NEM Insurance, Capital Express, and Tangerine Insurance. The tournament attracts players from various tennis clubs in Lagos. In a list made available by reports yesterday by the organizers, Muyiwa Ogunlade will fly the Lagos State Tennis Club flag in a singles event, just as Adeyemi Olaniyan, Adeneye Yunusa, and also Wasiu Aronyehun in this very state. Now we'll move away from that one and let's tell them all. But you need to know, according to Lagos State Tennis Club, the PRO, Dr. Christian Otefana, the internal segment conducted during the week saw Group 2 recording 73 points, while Group 3 got 71 points respectively. Group 1 secured 47 points, just as Group 4 secured 46 points. The Lagos State Tennis Club special squad will this afternoon slug it out with the top tennis players from Nigerian Navy Tennis Club, Mainland Tennis Club, and the Ijebode Tennis Club at the main campus of the school in Ikorodu. Meanwhile, the president of the Lassus Tech Tennis Club, Dimeji Jaulula, and captain of the club, Gafatayo, are optimistic that the special squad will redeem their image this year after losing the singles final to Police College Tennis Club last year. They started that also saying that the winner will go home with various items, including household electronics. And that's the news about tennis. But let's talk about this one again in the tennis world. We just told you now Ikoyi Club Tennis Masters begins. And I can't wait to see how that pans out. The organizers of the Ikoyi Club Tennis Masters tournament have embarked 4 million naira as the prize money for this year's edition. The chairman of the tennis sector and the section of the Ikoyi Club, Jivan Famaginwa, stated that this is a briefing highlighting that the activities of the second edition of the tournament would go so well. The tournament, which is in collaboration with Mega Mound Investment Limited, is endorsed by the Nigerian Tennis Federation. According to Famaginwa, the male and the female champions will receive 500,000 naira each, while the runners-up in both categories will go home with sum of 350,000 naira each, with the remaining money to be shared among the semi-finalists and other participants. I love to share this news with you, and I'm happy that 4 million naira is up for grabs. 16 players, which includes the 8 top male and 8 top female players, will feature in the one-week event, which started on December 5 and will run till Saturday, December the 13th. So that's the news. But the female final will also be holding on Friday, December 12th, and then while the male final also is scheduled to take place. So we see how that goes up until then. But let's go and give you some IOC news. This sounds so sweet to talk about because I should be celebrating a Nigerian lady, Olufunke Oshanake, a legendary figure in African table tennis and a 7-time Olympian, as she has edged her name into the history book once again, this time off the court. Yeah, it must interest you to know that the Nigerian icon has become the first athlete to be appointed to the prestigious International Olympic Committee, IOC. The Athletes Commission, following her nomination by IOC President Christy Coventry. Now, this appointment marks a new chapter for the 50-year-old who has long been celebrated not only for her longevity in shots, but also her leadership and also her advocacy. Shanake is one of the 5 new members drafted and also attracted onto the commission to compete and also to complete its full composition ahead of the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympic Games. But in a statement released, the IOC confirmed the inclusion of Saraya Agel Haji, that's Iran badminton, Hossein Araya, Saudi Arabia rowing, Sheikh Salassi Sisi, Cote d'Ivoire taekwondo, Olufunke Oshaneke from Nigeria table tennis, and Mariana Pajon from Colombia in the cycling world. And the appointments were made in consultation with IOC athletes, commissions also in this one. And I'm celebrating with you because we've seen this lady every time it has to do with tennis and how much she has put into the sport. And I'm happy that Shenoke, the appointment is a combination of a decades of her service and excellence, having competed in 7 consecutive Olympic Games from Atlanta 96 to Tokyo 2020. She remains one of the African most enduring athletes. She currently serves on both the Nigerian National Olympic Committee athletes, commission also of the Nigerian table tennis athletes. And that's how much she's been, and she has continued her advocacy for athletes on and off the international stage. Her fellow African appointee are also happy to have her on the show in that very phase. But with this new addition, I must tell you, the IOC Athletes Commission now stands at 23 members representing all continents, including representatives from the Refugee Olympic team. The group comprises of 13 women and 10 men, spanning 15 summer, I think that's 10 to 15 summer sports and 5 winter disciplines, reflecting on the IOC's push for balanced global representation. I must celebrate this lady, and I'm happy that Olufunke, that's the name, Shonake is in the story, and we wish her all of the best as she joined her other African counterpart. But let's talk about the world of boxing quickly on the show. Our boxing world is looking very, very trajectory on this part, because Tyson Fury has hinted that his retirement from boxing could end this year or next year, after declaring that the king must return to his throne. But we look into this fight coming up. Fury had insisted, I think he once said this before, and he's talking again, because he's now insisting, he has insisted that his boxing career was over in January after a second successive defeat on Lesnar Usyk in an undisputed world heavyweight title fight last December. But the 37-year-old teased a comeback in a post on social media stating the king must return to his throne. Who is the king? Well, let's see. Now, there's a long and lonely road that can only walk on. But after the long and hard battles awaiting mortality, that's about Fury. But I must tell you, it's not the first time that Fury has threatened to walk away from the sport. He did so back in April 2022 after beating Dillian White, insisting his career had reached an end, only to return 6 months later to fight Derek Chisora in a trilogy bout at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Now the question is asked, is Fury returning for an AJ fight? Anthony Joshua's promoter Eddie Hearn remains hopeful that the long-awaited British battle with Fury will finally take place next year, provided that his fighter overcomes Jake Paul in a surprise showdown in Miami on December 19th. Now I'm just thinking, how would it be if Anthony Joshua loses to Jake Paul? Let's do a throwback quickly. Speaking in October, Eddie Hearn, a big promoter, revealed that Joshua was in talks with the Turkey, Al Sheikh, chairman of the General Entertainment Authority in Saudi Arabia, about a multi-fight deal that could be a Fury fight. But in the words of Eddie Hearn, he said, I believe Fury is a competitor, and that fight is on a plate for him now. So there is no excuses. The only excuse is I just don't want it. I just don't want it to do it anymore. I don't want him to do it anymore. That's the word. And that's probably valid. He's done everything in the sport. But you know, Fury is big. He's a two-time heavyweight champion. Fourthly, becoming a unified world title holder when he defeated Vladimir Klitschko in 2015. Now, after a 3 years break, he returned to the ring again and went on to beat Deontay Wilder. You know the game in their 2020 rematch, and that is not enough. He became the WBC champion before defeating his title against Deontay Wilder in the 2021 trilogy clash. So we have to wait how this goes. But from that one, let's wrap up and tell you, Anthony Joshua's showdown. One man is optimistic that Joshua will beat Jake Paul. That's a brutal warning to Jake Paul. So his name is Roy Jones, and Roy Jones is one man who loves Anthony Joshua so well. Anthony Joshua against Jake Paul is set for December 19 at the Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. This highly anticipated clash will headline a most valuable promotion card available to stream on Netflix for all subscribers. Moving on, positively or negatively, many are discussing this fight, and Roy Jones Jr. recently spoke with reports talk about Flight Hype, delivering a brutal prediction. Many in the boxing world would have slammed Anthony Joshua against Jake Paul and described it as a mismatch. At the initial press conference, AJ delivered a cold warning to Jake Paul, and he said, I'm going to bring him to another school of boxing that I don't think he's been exposed to yet. So there's a few tricks I have up on my sleeve to show Jake Paul on December 19. It appears Joshua still has the desire to succeed once again in a heavyweight division, and Paul should be a step on that, just so get ready. But the message is clear. Junior Jones was clear about what he made. He said, Jake is going to fight a real fighter. And if the real fighter fights like a real fighter, then Jake is going to take a real nap. AJ showed you against Ngannou. He's not one of these guys you just speak out on the street and say, I'm going to fight. Nah. AJ is an Olympian. AJ is a former world champion. AJ is a two-time world champion. AJ is nothing to play with. If you are going to fight AJ, have your mind right. Because if you take it, he's going to fight it. And that's about, Jake Paul, Jones, and also talking about Anthony Joshua. But wrapping up on the show quickly, let's talk about Formula One. What really happened yesterday? There's a new champion emerged out there. McLaren Lando Norris won his first Formula One Drivers' Championship by finishing 10th in the season, ending Abu Dhabi Grand Prix on Sunday. The 26-year-old won the title after finishing 2 points clear of Red Bull Max Verstappen, who had won the race to take his 8th victory of the year, one more than Norris and his McLaren teammate Oscar Piastri. Max Verstappen emerged the winner of the race in Abu Dhabi, while Oscar Piastri finished second, and Lando Norris ended in third, which was enough to see him crowned champion of the 2025. Now, moving on, let's really talk about Norris. He became the 11th British Formula One champion at the end of his 7th season in Formula One, a year that he started slowly, but in which he came out strong in the second half of the year. He was 34 points behind Piastri after the Dutch Grand Prix at the end of August, when he suffered a late mechanical problem on his car, but he was able to produce a stunning fatback to emerge champion, and it's McLaren first drivers and constructors title double since 1998. Norris described the defeat as amazing, while congratulating Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri. So let's talk about the top 10, the men who you should recognize in the tennis, and also talking about Formula One world. Max Verstappen from the Red Bull is in the news. Oscar Piastri from McLaren, Lando Norris from McLaren, Charles Leclerc Ferrari, George Russell Mercedes, Fernando Alonso Aston Martin, Esteban Ocon for Haas, Lewis Hamilton Ferrari, Nico Hülkenberg Sauber, Lance Stroll Aston Martin. This is how it lies out, and we should must say congratulations to Max Verstappen and also alongside Lando Norris. Thank you so much for being part of the show. This is the Sport Day Timeout, and this is that time. Sports Republic show that comes your way every weekday. We have the media news coming up next, and then tomorrow we continue to tell them more. Are we going to have our lists out tomorrow or possibly this afternoon? Time tells. Up until then, we'll see you again. Have yourself a very good morning, and then for the afternoon time, good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At Vop TV.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzangakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requestioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the Media News, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. Tinubu commends Nigerian military for saving Benin democracy. Military assures release of St. Mary's abducted students. Macron pledges France support for Nigeria against insecurity. Registry laments delayed rollout of national data governance. PANDEF seeks PIA review, alleges neglect of communities' right. ADC flays non-payment of local contractors' pensions. And business, OT backs 100 Abia Poly graduates with 1 million naira grant each. In sports, Real Madrid crumble at home to Celta Vigo. In entertainment, Afrima, British High Commission partner on cultural creative exchange. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Nigerian military for swiftly responding to the Benin Republic government's request to save its 35 years old democracy from coup plotters. The special advisor to President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanaga, said that the President Bola Tinubu first ordered Nigerian Armed Forces, the Air Force flight jets, to enter the country and take over the airspace to help dislodge the coup plotters from the national television and a military camp where they had regrouped. According to him, The Republic of Benin, through its Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had requested Nigeria's immediate air support in view of the urgency and seriousness of the situation, and to safeguard the constitutional order, protect national institutions, and ensure the security of the population. He added that country further requested the deployment of Nigerian Air Force assets within Benin's airspace for surveillance and rapid intervention operations under Benin-led coordination, as well as Nigerian ground forces strictly for missions approved by the Benin's Command Authority. According to the Nigerian Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, all the requests were fulfilled with Nigerian ground forces now in Benin. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has warned that the growing pattern of military interventions across West Africa poses a grave threat to democracy in the region. A group that called for itself the Military Committee for Foundation had announced the takeover of government, claiming that it has seized power, removed President Patrice Talon, and dissolved state institutions. Condemning the development through a statement on his X account, Atiku said it was utterly unacceptable, stressing that the era of military rule in Africa is long over, raising concerns about what appears to be a pattern of coups occurring around election periods in affected countries. He noted that Guinea-Bissau experienced an attempted military takeover on the eve of the expected announcement of the results of that country's poll. According to Atiku Abubakar, this raises fears that some political operators may be using the military to conceal the democratic processes in their countries. The Defense Headquarters, DHQ, has reassured parents in the public and all concerned citizens of Nigeria that concerted efforts are underway to rescue the kidnapped student of St. Mary's Catholic Church in Angora, Niger State. The military also urged the public and media to avoid speculations that could undermine the ongoing operations. In a statement, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, emphasized that the safety of the abducted children was a top national security priority. According to him, concerted efforts were therefore being made to ensure their safety and quick reunion with family members. In the meantime, the Christian Association of Nigeria says it is awaiting the return of the reportedly released 100 abducted students from Angora in Niger State, stating that it has not been formally notified. Chairman of the Niger State chapter of the CAN and preparator of St. Mary's Private Catholic Primary and Secondary School in Papari, Bishop Bolus Yohani, disclosed this through his media aide, Daniel Atori. Cautious in his optimism, Yohani said it will be a thing of joy if some of the children have been released, adding that they have been praying and waiting for their return. However, explaining that they have not yet been duly notified, he hoped that the news would be true and that the remaining would also be released. The school was attacked by bandits on November 21, 2025, with no fewer than 303 pupils, students and teachers abducted. 2 days later, 50 pupils escaped and returned home. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron says that his country will support Nigeria to tackle terrorism in the northern regions and the country's escalating security challenges generally. Macron, who disclosed that he spoke with Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, pledged deeper cooperation with Nigerian authorities and support for communities impacted by violence, while urging global partners to step up their engagement. Stressing the urgent need for collective action to address insecurity, he posted on X that no one can remain a bystander. He disclosed that at Tinubu's request, France will strengthen partnership with the Nigerian authorities and support for the affected populations. Selenderius, the implementation team of the Basic Registry and Information System in Nigeria, BRISIN, has decried the delayed rollout of the National Data Governance Infrastructure 18 years after approval. According to the head of BRISIN, Dr. Anthony Uwa, the body, conceived as Nigeria's first integrated data and information management system, was approved as a foundational tool for national planning, security, and socio-economic development. stating that the implementation was crucial in fighting criminality and building a lasting solution. It was disclosed that the Minister of Defense has insisted on its immediate implementation to build a comprehensive database of all citizens. We will lament that 18 years after approval, the project was yet to take off, in spite of its importance in combating terrorism, criminality, and promoting national development. According to him, the system is a solid foundation and credibility instrument approved by the Federal Executive Council and is essential for data governance, national security, and socio-economic development. Meanwhile, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, says the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, and its current form unfairly disadvantages all producing communities in the Niger Delta. Therefore, it is called for an urgent review of the Act. In a statement by the Publicity Secretary, Dr. Obiuwe Vubi Iminimini, PANDEF argued that certain provisions of the PIA work against the interest of host communities. It stated that while Section 257 of the Act allows funds meant for host communities to be deducted in the event of vandalism of all facilities, Section 236 mandates all companies to pay daily penalties of $2,500 to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission when they fail to comply with the law. According to PANDEF, such penalty payments should go directly to the affected host communities rather than to the regulator, which it alleged has been benefiting financially from the non-compliance by all companies. It further alleged that NUPRC tolerates non-compliance by all firms because the fines serve as its revenue source, while several host community and board of trustees and management other communities have not received distribution metrics from oil companies since the Act came into being. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has decried the plight of unpaid local contractors campaigning at the Finance Ministry, as well as pensioners in the country. This comes as a coalition of federal pensioners of Nigeria have threatened to go naked during a nationwide protest slated for Monday, December 8, over the non-payment of arrears of members' pension, increment, and palliative allowances. Also, local contractors under the aegis of the All Indigenous Contractors Association of Nigeria, ICANN, had staged a peaceful protest at the entrance of the Ministry of Finance over the continued delay of their payment for completed and inaugurated projects. In a statement, the ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi said the party might be compelled to join the protest if the federal government fails to address the situation. He added that the party also stands in solidarity with the pensioners, threatening to protest naked if the federal government fails to pay their long overdue arrears. The Labour Party caucus in the House of Representatives has condemned what it called the ruling All Progressives Congress prioritizing of 2027 politics over the welfare and security of Nigerians, labeling it as insensitive, unconscionable, and a clear example of questionable leadership. The caucus emphasized that while President Bola Tinubu's aspiration for re-election was legitimate, his priority should be to address the pressing challenges facing Nigerians. In a statement by the LP caucus leader, Afam Ogene, the lawmakers reiterated welfare and security of citizens as the primary duty of a government. He expressed concern that while the nation grapples with insecurity, the ruling party has either ignored the issue or offered superficial solutions. You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People television. It's time for the Media News analysis. I will have joining us virtually to help analyze the stories submitted to the bulletin thus far, Mazi Amobi Eheboro. He's a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Mazi Amobi Eheboro.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you join today's Media News. All right. We don't waste much time. Let's start off from the last story, the one you just listened to, about how the Labour Party caucus of the House of Representatives, have called out the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration and All Progressives Congress of prioritizing politics or campaign for the 2027 election over the welfare and security of Nigerians. What do you have to say about this, given the fact that just today we learned from the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, that the reason the governors who have migrated and moved across carpeted from their parties to the APC is as a result of the good work of the party, saying that they were able to move from 18 to 19 to 25 governors belonging to the APC as a testament to show that the party is really working for Nigerians.
Thank you very much. The Labour Party is supposed to play an opposition politics. That is what they are supposed to be doing. And it's like they are missing in action. So it is very unfortunate that in the Nigerian political space presently, there is no opposition politics. I don't know what the Labour Party is talking about. Much we expected of them, and they quivered. They living up to their expectations. So I do not understand, where the Labour Party is coming from. We expected the people and the Labour Party to constitute themselves as a very strong opposition political parties. But what are we getting? We're not getting anything. The ones that are still with LP are talking. Majority of them has crossed the carpet and all that, and many more. Those people that are talking now are more likely to cross the carpet anytime soon. So I think Labour Party and PDP has disappointed Nigerians sufficiently so, because they have given us no opportunity of experiencing opposition politics. Like when PDP was holding swear, APC gave PDP the run for their money. Lai Mohammed was everywhere and also, doing what he's supposed to do. But presently, there is no opposition. So I do not know what Labour Party is talking about. Of course, Sanwo-Olu is at liberty to say what he wants to say, because they are holding the longer end of the stick in this political dispensation. So he's at liberty to say what he wants to say. It is left for Nigerians to judge whether the present dispensation has made their life better than it was 3 years ago.
Now, let's not limit this conversation just to a political party. Nigerians also are talking about the fact that some people are already politicking, some people are already doing campaigns, some people are already talking about the 2027 election when we're still in 2025. That shows, in the calendar of Nigeria, maybe there is no 2026 in view, over the fact that instead of focusing on governance, recall that just 3 days after the inauguration of the present president, next other thing we had was about the re-election in 2027. And up until this time, it is more like a continued statement. Nigerians have asked questions. Is it fair for us not to look at the governance of Nigerians and be channeling or even channeling our energy to the next poll in 2027?
It is an aberration. Politics 2 years to the general election. But in Nigeria, anything goes. They rolled out some of their vehicles. They call the ambassadors. They mentioned they have appointed ambassadors to take swear. I mean, to head the campaigns and all that. In all these things, I'm thinking, where is INEC? Where is the rules and regulations that INEC is supposed to, kickstart? Is there no provision in INEC rules that says that if you jump the gun, because that is what APC is doing, they are jumping the gun as it were, and they are doing it brazenly. They are doing it without fear of any molestation, without fear of anything at all. So that shows impunity, and it doesn't augur well at the utter expense of governance. We are not talking about, this is 2025 and it is like this. By the time you enter January, February, there is nothing like governance anymore. There will be nothing like governance. Of course, the better part of 2025 was used for the campaign, crossing over from one political party to the other. It is really unfortunate. That is the situation Nigeria finds herself. The question is, what do we do? What do we do at this point in time? It is left for Nigerians to be able to put the cards on the table and look at the one that weighs more than the other in terms of, making a choice. Of course, what is happening presently, how can you talk about 2027 in 2025? It's an aberration.
All right.
But
today also, Mazi, today some youth from the north were of the opinion that the 2027 election depends on the security of Nigeria as well as the level of financial stability that we experience. Without these two, according to what I say, that shows there might not really be 2027 election, or maybe we might see a different election play out in 2027. Do you share that line of thought, please? Or what do you make of that statement made by the Ariwa Constitutional Forum?
Yeah, when we listed, it happened when Jonathan was the president. A lot of people thought there would not be but the man went in there twice wearing military uniform, motivating the soldiers and all that, and then some other things. An election held in those areas. So what I'm saying in effect is that the same way this administration will also do. Because if election do not hold, then there are words for it. Of course, we are now, you are throwing Nigeria into political crisis, because at the end of the 4 years, this administration must go. So you now create a vacuum. And nature abhors vacuum. So what do? So they must try, however, to organize an election so that there will be a transition. But it's really unfortunate that this is. I know you asked about the Benin coup.
Yeah,
how can we have insecurity?
we will actually get to the Benin story.
This insecurity is getting us to the nerves. We need to do something. He declared emergency. I've not seen the emergency. He said 50,000 soldiers will be, what is it called? I've not seen efforts in that direction, and a lot more things. So it's like making utterances that has no weight. That is what it's very unfortunate. The way the spread of insecurity is becoming worrisome, and Nigerians should watch it.
All right, talking about insecurity, I was actually reserving that for the latter course. That is more like the most spoken word now on the lips of Nigerians, looking at the fact that some Nigerians are still in detention. There was a report that says over 7,000 Nigerians are still within the confines of terrorists or maybe kidnappers or bandits and all that. Now, we also got an information that the France president or prime minister of France or president of France, Emmanuel Macron, pledged to support Nigeria to tackle terrorism in the northern region and also every other place that we're having escalated security challenges. Please, what do you make of this? Because the president, Emmanuel Macron, with the opinion that he spoke with the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and after the discussion, he pledged deeper cooperation with Nigerian authority to support, communities impacted by violence, and also he was calling, or rather he's beckoning on other global partners to set up their engagement to join Nigeria to fight terrorism, saying that they should not have any bystanders.
The Nigerian government verified that France is not coming for our mineral resources. That in their position. I don't have to come in. They are eyeing Nigerian economy. They are eyeing the mineral resources and all that. So you see that it doesn't hold water. What is more critical is that we are being overwhelmed by the spread of insecurity, and any help matters at this point in time. Is it not? There is nothing like violating our territorial integrity or sovereignty, like most of government people would want us to believe. Now France has offered. And it is generally believed that France and Bola Tinubu are very good friends. So I do not have any problem with that. I do not have any problem with that. The critical issue here is that insecurity should be, exterminated or reduced to a manageable proportion that, farmers can go back to farms, back to school. We can take back our country as it were, and then begin to lead a normal life.
All right, look at let's extract the action and the activities of the Nigerian Air Force team when they went to bombard the coup plotters They wanted to upturn the 35-year-old democracy enjoyed by the Republicans, during the weekend. What do you have to say about this? And what does that portend? The swift movement of the Air Force firefighter, the fighter jets, I beg your pardon, and even the land troops also standing by, moving in, and they were able to push out the coup plotters from Benin Republic, from them to making also have the 8th country in Africa that will be under the junta leadership or the military rule. What do you have to say about this, or the fact that Nigeria is having insecurity issues internally, and yet we're unable to curb our own issues or challenges, rather than giving one story or another, but we're able to help out a neighboring country and another coup deterred?
It is both ridiculous and ludicrous. I do not know what the authorities want us to do, to clap for them, guys them for getting it done in Benin Republic, and in our backyard, we have monuments. So that tells you that the Nigerian army can hold on their own when it matters most. You get what I'm saying? So that tells us that the fight about insecurity is cosmetic in Nigeria. That is simple. If within 24 hours, Nigerian Air Force can go to Benin Republic and neutralize and ensure that the president maintains his seat, that tells you that they can similarly do the same thing in Nigeria, in our backyard, as it were. So why are we not doing so? So if you now say some people are, there is a lot of conspiracy, you might be right. Or there are a lot of people, that makes it increasingly difficult for the Nigerian army to, go into these bushes and fish out these miscreants. You might be also right. So the critical thing is that we have the capacity. The Nigerian army has shown capacity. But my worry is, why are they not showing it within? They want to show it outside. So I'm not clapping for them anyways. I'm not. We must tidy up our loose ends.
All right. When you say we should tidy up our loose ends,
our bravery abroad. So if you ask me my candid opinion about what has happened, I will tell you that it doesn't thrill me anymore, and it doesn't. Nigerians are not too happy, agreeably so, that they have stopped a junta in Benin Republic. But what of ours? Give this army, the Nigerian army, opportunity. These insurgents in Nigeria, insecurity and all that, will be wiped within 2 weeks.
And some Nigerians there's a question some Nigerians, or rather people were asking, even on the social media space, how was it possible for the Nigerian Air Force and their fighter jets to dislodge these coup plotters and have, more like a formidable, coordinated attack on the airspace of the Benin Republicans, and to the point that there was no issues. Unlike what we see playing out in Nigeria, sometimes when they say they have a credible intelligence to go launch an attack or dislodge or take out insurgents, we keep on getting back and forth over there was an accidental discharge, how civilians are being killed, and those are supposed to die, were not the ones that they got on point and all that. Do you have any insight on how this was able to be achieved, to the point that Nigeria Air Force, the team from Nigeria, were able to hold captive the airspace of the Benin Republic within little time, let's say a few hours, that the foreign ministry called on Nigeria to help intervene in that military coup?
The only explanation is that the capacity of Nigerian Air Force cannot be in question when it comes to external issues. But here, a lot of conspiracy theories are holding sway in Nigeria. I want the president, see, there was a list that was given to Muhammadu Buhari. He refused to name names. Now, government is a continuum. I want to believe that Mr. President also have those lists. You see, there is no way you can fight insecurity without going deep down to the root of insecurity, the financiers of insecurity and all that. So if Bola Tinubu is very serious about fighting insecurity, he could have just, named the names from UAE. That is the first step. And if we are not, if there is no compromise, I don't know if there are no compromise, the Nigerian military can exterminate insecurity in Nigeria within a reasonable time. I don't have any doubt about it. If they can do it in Benin without collateral damage, they can also do it in Nigeria without collateral damage. You see, there is this idea of hiding under certain things to be able to explain inexplainables. So if we are now talking about, collateral damage, you don't want to go there and do this and do that, and you are telling us you have released. You are not even telling us you have, rescued. You have released. Okay, after the release, what happens to the, bandits or the kidnappers? Nothing is said about them. And tomorrow they will go to another school or another church and continue their trade. So it is high time the government takes the bull by the horn. That is why some more people are talking about the political will. There has to be a will. If you are not willed enough to be able to tackle this problem, you cannot. You just scratch it on the surface, and after 8 years or 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be, you go. Another person will come and continue to scratch it at the surface. There is absolute need at this time for the government to take up the gun and call a spade and not an agricultural implement.
All right, let's look at the stories from the defense headquarters. They've reassured Nigerians and also parents of the pupils and students and even the teachers that were kidnapped from St. Mary's Catholic School in Angora in Niger State that those people within the enclave of the kidnappers will be released. Although they said 100 of them also have been released at this point, but we're also getting another information from the CAN, the Christian Association of Nigeria, the chairman of CAN in Niger State, saying that they are yet to see the 100 school children, and also they are yet to also reunite them with their family members. What do you have to say about this information made available by the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja?
Yeah, you see, there is a lot of trust deficit within the Nigerian political space. Is it a gradual release they are doing or so? I do not know. If you say, because 2-3 days ago, I think I saw the NSA talking about the fact that these children are very okay, that they will be released very soon and all that. And what we saw was a fragment of the release. What happened to the other people? You see, this beggars the question. This loose space of lacuna. We don't understand what is going on. You see, until you carry Nigerians along, you put the whole cards on the table, and then Nigerians will follow you. Nigerians are very simple people. Becoming, economic with the truth, it doesn't hold water. Now, have there been any explanation to the fact that the other people that have not been released, why they have not been released? No explanation. And when rumor mongers go to the town and begin to insinuate, you say Nigerians are talking, they are saying the things they do not know, that people should cross-check. Now, those people who are supposed to give information are holding this information. What happened to the remnants of these children that are not released? Any explanation? Now, you can see there is no synergy. The Reverend Fathers are saying they are not aware of anything. So there is no synergy. People are working at cross purposes, and which is antithetical to the fight of insecurity. You can't fight insecurity with, scattered approach. You fight insecurity with concerted approach that makes it difficult. Everything together that makes it difficult for these kidnappers to escape. But the way we are looking at it, to my mind, now the energy with which the Mr. President came up at the earliest stage of Mr. Trump's speech is dying down. That is the Nigerian system. Is dying down. I'm yet to see. I have not seen the rush in getting more boots on the ground. I've not seen it. You know, this is emergency. I've not seen it. If there is emergency, every person will know. There will be. It will come to a fever pitch on almost alert. The antenna, the political and the social and political antenna of people will be up there. You know, it's very, very urgent and an emergency situation. But here, I do not see it. So the thing is dying down. It's dying down gradually. The Nigerian not trade. Now, government should tell us, the remaining people, what has happened to them.
So do you think that we're going to get that information? Recall that when the Iruku Church victims were released, Nigerians were asking what happened to the abductors, and also what then happened to the 3 people that were killed during that church invasion. And also the KB schoolgirls too, the MAGA schoolgirls were released too. And
the government has an obligation to explain to Nigerians what has happened. I do not want a situation where people will begin to, you know, as to what happened, and government will say, talk about it as fake news. Government has an obligation to explain to Nigerians every bit of step they have taken in this project of insecurity. It's a very big project, and they should not toy with it. This idea of spokespersons coming up at every little thing and then want to, you know, achieve some political mileage does not help us. Get us the full information. That is what Nigerians.
But no, Mazi, before I let you go, we learned that the UK, US also is working now. We learned of France pledge to support Nigeria to help end the issue of insecurity. Are you seeing any light at the end of the tunnel? Because just yesterday we learned from the NSA also that there is this congregational delegation, a security meeting held in Abuja, where we have the US party also took part in that particular meeting. Are we going to see the end of insecurity anytime soon with the joint effort, concerted effort now coming in from the US and some other countries that have pledged to support us?
My position is that any meaningful effort geared towards is welcomed. I do not want to see a situation where it will be an arena of big nations to begin to show their power. The Americans are there, the French people are there, and all that and all that. If we do not manage this very, very skillfully, it might backfire. So I want Nigeria to choose between those people. They want to help them fight insecurity. But whether we need help, definitely we do. Whether we need help, definitely we do. But I do not, they say too many, these things spoil the brutes. I do not want where hard-studded team and then you begin to miss penalties and direct kicks and what have you. You understand? Because if you have too many of these big powers trying to do one thing in a particular place, then you have to really watch it.
You know what?
So let's choose.
Why I asked the question was the fact that the basic registrar information system in Nigeria that have their, the head of that BRISIN, Dr. Anthony Wa, they made a revelation saying that the first ever conceived Nigeria integrated data and information management after 18 years is yet to kickstart. That they are yet to implement, what they believe, the data collection they believe would have been a crucial way for us to fight criminality in Nigeria and build a lasting solution against invaders or infiltrators or foreigners occupying our space. 18 years, yet we are yet to do what? To approve this particular project.
Yeah, that is the Nigerian system. Because the thing came into force because of the present circumstances we are in. That is why I said the fervency with which we started shortly after Trump's tweet is coming down. I want the tempo to take off. I want the tempo to be high. That is the Nigerian thing. By the time you say Jack Robinson, every person has forgotten and we are going back to our old ways. Now look at what we are talking about. Something that has been on the drawing board for so long. And government has the resources. They are filtering away the resources instead of doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm thinking that you can have some level of division labor, specific division of specifications where these people can do the technology aspect and all that, and the other people can, So what I'm saying in effect is that we need to manage the avalanche of superpowers coming into the fray. We need to manage them very skillfully so that we can get the best out of it. If we do not, then Nigeria will be worse for it.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi Amobiheboro, for your submission. Today's Media News. This is how we can go due to press with time. Thank you. We sincerely appreciate your presence. Mazi Amobiheboro is a public and political affairs commentator. Thank you so much for being part of today's news.
You're welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much.
All right. You're watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the news continues.
And beyond.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back. Still the Media News and Voice of the People television. The National Orientation Agency has announced a public engagement session with the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, to discuss ongoing reforms in Nigeria's aviation sector. The live conversation will hold today on the NOA Dialogue X Space at 7 p.m. The session will be hosted by NOA Director General Lanre Issa Oniru and moderated by Tolu Meduna, Senior Special Assistant on Media. The agency disclosed that the engagement will give Nigerians first-hand insight into the federal government's aviation roadmap and the future of air transport. The dialogue themed federal government's roadmap for sustainable air transport, strengthening aviation safety and security in Nigeria, will spotlight key reforms aimed at improving safety and strengthening national airspace security. NOA urged Nigerians to join the X-Space, stressing that public participation is vital to national development. Meanwhile, the Food and Agriculture Organization, FOA, says its new Global Emergency and Resilience Appeal seeks $2.5 billion to support 100 million people in Nigeria and 53 other countries. FAO explained that its first ever fund appeal was for a more coherent and urgent approach to rising level of acute food insecurity at a moment of tightening humanitarian resources. According to the organization, the appeal places emergency agricultural assistance at the center of effort to protect food production and strengthen resilience in crisis context. It added that by consolidating all humanitarian and resilience requirements into a single framework, FOA aims to address urgent needs while reducing the likelihood of repeated costly assistance in future crises. According to the statement, while launching the appeal on the sideline of the 179th FOA Council. FOA Director General Q.U. Donguyu underscored the need to strengthen how food crisis responses are designed and delivered so that every contribution has the greatest possible impact. 2 decades after her transition, Pastor Bimbo Odukoya's legacy returned to national conversation, this time with renewed calls for accountable leadership and moral clarity in Nigeria. A tribute event held in her honor, speakers linked her principles to the values the nation urgently needs today. Voice of the People's Television Praise Peters brings us this highlight.
Bimbo Odukoya, speakers, family and leaders framed her life as a blueprint for national renewal. The documentary Who Was Pastor Bimbo presented her as bold, principled and transparently accountable, qualities many say Nigeria sorely lacks in public office. Panelists such as Ibukun Awosika, business magnate and former chairperson of First Bank of Nigeria, along with Lara Kayode, founder of the law firm O. Kayode & Co., an intellectual property lawyer, praised her discipline, stewardship and public-mindedness, traits they urged political leaders to emulate. Her son, Jimmy Odukoya, senior pastor of Fountain of Life Church, stressed that national change begins with individuals, prayerful citizens, accountable leaders, and moral example bearers.
Be the change you want to see. It's easy to talk about change, but are you willing to do the work to bring change about? If we say we want a better country, you as a citizen, are you a better citizen? Are you contributing to the lack of governance? Are you contributing to the chaos? Do you obey the laws? Are you the one littering? You say Nigeria is a dirty place. Do you throw stuff on the road? Do you pay your taxes? Do you do what you're supposed to do on time? Because it's easy to point fingers at the system, but we make up the system. It's interesting how Nigerians go to a different country and somehow they know how to obey the laws.
Her children and mentees recalled a woman who modeled responsibility at home and in ministry.
She always talked about the Holy Spirit. Like Auntie Lara said, from a young age, she would tell me to be your best friend. Maybe that's why I don't have plenty of friends today. I'm quite single now, because she told me, your best friend is the Holy Spirit. And she drummed that into my mind.
As everyone has said, despite how busy her life was, the things that were important to me as a child, she made sure she was there. Even though now as an adult, it was so little, like a Christmas concert or a Mother's Day.
A reminder of voices said that leadership rooted in integrity could reshape the nation. 20 years may have passed, but her voice still speaks. Her teachings still shapes lives, and her legacy continues to shine. Today, we are honoring Pastor Bimbo Odukoya, a life lived with purpose, passion, and impact. From Voice of the People TV, I'm Praise Peters.
Thank you so much, Praise Peters, for that wonderful coverage. Now to some business stories. Each of the 100 distinguished graduates of Obonnaya Ono Polytechnic will receive a ₦1 million business grant from the Abia State government. Governor Alex Soti announced these barely 1 week after also awarding ₦1 million grants to 150 exceptional students of the institution who graduated between 2022 and 2025. Oti, who announced the offers during the institution's 12th convocation, also announced a ₦100 million business grant for 100 graduates of the institution with viable business proposals, stating that beneficiaries must present sound business plans. The governor further directed that job opportunities be created for the state best performing graduates from all tertiary institutions in Abia. According to him, beyond the business grants, he has directed the Commissioner for Works, Housing, Power and Public Utilities and the heads of the 3 regional development authorities to develop a 6-month field training program for 200 graduates with proven technical competence in the operational areas of the establishments. Moving on to some sports story, Real Madrid crashed to a damaging 2-0 home defeat by Celta Vigo in La Liga on Sunday, finishing the game with 9 men after red cards for Fran Garcia and Alvaro Carreras. Williot Sweetbird struck twice at the second half for Celta, with Madrid's second league defeat of the season, leaving rivals Barcelona 4 points clear at the top. Xavi Alonso's side, though still second, also lost defender Eder Militao to injury on a difficult night in the Spanish capital. Madrid were playing their fourth match at home following 6 on the road across all competitions after hosting an NFL match at the Bernabeu that coincided with a poor run of form, having now won just one of their last 5 league games. With a juicy Champions League clash against Manchester City approaching on Wednesday, Alonso had chosen to rest centre-back Antonio Rudiger, starting with Alvaro Carreras in the heart of the fence. However, Rudiger's break did not last long, with the German defender coming on midway through the first half after Eder Militao pulled up injured. In entertainment, the All African Music Awards, AFRIMA, says it has entered a new cultural partnership with the British High Commission in Nigeria to expand creative exchange opportunities, deepen cultural ties, and enhance global visibility for African music. Formalized through a cultural cooperation agreement, the collaboration sees the British Deputy High Commission in Lagos will co-host the Welcome Sir for nominees and invited guests for the opening event of the 2026 AFRIMA Awards Week, Bill for January 7 to 11, 2026. Social Fair at the British High Commission in Nigeria, Gillevo Obe, who signed the agreement on behalf of the UK, say the collaboration aligns with the Britain's continued support for Nigeria's creative sector. AFRIMA's Chief Experience Officer, Andereli Niye, say the partnership is a strategic step in expanding cultural diplomacy through music. He explained that it reflects AFRIMA's mission to position African music as a global force. According to Niye, beyond the awards, the partnership is committed to building space where creativity meets opportunity and where African talents can confidently engage the world. That is it on the media news, but before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Tinubu commends Nigerian military for saving Benin democracy. Military assures release of St. Mary's Catholic school children abducted. Macron pledges France support for Nigeria against insecurity. We also told you that registry laments delayed rollout of national data governance. PANDEF seek PIA review alleges neglect of communities' right. ADC flays non-payment of local contractors and pensioners. And business, OT backs 100 Abia Poly graduates with 1 million grant each. In sports, we told you that Real Madrid crumble at home to Celta Vigo. In entertainment, AFRIMA British High Commission partner on cultural creativity exchange. That is it on the media news. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the streaming platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu. Good afternoon and thanks for watching.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters.
I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
All right, welcome to another beautiful action-packed edition of the Locker Room this very lovely Monday as we take a look at matters arising in the exciting world of football. I am Jerry Apeliohai, and we're about to dive deep into the football world with some insightful analysis. And of course, joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, are ready to drop some knowledge on the latest football action. And they say charity begins at home. And don't forget to stay tuned, hit that subscribe button for those who are watching us on YouTube, and turn on the notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of The Locker Room. We are also on LCTV channel 264. And of course, you can join us via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen to get in on the conversation, while we also expect you to drop your chats and your comments on the Facebook platform. We are also on TikTok, and definitely we're also on Instagram. Of course, Ikechukwu, how was your weekend?
Oh, fantastic, Jerry. Good evening, and good evening to our viewers. It's the weekend was actually quite interesting. I had fun. For a very first time in a while, I actually went out to get a feel of what the environment is like. I did some painting, I tried on for the very first time. I've not really tried it on, but yeah, it was a very beautiful experience. So I think my weekend was amazing.
You also went to change some oil, you know. Hey, we'll get to that point. And of course, it was a fantastic blockbuster weekend in the exciting world of football, just because the Premier League took center stage and we saw big things happening as far as the title race is concerned. And I know my wife doesn't understand title race right now. It's just to survive because they have Wolves to contend with this weekend. And of course, Arsenal fans will surely be having to bite their lips as far as the title race is concerned. I just spoke to some Arsenal fans. I said they have an ex who is still bitter, talking about Unai Emery and talking about Martinez, the goalkeeper of Aston Villa. These are former Arsenal coach and player, and it seems like each time they see Arsenal, they take it extra serious.
Well, the truth is, Aston Villa's side came on the back of 26 games without a loss at their home ground. Since last season, they've not lost till 26 games before the Arsenal game. So Arsenal game is 27. They also came on the back of winning their last 9 of 10 Premier League games. So they also came on the back of
consistently beating Arsenal.
Yes, and they also came on the back of winning their last 12 of 15 games in all competition. So they were in a very good shape, very good shape. And I mean, Emery is a tactical genius. Might not be one of those coaches who can have players play with certain level of technique, but tactically he's very good, and he showed it against Arsenal yesterday. Of course, Arsenal side, you can say that their defense, their centre back is highly depleted at this point. And I fought Arteta for whatever it is that is going through at this point, because the Arsenal side, the problem they have is that Arteta is so afraid of rotating his squad, even while they are fit. And it's going to happen. The likes of Declan Rice will also get their own breakdown very soon if Arteta doesn't start taking a bold step by bringing in the likes of Norgard to actually play and rest some of his key players. You don't do this. And it's one of those things that happened to Atletico Madrid side that actually lost the Champions League finals back-to-back with Real Madrid. If you remember, the first season they got to the final, he actually played only 16 players all through the season. It's definitely going to happen at some point. These guys will break down. They will get a lot of injuries, and that's exactly what we're saying. I mean, you just can't continue to do all of those things. And of course, for Unai Emery, he's definitely want to always prove that he's that manager who Arsenal should respect. He wants to prove to Arsenal board that he made a wrong move, decision to actually fire me. I'm actually a top manager, and that's exactly what he's doing at this point. 3 points behind Arsenal, and the season is just about to start right now. And for Arsenal, it's not a position they want to be. If these guys play before you, they definitely go up the ladder, and then that's going to put a lot of pressure. And when you're a lot of pressure in a title race, it's just only one thing. You're most likely bound to make mistakes. They've only lost 2 games so far this season, so it says that it shows that they are most of their problem now is all about the fact that they've been playing too many draws, and it's not the position they want to be. 10 goals they've considered so far this season, and trust me, it's sad. Like we said about, we established it here that Man City, Alan has scored 15 goals already, and he needs just 10 goals to hit the 25 goal margin. And once he hits the 25 goal margin, it smells problem. I mean, it's going to be difficult to actually stop them from winning the title. Arsenal can do it if they can actually guarantee at least 4 persons hitting the 10 goal plus margin. If they can do that, then of course they are. Now we look at the Arsenal side. Ask yourself, how many players are actually putting the ball behind the net? Do they have that number that can hit that 4 goal margin, 10 goal margin? These are the big questions.
I think I don't want to put question marks on Arsenal yet, because they've been on form this season. They are the most informed side. They have squad depth. They have everything that every Premier League club should be envious of, even better than Manchester City. And they have no business dropping points at this stage of the season. So if they are dropping points, it's still not yet for us to ask questions. They need to win games if they want to win the league this season.
Jerry,
but if they know they are not ready to win the league, they should let Man City then just win the league.
Jerry, the problem here is having squad depth is one thing. Utilizing the squad depth on that. Arteta doesn't utilize squad depth. He uses the players until they start getting injured before the squad depths are coming in. That's not what squad depth means. It means you have to rotate your players. Yeah. It means you have to bring in certain players to play certain games. That's what it means that you have squad depth. But see, week in, week out, Declan Rice, Zubimendi, you always find them in the pack. You've got Norgard, you've got Eze, you can always rotate 3-man midfield all of the time. That's exactly why Rodri also got injured. 71 games straight, for Manchester City. I mean, Manchester City has not been able to actually enjoy him for the last 2 seasons now. It's definitely going to happen if you keep using a particular player or certain part of player. You definitely start running into sort of problems, and it's not where they will actually want to be. You've got rich depth. Utilize them. Let fresh players play certain games. Now you're going to see their Champions League game and you're going to see their next game. You see that it's the same at least eight of those players who played this game will be the ones that will play the next game. You're expecting to not to get too many injuries. And December is quite cumbersome because of fixtures you'll be playing.
All right, now, of course, let's go to Man who's now on standby, though. Man United, they have squad depth they are not using, only making 14th and 17th with the squad depth. And I think it's been a long time they understand title race. But I know Man knows a lot about the title race just because of Man U, but it's still on point. Anyway, Man, it's great to have you join us.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Coming from a team that is have a direction that is always drawing. Well, if we play tonight, a draw again will take us ahead of Liverpool.
You're looking for a draw.
A temporary position. I'm just saying, we are not going to draw. We are going to win. Then for Arsenal, I've said it. They are pretenders, and it has started again. Until the last kick of the season, until the last game of the season, and they are leading by 3 points or even 4 points. That is when I will believe they will win the league. INEC said something that is very, very important. And Arteta is making a whole lot of mistakes. Remember when Guardiola decided to chop and change players against Leverkusen? He knew whether he lost or he won that particular game. He was in a good spot in the Champions League. He decided to rest some key players for that game. And look at that served him so well. In the next couple of games, he's been able to win them, and it's on the tails of Arsenal at the moment. So just one more draw, and Arsenal is out of the title race. It's as simple as that. Arteta has a whole lot of quality in the team. He has a whole lot of depth, but the problem is, he doesn't know how to use them. It's over reliance on some particular players. Probably be his Achilles heel. Madueke only came to limelight because Trossard was injured. If not that Trossard was injured in that particular game, a Madueke would not come in. He never trusted the Madueke to perform. And Madueke came in and he gave a good performance against Barcelona. And that's when Madueke started making the cut. And that's the mistake he continues to make. For me, yet so close, but so far away for Arsenal.
All right, wait for that time to get to us. Talking about the EPL talk, let's talk about the Super Eagles. It's countdown to the African Cup of Nations, which comes up in Morocco this December 21. It gets to start. And Rachel is on fire. And right now, things are really looking fast as far as preparation for the AFCON is concerned. And we already know that Trust Ekong has officially announced his retirement from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Benjamin Frederick is also out injured. He's not going to be a part of the AFCON. That means we have 2 possible starters at the AFCON for the Super Eagles already out of a depleted backline. And we hear that out of the 28-man squad that he has decided to settle for 4 defenders in Calvin Bassey, Shemi Ajayi, Chidozie Awaziem, and Igor Ogbu. That means we might be seeing Shemi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey starting in 5 and 6 because they are the likely options. But if anything happens to those 2 players, we're going to be handicapped. We might be looking at Chidozie Awaziem and Igor Ogbu. Ikechukwu, are you satisfied with just 4 centre backs going into an AFCON title race?
I think that's most times the case when you go into a championship like that. With 23-man squad, you most likely have 4 centre backs, and then you have in total you have about say 4 plus 4. That's 8 defenders going to the championship. So yeah, I think it's within the number. Now we now need to talk about the quality of the players that will be stepping up if something happens to Shemi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey. That's where the question is. I mean, we've not seen Igor Ogbu and Awaziem play. So we should be actually holding our breath, hoping that we don't have, the two players who get injured at the same time. That's where the big
getting
problem.
suspended.
Yeah, or gets suspended or gets injured at the same time. That's going to be the biggest problem. But outside that, I think Awazim, we've seen him. He's quite decent. The player is calm. Igor also, I think he also needs a lot of time to actually play and give his best. I just feel so sad that Felix Agu, who would have actually been a very good deputy in this case, is actually also out injured. So that's what I'm really very concerned about. But then the coach can also decide to actually play a three-man backline, play Kevin Bassey on the left, play Sheme, center, and then play Jose Mawazim, on the right, and then play two fullback ahead of them, to help show off, the backline, and then do whatever it is he wants to do in the midfield. But like I said, it is the prerogative of the coach. So I don't have issues with the players. We don't have players who definitely step up. A couple of days ago, I was seeing the comments of Tomori. Tomori was saying that the Super Eagles never approached him. You would have really given it a thought to actually be part of the Super Eagles setup. I mean, if we had a player like Tomori is quite decent. He's better than Adara Bioyo.
I think Tomori is just like a girl who was waiting to be toasted, but the crush never toasted her. So and she's now feeling spited now that he has moved on to someone else. Fikayo would have also made the move if he was interested in playing for the Super Eagles. He was more or less interested in playing for the Three Lions. It's just because his relationship didn't work out. He's now claiming that the Super Eagles, the NFF never approached him.
But if you say,
the handwriting was on the wall. His attention was on the... If I was the handler of the NFF, Fikayo Tomori's body language that he wants to play for England, I wouldn't even make that move because I would feel I'm just going to be wasting an effort trying to make him to play for
But it has always been clear that Adara Bioyo wants to play for England. But why did we make a move?
I think officially the NFF has just been. It's not like a do or die. I didn't think the NFF was NFF has never shown desperation towards bringing Tosin.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about showing desperation. Just show the intent.
I've seen moves that
Fikayo.
No, for other players.
That's what I'm saying. That kind of move. Don't have to be desperate. Just make the move at least to be official that okay, Fikayo. I mean, we like you.
If I was the NFF, I don't blame the NFF for not approaching Fikayo. I think they did the honest thing, honest assessment of the situation. I felt Fikayo is off for England. There's no point even
Jacob Murphy that has shown that he also wants to play for England.
Because at the time, made a move. At the time Fikayo was on form, England was the go-to team. He would have loved to play.
Jacob Murphy also was on form, and Super Eagles also went for him.
Jacob Murphy, Fikayo Tomori. At the time, Jacob Murphy was on no type of form he was going to be on. I was going to bench the players already playing for the English national team. Fikayo Tomori, at the time he was on form, he would have easily walked into the English national team.
No.
Yeah, at the time he was on form for Chelsea.
Jerry, have you forgotten that at the time he was
coming up, he was already looking good for England.
It was good. See, Jerry.
Better than the chances of Jacob Murphy.
Jerry. The truth is, as at the time Jacob Fikayo was on form for England, for Chelsea,
very, very young.
Jerry was young. But at the time he was on form, we know that certain players were also very in good shape. I'll tell you, Maguire was in good shape at the point. John Stones was also in good shape at the point.
No, I think Fikayo was already doing well before the likes of John Stones was stepping up.
No.
Yeah.
No, now. Are you saying
John Stones was still very, very young compared to Fikayo Tomori? I think they're almost the same age bracket, but Fikayo was first to pick up the attention. Let's not forget.
Jerry. John Stones made his name way at Everton before he joined City. It was more like this. What's his name? Dean Austin that left for Madrid. It was the biggest. It was the most talked about young player.
Fikayo was already starting for Chelsea.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
At the time Fikayo was joining Chelsea was when Chelsea was starting the rebuild.
He was brought up from the academy.
That's what I'm saying. It was when Chelsea was starting the rebuild that they gave him they gave him the chance. And he didn't play as a Chelsea defender from beginning of the season to the end as the first choice. He only played a couple of months and then he lost his position.
Hey, what do you even say? Because even the likes of Jordan Torunariga, he was supposed to be a part of this team, but he told Eric Chell, if you're going to invite me, I'll have to start. But how do you expect?
No, assure me that I'll be making his parts. I'll be going to
start. He says he wants to start. So is he going to bench Kevin Bassey or Shemi Ajayi in that team? Would you want to take such kind of decision? Maiwa, taking a look at the 4-man back line, and of course, we all spoke about Jordan Torunariga's situation last week.
Well, I think what Excel has done is the right thing. Definitely, you want to stock yourself up with defenders. Remember, the advantage of having a couple of central defenders is if anything happens to especially your right fullback, one of them could definitely step in. Now, remember, in as much as I'm not comfortable with Kevin Bassey playing from the left-hand side, remember, Kevin Bassey in that particular team is also an utility player and can also step in if anything happens to any of our the left fullback. So I think the list so far makes a whole lot of sense. Shemi Ajayi, Chidozie Awale, Ogbu, and Kevin Bassey. I think definitely we'll get to see a whole lot of them play. And the only thing is, are they going to gel properly? Remember, when there is no second playing, there's always, apart from the fact that we've seen the synergy between Felix Agu and Kevin Bassey work so well. Any other time that a Trustekong is not there, there's always calamity. Remember, Shemi Ajayi and Kevin Bassey, they've played in the center of defense before, and we didn't enjoy that particular game. I hope they've been able to resolve that, and they've been able to find a right balance for the two of them. So look, going to a tournament with those players, yes, they have the experience, and the experience will come to bear. For Fikayo Tomori, I think you should go and sit down, and that's just the honest truth. The thing is this: you don't have to wait for the NFF to come and meet you. If you actually want to play for Nigeria, there are moves you need to make. The only reason why he didn't make that move was because he was expecting to be called up by the English national team. And yes, he was informed the same way Tammy Abraham was informed at that particular point in time. However, if you look at how those two players have been, they were never a long plan. They were never in the long plan for what's his name now, the former Southgate for England. They were never in the long-term plan. He just wanted to cap them and tie them down, and they were so gullible enough to fall for it. What happened to Tammy Abraham? It's no longer a surplus requirement. What happened to Fikayo Tomori after that particular friendly that they used to tie him down to England? How many games again did he play? So he has himself to blame. He should leave the NFF out of it and carry his cross. Coming out to say the NFF did not call him, he was expecting the NFF to come and call him and the rest of that. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. It should stay someplace. Our own guy, Ademola Lookman, yes, he was waiting for England, he didn't come, but he made some moves before making the switch to Nigeria. It's not that NFF pursued him all through. He also made some moves for him to make the switch to Nigeria. So if an Ademola Lookman could do it, what happened to Fikayo Tomori? He's just making excuses. As far as I'm concerned, he's not fit to play for Nigeria. He should continue waiting on England and leave Nigeria out of the blame game.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you 100% on that. And of course, talking about the fullback player, I'm still worried about the situation of Ola. I don't know if he'll be fit and ready for this AFCON, because there are already indications that he might not make it. But that would be a difficult situation if Eric Chell is decide on making a choice if Ola is not going to be available. We hear about Ryan Alebios, who plays for Blackburn Rovers, and there's also Bright Oshayi Samuel, who has been there when I know it's not there. And of course, for the left back pairing, there's also Zaidu Sanusi and Bruno Oyemachi. Taking a look at the fullback situation, are you comfortable if there's no Ola going into the competition?
I think what serious countries do in this kind of situation is that they will leave a line out. That's what it is. You don't want a player who is not fit, and then
the player has already unveiled a boot.
Yeah, well,
did all the
I mean, if he cannot make it on time, because if he goes ahead to make it to the Nations Cup,
he will retire the next week.
If he goes ahead to make it to the Nations Cup, it's going to become a burden to us if he's not fit. Right?
If he has gone ahead to do all the razzmatazz, meaning that he has it up his mind that he's going to give his all and die on the pitch.
Jerry, we've seen this situation.
And let's not forget, this was the same player that played through injury in the last AFCON final.
And what did he do? Where did he get us?
It was one of the issues we had.
Exactly, where Adingra was turning him inside out. See, the thing is, we've seen this sort of situation happen many times in the world, and it only leads to one particular end. You lose. We saw it in 1998 World Cup final. Everybody was expecting Giovanni Eba to step up to lead the Brazil attack against France. Brazil already had a plan against France without Ronaldo. France already made a plan about the Brazilian national team around Ronaldo. Just in the morning, Ronaldo walked into the training ground and he told the coach that he's fit to play. I mean, who is the coach to turn down Ronaldo when he says he can play? And then we saw how that final ended. 3-0. Brazil's attack was completely dead in that particular final. We can go on and on in the Champions League final as well. 2016, where Atletico Madrid played against Madrid. Their striker Diego Costa was injured. He played the final with hamstring. Only 16 minutes. Diego Simeone had a plan with him in that particular game, but 16 minutes only he played. He left the pitch, and we all know how that one ended. 4-1 after they managed to actually get an early goal. So we can go on and on. The reality will always come back to show you that it is not a wise decision to take. A player that is not fit should not play. Now, if you're taking Brian Osayi-Samuel as your main threat as right back, play a 3-man back line because of his deficiency, defending. That will help him. He's very good going forward. He can really be a menace going forward against any left back, right? He can always read the byline. He's he's quick, he's strong, but then he has this limitation coming back. So play a 3-man back line to help him bring out the best in him. Pastero did the same thing to bring out the best in the second. That's why I was talking about playing to the strength of your team. Look at your players. Look at their weakness. Play against it and ensure that these guys come out as a better player and as a team overall. So that was what I would be expecting. But if all I know is fit before the championship, why? I would definitely be glad to have him, be part of the Super Eagles to do the business there. And for the fullback, that's for the right back. For the left back, we're looking at Bruno Emechi and Zedu Sanusi actually leading the lines, right? I mean, these guys are actually who we've got at this point. I don't know how Eric wants to play. If he decides to actually play, either of them, I think I'm quite good because both of them are also very good when it comes to their defensive duty, right? But then going forward, I think I would prefer, Bruno Emechi because he's got a very good cross, and that will be also on the coach to decide how he actually wants to, play them. But for me, for the case of Olaino, I think the coach should really assess him very well. If he's not ready, if he's not going to be ready by the second game, I don't think it's going to be wise to actually take him to the championship. That's just my own.
All right, Maiwa, you've heard about the fullback pairings. Without I know, it's going to be a difficult one. But since the man has already showed that he's proven that he's going to be ready for the AFCON, I think there's no point leaving him out because it looks like the man is ready to fight for the team.
If he's not fit enough, I think they shouldn't take him. But however, we've seen this happen before. I can't remember which World Cup, maybe it's 98 or 2002. I can't remember that England, Beckham was not available until the last game of that round. I think it's against 2002 World Cup, if I'm not mistaken. Beckham was injured and then they took him along to the tournament. He was only available for the third game. So if we think Olaino is that important and he's not going to take away slot, then probably maybe a chair will do that. However, I would not advise that when we have players that can probably step in. There is a Bright Osayi-Samuel. There is a Ryan Alebios who is also a fantastic player that can do something fantastic. As a newcomer on that particular right hand side, if you watch him play for Blackburn Rovers, he has been very, very fantastic for them. And if he comes in, he'll probably be, an addition to the national team. So I'll rather not us risk, and Olaino will probably be a way, not for a lack of better word now, there'll probably be surplus to requirement because of injuries. Because it will be stealing a waste slot from a fit player that probably contribute to the overall success of that particular team. So, like Kechuku said, if he will not be available by the second game, then probably maybe we should just stick with the two guys that are available and are fully fit. For the left fullback, I want to see Bruno Onyemachi, play consistently. I think Bruno Onyemachi has not been that lucky when it comes to the national team. He gives a whole lot for his club. But when it comes to the national team, is that one player is playing ahead of him, especially Zedu Sanusi. Yes, Zedu Sanusi too. He's been getting back his form with Porto. But to be honest with you, Zedu Sanusi is not the same Zedu Sanusi of 3 years ago with Porto, if you are being honest. So I'll probably see more of Bruno Onyemachi than maybe probably a Zedu Sanusi would be like a backup. Also, going forward, we also know what a Bruno Onyemachi can bring in terms of the attack. That has not been consistent with Zedu Sanusi. So I'll probably say maybe a Bruno Onyemachi plays, then we have a Zedu Sanusi as a backup in case anything happens to Bruno Onyemachi that he can't continue.
All right, talking about backups, and of course, there are strong indications that Wolverhampton Wanderers striker Tolu Arokodare won't be in the Super Eagles squad for the upcoming African Cup of Nations. He gets to play against Manchester United tonight to see if he can prove himself. They still has what it takes. Do you think Tolu Arokodare's position in the Eagles is already threatened?
Well, Tolu Arokodare actually, after that, his first game against, I think Zimbabwe, where he came in very late in that particular game to actually get the goal, and eventually these guys actually equalized to make it 1-1. I think after that particular game, he's got a very strong presence, but the hallmark of an attacker is the fact that you can actually deliver goals, and he's not actually been delivering goals, and he's struggling to actually pin down his jersey for his club side. And when you don't play regularly, it's going to be a very big problem. He's a player I really like, his person as a person, but much of his game, I really would not want to say much of it because it's not really been that awesome. And the truth is, if we want a very strong team, we will have to make sure these guys actually fight for the jersey.
I think he made a right decision moving to England.
I think at this point, yes, it appears so that the move was quite too early for him. I think he should have really established himself, as player around outside. And the truth is, again,
he was the best player in Belgium.
No, so Jerry, again, the thing is this, right? One thing I've also noticed that players, not all players can play in every league. Some players are not cut to actually play. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that this league is difficult or this league is not. Some players' style of play doesn't just suit certain kind of football. Some players don't like it pacey. So he would have excelled very well in La Liga because, of course, it deals with more technicality and less physicality. And Tolu Arokodare, if you watch him, he's quite a very technical player, and they're really done so well there. But I mean, England might not just be where he's built to play, running around. It's not his main strength. So maybe it's one of the reasons why it's really taking time for him to really adjust. And the Wolves that we have now is not the same Wolves we used to have back then. And the manager that's handling Wolves is also not a manager that we can really vouch as a manager who is excellent in player development. The likes of Tolu Arokodare needs a coach like Marco Silva who can actually make them develop better as players. So these are the issues with him. I just hope that if he misses out on this particular AFCON, he's definitely going to actually get himself right in Wolves, or then move to a club where his development is definitely going to be assured. He's quite young. I think he's around 22 now. So he still has a lot, in him to actually develop and become, a better player than he is now. So yes, if he fails to make it, I just hope that we just go with the best pair of legs and then, get the job done when it comes to delivering the goals. But so far so good. I've not really been impressed with, how he's really been doing his job in England. And really, for me, when it comes to merits, I don't think he deserves to be part of the Super Eagles.
All right, don't think he deserves to be part of the Super Eagles. Maiwa, do you agree with Ike Chukwu that Tolu should be sacrificed for the likes of Paul Onachu? And there's also a certain player who plays in Pleasant, talking about Duro Simi. There's also talk about him, Rafiu.
Well, I mean, we've always said that if you're not playing regularly for your club, definitely you should not be in the national team. We don't want bench warmers in the national team. However, for Tolu Arokodare, I think if he's given the opportunity, he will probably make an impact. Remember, if you watch the game against Crystal Palace and Brighton, if I'm not mistaken, the game over the weekend, there is a particular what's the name now, Crisantos, who has been struggling with Crystal Palace. At a particular point in time, they told him to be training separately. Now he's been able to get his form back and he's been integrated into the team gradually. I think it probably takes a bit of time. And Santos has been doing so well for Crystal Palace at the moment. Yes, he's not playing the full 90 minutes, but if you look at the appearances he's making, he's already making a case for himself. The same way Chukwueze, who was partially being paid, started making a case for himself, and now we see him start games and the rest of that. So I think the same thing applies to Tolu Arokodare. However, for the sake of this particular tournament, it would be unfair for a Paul Onachu who is scoring goals with reckless abandon to be left out for a Tolu Arokodare who is struggling for form. So for now, I think Tolu Arokodare should sit this one out. There are other informed strikers in Europe that are playing for Nigeria that could probably take his place and probably do more. I mean, we don't want a situation whereby we take an Tolu Arokodare, he replicates the same lackluster performance that he has, displayed with Wolves, replicate the same thing at the Nations Cup, and the fault goes to the coach. In terms of leaving out players that have been doing the job. So I want to see a Paul Onachu and other players, scoring the goals, and probably Atolu Arokoda should sit this one out. And I would say better luck next time for him.
All right, better luck next time for him. And of course, a newly invited Nigerian international defender, Ryan Alebiosu, says despite his eligibility to play for England, he has always wanted to play for the senior national team of Nigeria. Come on, Blackburn Rovers defender. How would you choose Nigeria over England? If he were to be playing for Real Madrid, would he be saying so? Footballers, I never trust their loyalty.
Well,
I'll see players say they love and die for this club. The next morning, they are playing for the next club. Luis Figo, let's not forget, he professed his love for Barcelona. And the next morning, he's playing for Real Madrid.
Like Arnold too. For
like just after Arnold, he was going to sink and swim. Liverpool, what happened?
But the truth is, I think we should take players' word. I agree with you. We should take players' word as face value. But then again, whatever it is we want to say, it is what they've said that will definitely be, holding them with. And right now he's saying that, he's always wanted to play for Super Eagles. And there's nothing as good as, someone said, declaring openly that he wants you, even if the person is actually just saying it. I think if he's going to be bringing in the quality that, the Super Eagles need, of course, I welcome it. I don't want to deal with his statement. I just want to see him actually show it on the field. There's one thing to say, I want to play for this club. There's for this team. There's another thing to actually show it on the field. That's what every Nigerian is actually interested in. Even if you say you don't want to play, but let's see what you're about to actually, what you show on the field. And that's why at this point where he's been invited to Super Eagles, I think it's a very good time because we're having a defensive crisis. So his chance to be part of the team will really be easier for him to be part of it. And then
he's just 23.
And then we'll get to see him, really give that particular matches action with his words, saying that I really want to play for Super Eagles. We're definitely going to be seeing it, in him come December 21st when the Nations Cup officially starts. So I think our first game is 2 days after 23rd. So when that happens, they will definitely get to see the player and get to enjoy him. I just hope that he gives his best because he's also very young. He's one player that he's going to himself, Felix Agu and Benjamin Frederick, will definitely play together for quite a while. And these are the kind of players who want to, because at this point all we need is rebuild. If the likes of Ekong and Chemi Ajayi is already in their twilight, is actually leaving, we need people to step up. And I hope just that he will be able to step up in this particular championship, come few weeks time.
All right. Meanwhile, we also heard that the Nigerian Football Federation has issued a new date for the pre-AFCON friendly game against Egypt, owing to a decision by FIFA that clubs can hold on to their players until 15th of December. And of course, Nigeria is supposed to play the tune-up game against Egypt on the 14th, but the decision by World Football Governing Body means that the game will now hold on Tuesday, 16th of December. That is 2 days after. Don't you think it's the right decision, right step, right direction? At least they should be able to take advantage of the friendly ahead of the AFCON.
I think it's the right step in the right direction. However, there's a downside to this. The reason why, and this is the reason why, FIFA should get a whole lot of stick for insulting CAF. And I hope Musepe and the rest of them, they take this up and, such that this should not happen again, because FIFA is setting a bad precedent. And if this continues, it continues to be a slap on our face. You are playing a friendly match from couple of days to that particular, to the start of the tournament, and key players to get injured. And that might affect, the planning you've made for the players that will be released, just 7 days to that particular tournament. That's the downside of that. However, the friendly match being moved is a good one that he didn't cancel it. It serves as a test run for us. A Mo Salah that has been short of games, that seems not to know where the goalpost is with Liverpool, probably maybe in that particular friendly match, to be able to get his scoring boot and probably, do 1 or 2 things in front of goal. However, I think it's also good for us where we'll be able to test, the synergy in our front line, a Paul Onachu and just of them making a return back to the team. Also, the new defenders, the new defense line that we're going with, it will be a good game to test them against, top quality players from the Egyptian side. So it's a good one. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm hoping, will turn up in that particular game to show how prepared we are to the Nations Cup.
All right. My just lighting the EPL player of the season last season. Of course, the assist and the top assist and top goal scorer of last season. He's saying doesn't know goal post. Come on, Mario. Let's let's take it easy. Let's take it easy.
It's not bearing fruit.
It happens. It happens to everybody. At the time, things may not go away. But when he was banging in goals last season, nobody even said anything. It happens. Even to the best of strikers, there's a time where there is a goal drought. And this is just match week 13, 14, into the season. So Musona has gone through this kind of spell and eventually rose from the ashes and became who he is right now. Anyway, our game is going to be on the 23rd of December. That is against Tanzania. The Taifa Stars, they are called at the Complex Sportive Defense, where they will also tackle Tunisia's Carthage Eagles on the 27th of December. The Cranes of Uganda on Tuesday, 30th of December. What a way to keep Africans excited while there's Christmas celebration. A lot of Nigerians are looking forward to seeing the Super Eagles just 2 days before Christmas, taking on Tanzania. I hope they give Nigerians a pleasant Christmas present. Okay, and let's go on to more stories now. Let's go over to the EPL just because of time. We all know what happened over the weekend. For those who don't know, Arsenal lost to Aston Villa, and of course, Gary Curtis is talking tough. I wonder why he did not talk on the pitch, but he decided to talk after the game, saying that he has urged Arsenal to bounce back after Villa end the unbeaten run. It looks like this unbeaten run was going to end at some point in time. When I saw the draw against Chelsea, and they were already the knocks, the cracks were beginning to set in. But we all thought the squad depth was going to see them through. But Aston Villa has been on form this season. They are number 3 on the table right now, just 2 points off Arsenal. So you don't want to blame them because they also looking at
3 points.
3 points. No, I think they are 30 on 30. Arsenal is on 33 points.
3 points,
yeah. 31, 33.
No, 30.
30 points. So just 3 points. So one game and then everything could change. Aston Villa is also looking at the title race. Anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually a big game. 18 games unbeaten run. Arsenal were actually hoping to extend that unbeaten run to 19. If you go back to the game, you see that after Buenda scored that last minute goal, Arsenal defenders were beating the ground. The goalkeeper, Declan Rice, they were so angry, and it left a very sour taste in their mouth. I can really understand how they feel at that point. But again, I think this is Arteta's doing. Declan Rice and Zubimendi, their leg were out. I mean, they've been struggling to keep up the pace in the Premier League. I don't know if Arteta, is actually looking at these players, but it's worrying. If you recall that before Matty Cash actually got the first goal, there was a shot from Matty Cash that, what's his name? Declan Rice actually blocked. And then the second time, Declan Rice wasn't there to actually block it, and that was the first goal. Declan Rice has always been the man who has been running, mopping up Arsenal midfield, and you cannot keep doing that. You signed up a certain Nogard. Why aren't you playing him? You bring him into the party to help relieve these guys of the stress. Zubimendi has also been playing week in, week out, no rest at all. I think the hallmark of a top manager when you have a last squad is to understand how you refresh and rotate them, especially in December fixtures. Jurgen Klopp did it a lot, with Liverpool, and after that season, Liverpool won, the Champions League. Before that season, you recall that the team has already been playing so well, and people have started calling for that Liverpool side to start having a sort of replacement rotation. But when they stopped the rotation, when they managed to win the Champions League, the team fell apart. Injuries started, coming. Wijnaldum actually left. Fabinho could not keep up with the pace again. Hendo got injured. So it is bound to happen. And the best way to actually keep your team is to ensure that you signed on Madueke. There are certain games you are comfortable in the Champions League at this point. After defeating Bayern Munich, I would expect Arsenal to actually rest his key player. I don't know if Arteta thinks that chasing unbeaten at this point is the best for him than keeping his player fresh. December fixture, I think we still have about 6 games to play in this December, and you don't want to be, at the end of December, you find yourself about 5 or 6 points behind Manchester City with the way it's going. If that happens, trust me, Pep Guardiola is a master when it comes to this particular pace. He just keep winning in this game, and he might just even go 10, 15 games unbeaten before you know the league is already over. So for Gyökeres, who is saying this, he's just coming from injury, and he's going to be back and part of the team again. Eberechi has always been playing. I see no reason why Arteta had to bring in Trossard into that particular game. Yes, he came in to score a goal, but a player who is just coming from injury, you don't have to force him. It goes back to what we were saying. You don't lack of trust for other players will always affect the team. Now, when one person is not there, it's going to really show. When Saka left the pitch, it was obvious the Arsenal attack stopped working at the highest level. But if he had been bringing in certain games, allow Eberechi and what's his name, Madueke to actually finish games, they would have been used to the quality of players and the midfielder. They would have created a system around them. That's how things work. Bringing Saka maybe 20 minutes to the game to also get a feel. But most part of it, certain games, let these players play so that you keep your players fresh. But hey, it's Arteta, and you're going to see the next game. At least 8 of these players that played this game will be part of it. And then you expect to actually not to get injured. So when you start talking about what's wrong with Arsenal, Arsenal fans will tell you it's because you're suffering injury. Why won't you suffer injury when your coach keep using the same set of players over and again?
And it's part of the squad depth.
You say you have squad depth. What's use? It's just saying that you just like saying you have a car, but you take public transport to work, and you say you have a car. You drive the car to work once in a while. Does that even make any sense?
That's exactly. You have 2 cars, usually one every time.
Exactly. And you say you have 2 cars. It doesn't even make any sense. So that's exactly what he's doing. So it's sad, but if he really wants to actually get the most out of this season, I think he should really make good use of his squad depth. Else he's going to be Myers Kelly was playing so well. Now every week in week out is Calafiori, the same Calafiori that is prone to injury. Allow the young man to relieve him in games that are not high stake. The guy is so good.
Yeah.
Why not play him?
Yeah, Myers Kelly is also.
It's so good. So exactly, let him play. If you have high stake games like Chelsea, top games, it's okay. Calafiori will start this one, play Champions League. That's how you do. That's how you handle your team. But then, Arteta will just keep using Calafiori till he gets injured.
Yeah, same thing with Maguire. That's how he handles it.
Exactly.
And of course, it looks more difficult. Even Saliba, I heard, is also injured. It's pretty difficult situation. And to say that this Aston Villa, when the show started, I said it's more like an ex-girlfriend that is hot. And this time they see us now, they surely want to pass on that anger. Unai Emery, Martinez, they are the biggest culprits in this one. And of course, they are going to play Aston Villa on the 30th of December, 2 times. And this time it's going to be at the Emirates.
Well, I mean, Unai Emery is still angry with Wood. They didn't give him an opportunity to be able to work his magic. And he's been hurting Arsenal for a while now. I think this will be the 2nd time or 3rd time that Aston Villa is taking away crucial points from Arsenal that ends up costing them the league. I think Arsenal got themselves the foot. The game against Chelsea and the game against Aston Villa might be very, very crucial in determining if they will win the league or not. For me, I think the 5 points they lost in that particular game will probably come back to bite them. Because how do you not beat a Chelsea that is 1 man down since the 42nd minute of the first half? How did you allow an Aston Villa, to get that very late goal? How did you allow that? How did you allow that to happen? Why did you not rotate your squad such that the tired legs, the players that are showing signs of dead leg, they were on the bench, and players who are ready to go, you put them in and they rejuvenate the team such that they are refreshed and they can win game. I think Arteta, the way Arteta is setting up, is costing his team. You cannot continue to use the same players all the time, and you not expect fatigue to set in. I think fatigue has set in, and they have games to go. They all have a whole lot of games to play this December. As far as I'm concerned, I think by May we might be talking about, we might be discussing, the inefficiencies of Arsenal in terms of being able to win the league. Because I don't understand how you lose 5 push-up points in this particular period in games that can definitely, win those particular games. So anything that's happening to Arsenal at the moment, I think it's Arteta's fault. He has not been able to build enough trust in the players he has, and we are seeing players. Myers Kelly, continues to be benched, while the Calafiori, who is very prone to injury, continues to play. The list goes on. The same with Bukayo Saka too. you continue to overuse him. The same thing with Chelsea too. So I mean, for me, I think if you ask my honest opinion, I think Arsenal has thrown away the league, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because the way other things are even coming up, even Crystal Palace now, they moved into the fourth place in the Premier League after the remarkable win against Fulham. Some would say that Glasner was too stubborn not to allow Guehi go. And of course, the man understood how important his captain is. If he's going to make a name for himself in the Premier League, he needs players who are match winners in Mark Guehi. And of course, he's proven to be one of the best, if not the best defender so far this season in the Premier League. He has goals to show for it. He has shown leadership qualities. And of course, he's the envy of any coach. Talking about Mark Guehi. Of course, this Fulham, with the same Fulham that gave Man City a run for their money just a weekend before this last one. And they fell to Fulham by 2-1.
They fell to
Crystal Palace, I beg your pardon.
So Oliver Glasner, I mean, needs no introduction. FA Cup champion. We saw that particular game. Yeah, we saw that particular game against the Man City, and the teams they actually defeated in these games are actually top teams. They also did it this season against Liverpool, and I think they started the late minute win against or they started the late minute defeat that Liverpool started suffering against teams. I think they started it when Nketiah actually scored that last minute goal. So I think this is a manager who understood the assignment before he actually got the job. He said, if you allow Maguire go, I'm leaving, because he understands that Eberechi is gone already. I need my team to be intact, and if I have to actually make
when you say Eberechi is still yet,
saying that if I have to make a very good statement in this season, these are the kind of players that I want, and they allow him to have it, and we can actually all see the result. I think it's good. It's a good place for them at this point. They can actually make it to, even if it's a Conference League, is awesome for Crystal Palace because they've really worked hard. I mean, winning the FA Cup.
They're in the Conference League at the moment.
That's what I'm saying. If they are unable to win this one and still make it back, I think it's actually a very good one back to back. But they win this one, that means they're stepping up to the FA Cup, and that's to the
Champions League,
Competitions Cup.
CAF Champions.
Yes.
Europa League.
Europa League rather. Yeah, Europa League. So I think that would have been a very good place for them. It's a step up in the right direction. So I think he needs no introduction as a manager. It's one of those decent managers in the modes of the likes of Marco Silva and co. I think they are all the same level, and they're doing so well for themselves and for their club side. And for now, Emery again, Jerry. I mean, people talked about how they actually played against Arsenal, but if you watch them, you know that they are the most physical side this season, and they are very thorough. They are ruthless. When they need goals, they'll go for it and they'll get it. And 18 games, unbeaten before 26 games unbeaten at home before the game against Arsenal. It shows a lot about how he's been able to actually make their home ground a fortress.
All right, of course, Maiwa, it's so awesome, and we'll just have to go. Thank you very much, and of course, wish you all the best against Wolves tonight.
Well, definitely, we are winning the game such that we can be in the top 5 while Liverpool goes back to their usual position.
I laugh in Spanish. Tomorrow, we'll call you.
No, tomorrow we'll be here saying, tomorrow will tarry for the night, but joy comes on Monday.
This joy. Don't worry, I'll save your tears for tonight. I will make sure your DM is open. All the best, all the best for tonight, because the weeping will not end, because by tomorrow we will understand. Thank you very much, Ikechukwu, and thanks to the guys behind the scene talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Adura, Jeremiah, and of course Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelhai. Say thanks for being a part of the locker room. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television, and I am Chukwuma Okoro. On the show today, we are broadcasting on Metro LCV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Well, you can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. On the show today, France orders Tinubu to foil military coup in Benin Republic. Rivers State may boil again as assembly divides between Wike and Fubara. PDP crisis, Wike bloc plans state congresses, national convention. Well, let's bring in our guests, and we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who are broadcasting from, by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for coming to Political Lens. As always, we appreciate your presence.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
All right, thank you, sir. How have you been? How was your weekend?
Yeah, it was splendid.
Okay, beautiful.
I had a good time.
You had a good time, a swell time.
But don't ask me the good time.
Okay, I will not ask you, Barrister. I will talk off camera.
Yeah.
Well, let's kick into it right away. Nigeria, acting on an emergency call from President Patrice Talon, deployed air and ground troops to Benin Republic to help foil an attempted military coup. Nigerian forces working alongside loyal Beninois soldiers dislodged the coup plotters who had attacked the president's residence, seized state television, and attempted to dissolve state institutions. The Nigerian government, ECOWAS, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly condemned the coup attempt, describing it as a direct assault on democracy and the will of the Beninois people. They reiterated that unconstitutional changes of government were unacceptable and threatened the region's democratic progress. Well, President Tinubu praised the Nigerian military for its swift and decisive intervention carried out under ECOWAS protocols. Nigeria reaffirmed its commitment to supporting democracy, stability, and constitutional order in Benin and across West Africa, urging all parties in Benin to remain calm and follow lawful democratic processes. Now, Barrister, how do you describe what happened in Benin yesterday and the role that Nigeria plays? Let's capture your broad explanation to what happened, democratically, militarily, and socially.
Mr. Okoro, Nigeria committed assault on the sovereignty of the people of the Republic of Benin. It was an assault on the sovereignty of that state. Let us call it what it is, because there was no need for Nigeria to intervene in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. Because when America wanted to do the same here, we oppose it. So how can you now be the chief culprit of what you are condemning? There was no reason and no need for what Tinubu did, except to show that you are stronger and you are bigger than Benin Republic. The other country that they carried that coup, why didn't he intervene? To prove that, yes, is the champion of ECOWAS. So, hold on. Other coups have happened before this one. Is it because the people of the government of Republic of Benin is weak and the country is so small and all that? Is that not the only reason they had the temerity to do what they did? What concerns Tinubu with what is going on there? Or is he thinking of doing what that man did before they took him out of office?
What did the man do?
He changed the constitution.
Okay.
Yes.
Arbitrarily?
Arbitrarily, yes.
Did he pass through the
Forget about, you see, when these people want to do this thing, they always have a rubber stamp legislature who will carry out their nefarious decision. This country was going for 5 years. First term of 5 years in their presidential tenure. All of a sudden, the man in office now said that they should take it to 7 years. And you are entitled to 2 terms. That means you are talking of 14 years here.
Plus 5.
No, the 5 years now. 5 years before, they added 2 years, making it 7.
Plus another 7.
Plus another, making 14. And the military, they are, of course, this Republic of Benin military, they are very, very, in fact, they are true soldiers. They don't take prisoners. The moment you misbehave, they take you out. They don't have time for discussions.
Okay, but eventually they were taken out by the Nigerian military.
They violated their laws. Under international law, Nigeria have no right to do what they did.
Okay, now, Barrister, that is your position. I would like for us to make some clarification between intervention and interference. What exactly did Nigeria do in this case? Did Nigeria intervene or did they interfere? And I'd like for you to bear in mind that Nigeria didn't just act on its own. They were invited by the president. The president picked up a phone and called Nigeria's president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please, I need help. Send their men, to come and rescue me. Does that look, between you and I, is that interference or intervention?
It was interference because for you to carry out such the assembly, there must be a decision to seek for foreign intervention.
Okay.
Before you can do that, we not call it that. But in this particular case, it was interference.
Okay.
Because no decision was reached by the parliament. It is either the man called his friend Tinubu to save him. And that is the way I look at it. After all, why did they remove you?
Why did you want to change the tenure of the president of your country? You are the one that called for this coup. If you want to look at it properly, it was that president that called for this coup. What is wrong if you do 5 years? Yes.
Maybe 5 years is not enough for him to accomplish.
So do what? What you may have to look. Somebody that wants, if your salary is not enough for you, over time will never help you.
Sometimes it does.
No, it cannot. Somebody who could not do anything with 5 years, is it the added 2 years now that will now, what is he going to do differently? And that has been the problem of African leaders.
Okay.
Last week when I was talking about this particular issue, I made mention of this particular unstable government in Africa, that they are the ones calling for it because of their behavior and their activities. If you check, like I showed you in the morning, it is always election. 90% of the election that causes problem in Africa. Election. They wouldn't want to conduct free and fair election, and they wouldn't want to leave office honorably. Then what do you think the other people will be? They will be there clapping for you, Abi. It's not everybody that has the patience of talking and discussion or analyzing like we do on TV and radio. People are just impatient. So don't just don't just wake up the anger in them and you start blaming. Why can't you caution your members?
But Barrister, I was coming to that point. Now you said that. Look, why didn't they intervene in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso? Do you think that because Nigeria has contiguous, contiguity with the Benin Republic, it was easier for them to act swiftly? Or does it have to do with capacity or proximity or what?
Look,
or probably because the people that were affected in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso didn't reach out to the president. Mind you, as at that time, the president was the ECOWAS leader.
Yes. Look, let's look at it from this angle. When the Niger happened, didn't the president made effort to intervene and flush out the coupists?
Okay.
What happened?
Nigerians said no.
Good. Non-Nigerians did not.
But they are Nigerians.
They not said no. You can.
We also had people from the south that said no.
No, they not.
No, Barrister,
it was mostly the north. It was mostly the north. As always.
Bolaji Akinyemi is not from the north. He's a southerner.
I said the north mostly.
Okay. So it was, let's say, Nigerians. Nigerians said no, don't do that.
No, it's the north.
No, Barrister, no. Let's not reduce this thing to another.
Look, you have started.
Nigerians
What was?
No.
Hold on. The North said that those
Barrister,
people,
it wasn't the North.
It was the North. No, leave that in. It was the North. They said the people in Nigeria are their cousins and their brothers. That was the thing they were having in mind.
Okay.
That's why it's the North. They came out and said no, that those people are their cousins and their brothers. And remember what Buhari said. So why are you not saying
no, but Barrister, because I can name 4 or 5 southerners, that said no.
What is 4 and 5 against thousands of Northerners?
No, it's not about thousands. It's about the leaders of the North.
So
Nigerians were unanimous in saying, please, President.
It was the North. It was the North.
Okay, so Barrister, land on your thought. I think our viewers understand this.
It's the North. Like always, it's the North. It was them that. So why didn't they come out and stop this one in the public government?
That's why I'm saying, because this one happened swiftly. Before Nigerians could wake up and say, Jack, it was all over.
It's because, you see, the public government is small and weak. And they don't have the capacity to resist the Nigerian military and air force.
Okay.
These are the only thing that was going for Tinubu. That was
like the Nigerians said, if you want your nose to be bloody, just come. We are waiting for you.
Exactly. Yeah. So why didn't they go?
Now, Barrister, why is it easy? Why is it convenient? For ECOWAS leaders, they are quick to condemn coups in Africa.
Don't mind them.
But unable to flaunt their democratic credentials. The failure that pull those military people.
That is why
is it difficult?
That is why I'm telling them that look, it's not enough to condemn coup. Don't call it, because it will come. Nature abhors a vacuum. Whenever you have created that opening, somebody must feel it. Something must feel it. No matter how you preach, you cannot stop tomorrow from coming. You cannot. So when African leaders have failed to do the needful, it's a matter of time. And maybe this time around, it will be the youth. If you check the military officers, they are all young men. They are all young men. Yes. So if African leaders don't go to that AU and talk of how to move Africa forward, one day all of them will be overrun. The way things are going, all of them will be overrun. I'm not joking.
Okay, Barrister, a lot of people are asking, why did it take France, why didn't France come to the help of President Talon? Why did it have to be Nigeria? But we also understand from the grapevine that it was Emmanuel Macron that, put pressure on Tinubu to say, Mr. President, you need to go and help me out in Benin Republic. Why was it convenient for them to use Nigeria instead of coming on their own?
Tinubu have been looking for validation from the Western leaders. So anything he can do to buy their favor, he will do it. He has become their errand boy. You remember that when Niger happened, it was the same Kamala Harris who told Tinubu to do something. Remember, she called him on phone and said, do something. So whenever they want things done in Africa, or in West Africa, of course, their man is here. So when, when CIA and FBI are talking of an active agent, you can see where they are coming from. Why would they tell him to do this? Meanwhile, he is supposed to be the leader in ECOWAS. And these are the people he is supposed to be protecting. And a foreign power is telling you to go and you agreed. You do not even look at the reasons for their action. The reasons for their actions. Yes, the man who carried that a coup against the constitution. The military now carried that a coup against him. Is it not balanced?
Okay.
He carried that a coup against the constitution. And then the military now...
But Barrister, are you angry that the coup didn't succeed? Are you angry that it didn't succeed? You said because it looked like you said they created a balance.
Yes.
He carried out the coup against the constitution and the military carried out the coup.
Yes.
Okay, so you support the military junta?
Yes, it would have taught these people a lesson. Seriously. African leaders, they should know that, yes, Big Brother military is watching their back. So that whenever they want to do this, their arrogant behavior, they should think twice. Every time they want to stay put, they change the constitution. Look at Paul Biya. Look at Museveni. And that other woman close to him there in Tanzania. Look at me. Look at how people are destroying democracy. They are destroying it now. So is it not better they even say, okay, let us go back to a military regime instead of deceiving us?
Okay, so
the military is even worse than the so-called, the civilian regime is even worse than the military they are condemning. So what is the essence? Deceiving yourself that you have a democracy.
Okay, so let's say Barrister Agommo supports the military coup in Benin Republic. Now, Barrister, do we see a pattern?
The way you put it is not the way it is.
Okay.
I said it based on what happened.
Based on what happened.
Yes, the president carried out a coup against the constitution.
And the military carried out a coup
and the military now replied him.
Okay, and it balances according to
yes.
Okay, now Barrister, we see a developing pattern. First Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and now Benin. All four francophone.
Yes. I told you that they don't.
Is it a failure of France as a colonial master, or is it the resilience or resistance of the people that is driving this pattern? What do you think it is?
It is because
but we don't see like Liberia is calm, Nigeria is calm, Gambia is calm, Ghana is calm. So between France and Britain, which one left a better democratic legacy here in West Africa?
It will tell France that the principle of assimilation is no longer working.
Okay.
That assimilation policy, the francophone countries, they are no longer interested. They are more resistant than the anglophone. We like talking. Those people, they don't have time for talking to Renchi. That is why whenever these people behave, they send them packing.
Maybe we don't act because the system is convenient for us.
It's because we are docile.
Okay, is it that the colonial masters made us docile?
Yeah, they have hypnotized us not to say anything see anything.
So apparently it's working for them.
It's what, yes, why not? That's why we are docile. This thing that happened in some Anglophone countries, you know very well that it cannot happen in a Francophone country. You know, it can never happen. Okay. But yeah, we keep talking. You know, talking and talking and talking. As a way of solving the problem. Meanwhile, the man that is behind the problem is not even remorseful. It's not remorseful. You can't do this to Francophone country and they'll be looking at you. It's not possible. It's not. Seriously, it's not.
Okay, so Barrister, finally, so what they are saying is that impliedly, the French people left a better legacy for Africans. If Africans can react to situations.
Yeah. Their colonial states are liberating themselves.
Okay, one after the
other. One after the other, yes.
While the British ones are still trying to
we are even calling for more enslavement.
Okay.
That's the irony. Look at what Boris Johnson came here to say the other day. Who sent him a message? Boris Johnson. How did he leave office? In ignominy. And he came here
to validate something.
To preach moral to me. These are the type of colonial masters that we embrace here, who cannot tell us the truth, who cannot do the truth. They will see if they cover it, divide and rule, so that they can continue to hold on to us. Is that not what they are doing? Not with
okay, now, Barrister, Nigerians are asking, why was it easy for the president to quickly send troops to quell the Benin coup, but difficult for him to use the same zeal in fighting the terrorists and bandits in Nigeria? Do you share that sentiment?
In fact, it is very obvious now, from what we have, what happened, and from what we can see, the federal government of Nigeria is openly making deals with terrorists.
Yeah, because the thing was very swift, sharp, so, footprints and all of that, both aerial and land troops, and everybody went in and queried the crisis. But we can't do the same thing for the past 15 years.
Yes, meanwhile, terrorists are occupying Benue and Plateau villages. Can you beat that? He cannot flood them out.
And we have a president who cannot order troops into that place to go and
flood them out, yes.
So what does that tell you?
It tells you that they are in business together. There is something they have not told us about this terrorism. The way the federal government is handling them speaks volume. You know, when they were having this dialogue and discussion with American congressmen and all that, I said this thing is gradually dying. Because whenever the government doesn't want to do anything, they revert to meeting.
Committees,
panel. And whenever a matter have entered have gone to this level, forget it. They have made Donald Trump very weak now. He cannot even act again. Because the thing have entered into discussion. That will never yield any fruit. Mention any discussion with the federal government that came to a logical conclusion. So this thing they are doing now is just to water things down. Because while they are holding meeting, the terrorists are on rampage. Can't you see that? And the government is calling them and appealing to them to release their captives. Look at how they are releasing them in piecemeal. Yes, they allow they release 100. So many more are there. That means if they pay money, they will not look at those who they pay their money.
Do you think it has anything to do with the effort of the new Minister of Defense?
If it is, why not all of them?
Okay.
You can't bring some and leave some now, because those people they are somebody's children.
Since they are negotiating, maybe the part of the negotiation is that, look, we release some people, you fulfill some demands. Maybe there are terrorists that have been here or what, you release them too. Like I would like for us to liken it to the Israeli-Gaza ceasefire, where people were released in bits and pieces, in piecemeal and all of that.
I don't think
Is that what it looks like to
No,
you?
it doesn't look like. Okay. Because these guys, they were very, very intentional on what they want. They kidnap them for money. And so, if the money does not come, they are not releasing anybody.
Okay, maybe they have paid for 100 people.
So that's what I'm saying now. In like a transaction, when you pay, they will ship your container for you. And when you not pay, they will ship another container. That's the way it is now.
Barrister, shortly after the coup was quelled, France agreed to support security efforts in Nigeria. Is it some form of coincidence, or is it an afterthought based on the help Nigeria rendered in quelling the coup? What is it for you?
Too many cooks will spoil the broth. How many help do we need? America is coming. I think China even mooted the idea to help Nigeria. Yabi? Then France is coming again. So
okay, France is coming again. I like that word again because you recall that the first time the president went to France after they signed an MOU, and one of the letters of that MOU was that they were going to support Nigeria militarily. But we didn't see anything at all. So why is it happening at this time? Is it some form of coincidence?
No, it's not. It's a political statement.
Okay.
They are not going to do anything. After all, we are not from their bloc. China, France doesn't have anything to do with Nigeria. We are from the Anglophone bloc. And so France will say, look, you have enough people to help you now. This thing he made is maybe to compensate Tinubu for what he did in the Republic of Benin. I think that's all.
So, but Barrister, people are asking, Nigerians are asking, if the president is talking with the Macron now for military support based on an aftermath of the Benin coup, the Benin coup and Benin Republic coup and all of that. Nigerians are asking, what exactly has our president been doing all this while he's been going to France?
No.
At last count, I think he has visited 4 or 5 times. So when he goes there, what does he talk about, if not security? That is plaguing Nigeria, security, we've been enveloped by insecurity and all of that.
Because nothing came out of it. Is it not obvious that Tinubu are not going to France for any bilateral relationship or any working visit? Is it not obvious? How many times did you see him moving from one ministry in France to the other? How many times did you see him talking and discussing with French officials or Emmanuel Macron?
Yeah, the last time he did. I think the pictures are there. He took pictures.
They took pictures. After that, what happened? Did he not disappear from the radar? No, tell me, did he not disappear from the radar? The remaining days of his visit, did you know how and where he
was conducting meetings on the sidelines
with who? With who?
He was on a working visit anyway.
But how come?
On a working vacation.
How come those things did not yield any fruit? Did you see any?
France at that time promised to support our solid mineral development sector. Do you know what is going on in that sector? The Lalake seems to be working harder.
Now that the North said they should stop work for 6 months, what does that tell you?
And now the agreement becomes frozen until after 6 months. They will go back to it.
And that means they have to streamline it, and then there should be a proper template on how to mine our mineral resources. Yes, that is the meaning.
So, Barrister, what should be the takeaway of Nigerians and African leaders following the coup, that was foiled in Benin Republic?
It is a lesson. It is a lesson to be learned by both African leaders and African people that Nigeria is losing out in democracy. That's the truth. No thanks to our leaders. It is a clear indication that Africa is losing it on democracy. We are just proving to the whole world that we are not a democratic people. We don't want this democratic culture from the West. That is the meaning. Because apart from this West African coast, mention any other continent where this is prevalent. Continent, if not Africa. That will tell you that we are not ripe for it. Seriously. We are not. And
okay, you brought in a fresh new perspective to this. Are we passing through a phase in our political development? Because at a point, Latin America, Latin American countries were going through phases of coups and all of that. Is that the phase that we are passing through now?
Mr. Okoro, a man at 65, going to 66, please, is such a man a small boy?
No, age is just a number because those were Latin American countries where they were passing through that phase. Some of them were as old as 100 years.
Their experience is not the same thing with your own.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying? You call them Latin Americans.
We are Africans.
Yes, we are Africans. So Besides, Nigeria is the biggest black nation in the whole world. The black nations all over the world, they look up to Nigeria. So what are we teaching them? What are we giving to them? Mr. Okoro?
No, but Barrister, my question is, West Africa is passing through a phase now. We see a pattern of military coups, as happened in Latin America at some point. Is this a new phase? Are we passing through a phase of I don't know if you read Third Wave of Democracy by S.P. Huntington. You know, he talked about how democracy comes and dies and comes and dies. You know, is that the phase that we are passing through now?
If it is something that came about from the people, if it is something that came about from the culture of the people, that we don't want this thing, everybody is saying no, we don't want democracy and all that, I would say, okay, maybe Africans, yes, we are resisting democracy. But this is something that is coming from few greedy men who found their way, who found their way to the top echelon of our governance. Are they not the one? Is it the people that told Pobia to stay there?
The people are supporting him.
Hold on now. Is it the people that told this man to change the constitution from 5-year tenure to 7 years? Oh yeah. So it's not the people. When this happened, did you see the people jubilating? Did you not see them jubilating until Nigeria carried their wahala to go and who invited them? They should have allowed that man to get out.
The president invited them. President Talon invited.
That is how you see, the man that even invited Nigeria. I am ashamed of him. I'm ashamed of him.
He was helpless. He was helpless, so he needed help, and Nigeria came to his help.
So, and you think that Nigeria is not helpless before the terrorists have been? No, I will not helpless before these people that are terrorizing.
That's why we are running to US and France, to come and help us.
That is wrong. The person that needs help is rendering help to somebody. That is where the irony comes from, Mr. Okoro. Is it not a shame that terrorists have kept Nigeria busy for 15 years and no solution? And now you run to somewhere where some boys say they don't want what is going on in their country. They want to correct the east of the country.
Okay, now, Barrister, you give us your concluding thoughts on this at the end of the program. Let's get into the second topic. Following the recent mass defection of several members of the Rivers State House of Assembly from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC, the remaining PDP lawmakers have reaffirmed their loyalty to the party and vowed to continue legislative activities in line with the Constitution. In a resolution passed by the minority lawmakers, the auditorium of the legislature quarters was formally adopted as the lawful and recognized hallowed chamber of the House, signaling their determination to maintain order and continuity despite the political upheaval. Well, as reported by the media on Friday, the 10 remaining members of the PDP in Rivers State House of Assembly selected officers and administered the oath of office for the following position: minority leader, deputy minority leader, deputy majority leader, minority whip, and deputy minority whip. PDP lawmakers who did not defect and their constituencies are Honorable Mrs. Emilia Loki Amadi Obiakpo, Honorable Justina Emeji Emoha, Honorable Ignatius Onwuka Eche 1, Honorable Mrs. Barile Nwako Kana 1, Honorable Mrs. Ezekwe Nkemjika Ogba Ebema Andoni 2, Honorable Queen Owuma Tony Williams Ahoda East 1, Honorable Lemchi Nyeche Ikwere constituency, Honorable Silvanus Nwankwo Omuma, Honorable Iderima John Dominic Abua Odua, Honorable Mba Bernard Tai, 16 members of the Rural House of Assembly led by Speaker Martin Ahemele defected from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the APC. That was on Friday. Yes, I think Friday. But what's going on in Rivers State? 27 lawmakers left last year. Now we see only 10 lawmakers port to the APC. Do you smell confusion? Do you smell confusion in the ranks of the lawmakers?
No, is it 10 members that went to APC?
Last year, 27 went to APC. This time, 17 went to the APC. And the remaining 10 have reaffirmed their loyalty to the PDP.
So, what it tells is that the infighting in Rivers State is not yet over.
Barrister, come again.
The infighting is not yet over. The peace they signed is the peace of the graveyard. With this particular development, it means that Fubara, if I were him, I would probably change my position or change that agreement because the lawmakers have reneged. We are then not told to return back to the house and maintain the status quo. But they, on their own, they have changed it. So Fubara is now free to say, look, based on this vitiating evidence, the agreement can no longer stand. Will you blame him? And maybe from there, Wike will not react again because he has seen Liberty as his vineyard where he can operate from. He doesn't want anybody to disagree with him over in that River State. And now that some people have decided to disagree with him, that means the rough fight will continue. In the days to come, maybe more members will defect to PDP.
But Barrister, some analysts argue that Wike is the one behind all of this, that he asked the 17 people to go and the 10 people to remain so that he will have one leg in APC and one leg in PDP. Do you agree with them?
No, I don't think so. The people that went to PDP did that out of conviction.
The people that stayed back in the PDP?
Stayed back in PDP, they stayed out of conviction. They have realized that the road they are traveling Wike will not lead them to anywhere. Yes, that's the truth. And Wike has already known that he's losing out in APC because the relationship between Wike and Tinubu is no longer chumi-chumi.
No, Barrister, we'll take that again. What do you see? What gives you that information?
The usual camadiri, the usual, master-servant relationship, I think is dying down gradually. Because of so many baggages that Wike is carrying, Tinubu is becoming embarrassed with a Wike. That is why with the land scandal in Abuja, with the houses in the US, and so many other things, Tinubu is becoming very, very reluctant in being too close to Wike. And so Wike is seeing it. And now he's looking for where to fall into. But a PDP that he has already destabilized, is that where he's going to? Who will answer him in PDP? Can Wike go and use the name of PDP to campaign anywhere in Nigeria? Who will listen to him? I told you here that no evil lasts forever. Wike will soon realize that he is neither in APC or in PDP. That means he's nowhere. That's the truth. He's nowhere. Can he boldly come to PDP now, and be a leader of the entire PDP structure without a faction? It's not possible now. He can only lead a faction and not the whole PDP because nobody wants to listen to him again. He sold out. He betrayed himself and his party. So how can anybody trust him again? That is the irony of this thing he was doing. And I told him, look, Mr. Man, forget about the backing you are getting from Tinubu. He will soon drop you. Because the core APC member, they will not give you a soft landing in APC. After your tenure in Abuja.
Is it at the state level or at the national level?
State and national.
At the state level, he's in control of the APC already. Because Tony Okocha is his man.
Okay, in River State, I mean.
Yes, in River State.
Let him campaign with it now, for you to know. Yes, let's get him campaign.
In APC. I mean,
let him campaign. Whether anybody will listen to him in Rivers. One thing I like the River State people is that they are wise. They know what to do when the chiefs are down. They know.
Barrister, about the 10 people that left, that stayed back in the PDP, technically a lot of people are saying, look, these people have now disagreed with Wike, so that's why they are not joining others to the PDP. If you look at the names, talking about gender mainstreaming, 5 of them are women. And about 7 of them come from the Ikwere-speaking part of River State, which is Wike's homeland. So does it speak to some form of, no, we don't want this, is enough and all of that? Can we progress from that direction?
I just told you.
Because you talk about Omoma, Eche, Ikwere, Ahoda, all these are Obiakpo. These are, you know, upland people, and all of them are Igbo speaking like Ikwere, and they have this kind of affinity.
Good.
So does it speak to some form of we can enough of this?
That is the Igbo blood in them. When the chiefs are done, they will take a stand. They will take a stand. Like the Igbo man that I know, they are independent-minded. That's the truth. No matter how an Igbo man is following you, at a point, he will ask himself, what am I doing here? What exactly am I doing? Well, you know, so I am not surprised. I've told you before now that this is going to happen. Wike will lose out at the end of the day. These 27 lawmakers, they will not continue to follow his sheep forever. It's not possible now. It can never be possible. At a point, they will realize they are naked, and that day their madness will stop.
Barrister, I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought. There's an incoming call. Let's take the call. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you are calling from? Hello, good evening. Okay, unfortunately, we lost that call. Barrister, go ahead.
So let him not expect that everybody will dance around him. No. Those who sow in the wind will reap the wild wind. Abi? So Wike will definitely reap all the things.
Okay, I'm sorry, Barrister. The call is coming in again. Hello, your name and where you are calling from? Hello, can you hear me? Unfortunately, we lost the call again. Barrister, land on your thought before.
So Wike, if I were him, this is the time to go and begin to think in retrospect. Where is my political future leading me to? That is the truth. Where is my political leader, my political future leading me to? Because you can see APC people, they've distanced themselves from him. Mention any APC papers that is following Wike. Mention. Mr. Okoro, have you seen any?
At the state level, at the national?
At the state and national. APC people, APC, call APC.
I'm sorry, Barrister. The call is coming again. So let's... Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good evening. This is INEC calling you from Lagos.
Oh, beautiful. Go ahead. 1 minute, sir.
No, I want to totally, and I mean totally align with my friend, the analyst in the studio, Pastor Agomo. I want to reaffirm that Tinubu needs Wike for 2027 election for Port to win Rivers State. And after that election, please write today's date. Everybody will pity Wike. The way Wike will fall. And the anointing that he has made so much enemy that when he's falling, nobody will watch his back. Exactly. And believe me, everybody will love to see Wike cry. And that is where it's going to end after 2027. Exactly. Please mark my word down. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Yes. I appreciate it. Do you think that the president will at one point turn his back at Wike?
What are for political survival? Because APC people will tell Tinubu, you either choose us or Wike. Look, don't worry. 2026 is here. As we enter into 2026, you will see some APC, they will look at Tinubu the face and say, come on, it is either we or Wike. And what do you think will happen?
The president is one man who is not known to abandon friends halfway.
No, not when it comes to his political survival.
I mean, we understand that he has quarreled with a lot of people over time. You hear in Lagos, but he has met up with all of this. Look at Femi Pedro. You know the circumstances under which he was shoved aside as deputy governor. Now his name is in the ambassador.
Nothing is cast on stone. At a point in time, things will change.
Look at Moise Banire.
Things can change.
Okay.
He need all these people because of what? Support for 2027.
And after 2027, do you think the president wouldn't need support anymore?
No, he may need them, but a Wike that has become a baggage, he will find a way to drop him because APC people will give a condition.
Okay.
Because the arrogance of Wike, they may not stomach it.
Do you think that the president dumped Ganduje after using him?
Is it not obvious? When did you see two of them talking together?
But he's chairman of MPA. He's still in government.
Yes. What is it MPA or airport? Abi?
Okay, yes, he's the chairman of, yes.
Nigerian Airways or something.
No, not Nigerian
Nigerian,
one of those aviation agencies, yes.
So have you seen any of them talking, like every time he's always in Aso Rock?
So what will he be doing in Aso Rock?
He's gradually distancing himself from such.
But he's still in government.
That is what I'm telling you. Those people will now see the handwriting on the wall that gradually they are losing out of favor. If you check, even Shetima, all because of public opinion. Yes, Tinubu is very, very mindful of public opinion on his appointees and ministers.
All right, but Barrister, let's get into the third topic, which is related to what we are discussing now. It's about politics and Nyesom Wike. A faction of the PDP loyal to FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has announced plans to conduct state congresses and a national convention to elect new party officials. The factional board of the trustees, board of trustees, BOT chairman Senator Mao Huabunwa revealed this during a BOT meeting at Wike's Abuja residence. I'll take that again. Wike's Abuja residence, explaining that caretaker committees were being formed in crisis-ridden state to prepare for transparent congresses and a credible convention. Huabunwa stated that the BOT will support the factional national working committee led by Abdurrahman Mohammed to ensure party affairs are conducted according to the law and established PDP guidelines. He emphasized the BOT's constitutional role as a stabilizing force responsible for safeguarding the party's values, promoting unity and preventing internal divisions, where the planned convention further depicts the PDP's internal crisis as its rivals another bloc aligned with Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, which previously held a separate national convention in Ibadan that produced Turaki Taminu as chairman amid conflicting court orders. The Wike faction is currently in court seeking to nullify the Ibadan convention. Now, Barrister, still talking about the minister's influence. Now, his camp is planning state congresses and a national convention. How much weight does he still hold in the party? I mean, if you look at it, the Makinde, Mohammed, Turaki's faction seem to be having an upper hand. What do you think? Now, Wike and co are issuing statements from Wike's residence in Abuja, while the Turaki faction are issuing statements from the PDP headquarters. So which party do you think is holding the fort now?
It is not who is holding the fort that is the issue.
Okay.
The issue here, who is the authentic leadership?
Which is more like holding the fort?
Who?
I'm asking you. That's
so you can see that it's not. Because the secretary went to Wike's side, and the chairman went to maybe David Nack.
You are talking about which of the secretaries?
I mean, sorry,
which of the secretaries are you talking about?
Anyanwu now.
Okay.
Is that not true? Anyanwu is with Wike. Then the chairman, Damag is with...
Anyanwu and Damagun's tenure, both of their tenures have expired.
And they are still conducting things. Look.
No, Damagun is not conducting things. It's Turaki Taminu that is conducting on the other side. Then Abdurraham is conducting on Wike's side. But my question is this. Now, Mao Huabunwa, who is the factional BOT chairman on Wike's side, is issuing statements from Wike's residents. Now, we see the other camp issuing statements, the Makinde camp issuing statements from the PDP head office. Who is holding the fort at this point?
It is now left to INEC to choose which of the faction is going to support. Because the election at Ibadan was not supervised by INEC, was it? It was not. Is that not true?
They said it was discretionary. That what was needed for them to just inform INEC, and that would be it. Whether INEC likes or not, that they will observe.
Okay,
mind you, Turaki is a senior advocate of Nigeria.
Yes. Is that what the electoral act says?
That's what they say the electoral act says.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I have a president that has been set here.
Okay.
In 2019, APC did not contest any election in Rivers State because their primaries was never conducted from...
Observed by INEC.
So what are you now saying?
No, I'm not the one saying.
But I'm telling you now, it says a president has been set.
Okay.
And so, I mean, anybody can use it as a reference in court. Are you going to denounce that?
Okay.
And so when
So technically, that renders the Ibadan Convention invalid.
Of course, because 17 out of 36 states came. The remaining ones, don't you have?
No, but they said that with that 17, they formed quorum. Was it 17? At that point, Debo Ologo said, "Look, we formed the quorum."
Okay, so that means the other how many states now? They never had a representative. Is that not true? Yes, is that not true? That's the meaning. What does that tell you?
Sir, you and I heard this argument one time. If we are 20 and we need 14 to form a quorum, and we have 14 people that form that quorum, because the other 6 people didn't come, does it make that meeting invalid?
Look, most times the majority will have their way, while the minority will have their say. But in a things like this, the number that is left out is so much. It's almost at.
It's not about the numbers. The argument was that some people didn't come, but we formed quorum. That's the argument, and nobody has faulted it.
No. You see, the number here, if you meet the conditions of INEC and the Electoral Act, we may begin to say, okay, but you violated so many things.
Exactly my point. So let's move out of the quorum thing. The quorum is not an issue.
Yes, did you conduct your primary from local government state before you came to national?
Okay.
Did you? The answer is no. You can't come to national.
No, Barrister, if the Wike faction conducts these congresses and the national convention and INEC supervises it and recognizes it, that will give them the legitimacy.
No,
act on behalf of PDP.
INEC cannot, because how did the leadership that conducted the election, how did they come about?
Barrister, are you not saying that the PDP, as far as we are concerned, there is no PDP or what?
It has no leadership. Okay. Is it not obvious? When there are 2 leadership, baying on the same position, there's no leader there now. There's no leader there. INEC can put the spanner in the works by choosing to recognize the illegal one. And when anybody does anything with them, the other one will be waiting for them at the court. They'll be waiting for them at the court. And I'm sure court will answer them.
No, how will court answer? Court say, well, if you have internal problems, it's your business. Don't come to us anymore. Supreme Court level.
No, not in this particular issue.
Okay. So they are cherry picking now. The courts are cherry picking, or the law is cherry picking.
No, it is when there is an authentic leadership elected in a proper way. Nobody can challenge.
Who makes it authentic? Who makes it authentic?
Sorry?
Who makes it authentic?
Because INEC supervises.
No, but you just said, what if INEC supervises the illegitimate faction?
But that is where the leader, the party have no leadership, because
so because of that, they can't go to court, because court says it's an internal problem. Don't come to us.
Look,
we don't have jurisdiction over it.
You have 2 factions in PDP now. So which one will the court recognize? Which one will the court denounce?
Exactly my point. So they can't go to court.
Yes, that is.
So that means that the PDP is leaderless. That means there is no party called PDP.
Exactly. Because which one are you going to work with? No, tell me, which one?
Barrister, we are out of time. Can we have your concluding thoughts in 30 seconds?
Look, what I'm saying in essence is that what PDP allowed Wike to do has turned around to haunt all of them. Because they allowed Wike this privilege for too long. Over 2 years ago, when it's almost over 2 years, when he sabotaged them in River State. And nobody had the balls to say, come, why did you work against us in River State? Even when he came out and was very proud about it, nobody challenged him. You see why it is not good to delay. Now, after a lot of water has passed under the bridge, now that a lot of damage has been done, they now said, we expel you. What are you waiting for all this while? What are you waiting for? You can see now.
No, well, Barrister, they say never late than never. Oh, well, this is...
There are things that are very...
Barrister, this is where we have to draw the curtain on political lens. I've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, a lawyer and political affairs analyst, and I must say a very big thank you to you. I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
The ball is in your court.
All right, now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the ingest manager, and the sound engineer, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Ndemdito. Please stay with us again on top of the hour of 7 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zyro Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's polity and governance, from U.S. Congressman commending the release of 100 Niger school children, to Nigerian military quelling attempted coup in Benin Republic. Also, court rejects Kanu's demand for transfer from Sokoto's prison. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government says it has secured the release of 100 school children abducted from St. Mary's Private Catholic Primary and Secondary School in Papiri, Agwara local government area of Niger State, 2 weeks after the abduction. The circumstances of their release have not been disclosed, as government is yet to share details about their release. But in a surprising twist, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CANS, earlier says it is not officially aware of the release of the school children. A spokesperson for the association said they're yet to receive formal confirmation from either the Catholic Mission or the federal government. However, as at the time of this program, the Niger State Governor, Umaru Bago, has received the children. Meanwhile, U.S. Congressman Riley Moore has thanked the federal government and President Bola Tinubu for rescuing the 100 Catholic school children. He says it is a positive demonstration of the government's increasing response to the security situation and shows commitment to the emergency declaration laid out by the president. Moore further stated that there is a need for Nigeria to intensify efforts in tackling terrorism and banditry. He noted that despite ongoing operations, the security situation still requires more decisive action, especially in protecting schools, rural communities, and major infrastructure. In a related development, former President Olusegun Obasanjo says the Boko Haram insurgency has now lasted 15 years, making it longer than the Nigerian Civil War. Obasanjo said the prolonged conflict reflects weaknesses in national strategy and called for a comprehensive approach that includes specialized foreign training of our military, strengthened intelligence gathering, and deployment of modern technology. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a distinguished guest here in the studio. We have, of course, just Dr. Peter Nosike. Dr. Nosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for being a part of this today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's start with the release of the school children. We are yet to hear details of this release. What do you make of this?
Well, for me, if it is true, I say if it is true, it is a step in the right direction. At least 100 rescued, remaining 151 or thereabouts.
Yeah, 160 something.
So for me, it is a step in the right direction. The government should also intensify efforts that to make sure that the other ones are united with their parents.
But how come we're not hearing anything about their release? We're not seeing any form of course, it's very obvious that it was not a forceful release. Like it was not a force because of course nobody has heard anything. So how come we're not hearing anything about? We don't even know if if the ransom was paid, if it was negotiation. We don't even know anything. As what do you think about all of this? Why does it look as if everything is shrouded in secrecy?
Well, you said that they have been released and that the governor has welcomed them.
Yeah, but the governor didn't say anything.
Okay, but the children need also to be interviewed. Understand? They need to be interviewed. We need to see pictures. We need to see videos. We need to know how they were, whether they were rescued or they were released, or there was a phone call according to Bayo Ononoga, and they just released half. Understand? And the reason why only maybe 43% of them was released Why are they still holding the other ones? Are ransom being paid? Maybe enough wasn't paid. They release or the one that was paid for. Understand? So I don't know. As you said, we are in darkness. But with the situation now, government is ready to do anything just to look good. That's to the United States.
Okay, talking about that, before I go to the next question, do you think that this release of the girls, just when Riley Moore is in Nigeria, do you think it was orchestrated?
Well,
Sorry. Sorry.
It looks like coincidence. It looks like an arrangement. Understand? Since these Americans are in Nigeria, let us release them. Let them see that we are working. Let them see that we are doing something. So for me, that's what a Fender called the government magic. So it seems that we are witnessing government magic. So I don't know the reason why it is just now that Americans arrived that they have been released, and why only about 43% of them was released. So I don't know that the whole story. And the best thing is, if you don't know all the whole story, you keep quiet. But this government keep on creating vacuums. Okay. Understand? Which is always being filled with speculations, rumors, because they don't want to tell us what is going on in the country.
Do you think it's about feeling? I know I've heard some officials say this, that you know that you don't have to come out to say your strategies and all of that. Do you think it's about that?
I agree partially, because security is not what you discuss in the open. Security is not what you discuss in the open, but this one, 251 children being kidnapped, 100 was released. Why only 100 was? Were they released? Were they rescued? If they were rescued, what happened to the remaining ones? Or did the bandits divide them into separate, understand? Maybe they just released one batch, waiting for, because that's exactly the same thing that happened with the Chibok girls. 100 was released, and that's ended it. So for me, I don't know, but government should intensify effort, whether they are paying ransom, whether they are making phone calls. Let the other remaining ones be reunited with their parents.
So you say they should intensify efforts if they are paying ransom, or
whatever.
Does it mean that if they are paying ransom, it doesn't matter? They should just pay the ransom and the children should come out.
The most important thing is the children coming back to unite with their families. So whether or they pay ransom, whether they made phone calls, whether they were rescued, my concern is that the children should be reunited with their parents. That's the most important thing. No matter how they do it, it's not the issue here.
It's nobody's business. Okay, so the CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, had earlier come out to say that they didn't know about the release of the children and all of that. What does this communication gap between government authorities and CAN indicate?
And for me, I don't think if CAN should be notified. Okay. Understand? These are students in a school. So the most important thing is for the parents, the government, and the school to be notified. So does it mean if Muslims are kidnapped, then Murik, that will be notified?
But maybe the reason they would say this is because it happened in a Catholic school. Don't you think so?
Happening in a Catholic school, the first person that they ought to notify is the governor of the state, who is the chief security officer of that state. Understand? Then also the school. So some of the students had been released. Understand? Even in this situation, I don't know that the word to use, whether rescued or released. Understand? So, the governor should be put that's in the know, as the chief security officer. Then the school also. Understand? So, CAN should not be just notified because they are not directly responsible to CAN.
Okay.
Even though it is a Christian school.
Okay, let's look at the U.S. congressman. Of course, we already know that they are here in Nigeria, and he has applauded this release. Don't you think this come too early? Like we already mentioned earlier, we were like, we don't know if it was planned, if it was orchestrated just for Nigeria to look good. But don't you think that this commendation, doesn't it come too early?
No, he said that I commended it too. Understand? I said it's a positive development. At least some has been released. They should now make effort to get the other ones. The same thing that the U.S. congressman is saying. Understand? Now you have to commend them. Now encourage them to go all out and get the other ones. But as I said, I don't know if this is a coincidence or an arrangement. I don't really know. I'm still confused.
Okay, let's look at what the U.S. congressman has come to Nigeria to do. Of course, we know that he has come because of the fact-finding committee and all of that. Nigerian leaders were there last week, and then this week they are here now. And one of the things they said while he was talking, he said that there's still so much work to be done. There's still so much work to be done. So he made mention of the fact that discussions are focused on terrorism in the Northeast and all of that. What do you make of this? There's still so much work to be done.
That is it now, because kidnapping is still going on in the country. Banditry is still going on in the country. At least now, they have released the 100 out of the 250-something girls that were kidnapped, which means there is still so much work to be done. Some non-state actors are still working up and down with AK and 47. And so some people need to be disarmed. Those who are not entitled to assault rifles need to be disarmed. Sunday Jackson is still there awaiting execution. Understand? And so on and so forth. So, you start that's at least with commendation. Understand? Then now encourage the people or the government to do more.
You know, one of the places he had visited is Benue State, and we know the stance of Governor Leah when it comes to this. We know he knows that he feels that there's no genocide in the country. Do you think that pictures like they would give the U.S. congressman paint a picture that is not in line with our true reality in the country? That's one of the questions. Okay, you can go ahead and answer that.
Well, I don't know who is leading them. Understand? Whether they'll be taken to the right places. But many of the communities in Benue, Agatu, for instance, understand? The people that were sacked, the indigenous that were sacked, have not returned. Rather, they are still in IDP camps. In Benue, we have more than 1,800,000 to 1 million people in IDP camps. So these are where they should be taken to. Understand? That's fact-finding thoughts shouldn't be in the government house. This is not a desktop issue. It is going to where the things are happening. But I I strongly believe that he will not allow the Nigerian government to deceive him.
Okay, because I was actually going to ask you, if I was going to follow up on your response, that do you really think that the Nigerian government will actually take him to those places that matter, actually from what we've seen? But like you said that you feel that he will not allow them to bamboozle him. Well, let me use that word. So one of the things he also said, that, of course, that there are concrete steps and actions that are ongoing, that are being discussed. But one of the things he pointed out is that there's a need for them to work. There's a need for, if this can be carried out. He said, let me just quote him. He said, delegation and Nigerian officials examined concrete steps and actions that he believes could improve security if carried out fully. I think that's very, very important. That last
yes,
part of it.
Because what they are doing is just half measures. Understand? What they are doing is a half measures. So they need to go the whole hog.
How do you mean that what they are doing is half measures?
What they've been doing, that's why Obasanjo said that Boko Haram has lasted more than the Civil War, because they are not going full force. Understand? They are not going full force. So if the Nigerian government will implement all the decisions to the fullest, understand? Insecurity in the country would drastically be reduced. You cannot completely eradicate insecurity, understand? Because there are angry people, there are mad people. Even in America, that's insecurity.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
So they need to implement all the measures to the fullest.
And do you see this working? Do you see all of these measures working?
Well, if America insists, if America put their feet down, it will work.
So so you believe so much in this that if Americans
put their feet down, it will work. Understand me?
Okay, what specific deficiencies do you think internationally partners see in our counter-terrorism strategy?
One, as I said, they are politicizing it. Understand? That is number one. Number two, they are using religion is also involved, and again sentiment. Just like the people that are saying that these bandits, these terrorists are our brothers, our fathers, they shouldn't be killed. Understand? So just like Muhammad Buhari, who said that attack on Boko Haram is attack to the north. So all those expressions, just like Sheikh Gumi, who is also saying that bandits and terrorists should be put in our national budget. They should be given scholarship. They should build houses and schools for them. Understand? So those things, the international community is hearing it, and they know that we are not really serious about fighting these insurgents.
Okay, I know you spoke a bit about this while you were talking about the need for how they will work well, how the Nigerian government will work well if Americans put their feet down. But what's strong? I need to still speak more about it. Could stronger foreign pressure influence our defense reforms? Because we know that there's so much reforms that we need, of course, in terms of defense. So can international pressure really influence these reforms?
Countries in the world collaborate on security. Understand? No country can be independent in security because it's a collective issue. Understand? So Nigeria partnering with other countries, both in intelligence, both in weaponry, and so on and so forth. That is a good move. Understand? So if you cannot help yourself and somebody decides to help you, you should be appreciative. Understand me? So for me, what America is doing in Nigeria is what's supposed to have been done more than 20 years ago.
Well, you know, some persons are not actually applauding. They are not happy about this stance by the American government?
Well, WHO said that out of every 5 Nigerians, 1 is mad. Understand? So if you go by the 220 million population, we have about 50 million mad people. So it's not everybody that will be happy.
Well, this analogy is very...
I quoted the WHO, World Health Organization. Google it. The start of every 5 Nigerians, 1 is mad.
This analogy is very, very funny because I'm really imagining that, okay, so if there are 5 persons in the room, and I'm one out of those 5.
One is mad.
One is mad. Like, it's so funny.
This is not a Peter Nosike, it's the WHO that said it.
Let's go to Obasanjo. Of course, Obasanjo spoke recently, and then he talked about the longevity of Boko Haram. What does this longevity of the Boko Haram insurgency, how does it reflect on our counter-insurgency doctrine?
Well, he told you what is happening. I know in 2020, Donald Trump said that COVID-19 has lasted more than Chinese products. So you should understand what that means. So the issue, if during Obasanjo, there were 2 security breaches. One in OD in Bayelsa, another in Zakibiam. Understand? Zakibiam is in Benue State, and Obasanjo dealt decisively with these issues. People died. Understand me? But within 5 days, everything was over, and that's why, and that's what military is noted for. Understand? They are not politicians. They don't procrastinate. So, and Obasanjo is talking like a military man. That they should have dealt decisively with this Boko Haram.
I was actually going to ask you if there are things that our president can actually learn from Obasanjo. But you know, you made mention of the fact that Obasanjo, trying to paraphrase you, that's because he was a military man. That's why he dealt decisively with those people. But we had an ex-military man as well who was in charge of the country for 8 years. And Boko Haram insurgency was not stopped during his tenure.
Because he has sympathy for them. Because it was him that said that attack on Boko Haram is an attack to the north. Understand? Which means they shouldn't be attacked. He was among those that wrote a petition to ICC that Ihejirika, the then chief of army staff, was committing genocide in the north. Understand? He was among those. He was among those that went on protest. Understand? Of insurgents. He was among those that said that Barack Obama should not release the Tokana jets that Jonathan paid for then. So he was sympathetic to them, and that was why he couldn't do anything.
Okay, can you answer the other part? Are there lessons that our president can learn from Obasanjo on what he did during his time?
And not. When Obasanjo was Obasanjo is a thorough and decisive person. Obasanjo, in the afternoon when I was here for African News, I said that assuming Obasanjo was the president as we speak, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali would not have withdrawn from ECOWAS, because he is a very influential person. Everybody respects him, everybody fears him. Because in 2003, when Obasanjo was the president of this country, one president from these South African countries was on a visit to Nigeria. His government was overthrown. Obasanjo told him, go back and take over your government. He went back and they handed over power to him. That is influence. But we don't have a president now that has such influence and goodwill.
But what would you say? What would you say? I know that, of course, Obasanjo is no longer the president, and we shouldn't really dwell so much on him. But what would you say actually got him so influential? What made him so influential as a president? That we are not having that at the moment in our president.
One, from 1976 to 1979, Olusegun Obasanjo was a military head of state, and he handed over to a civilian government in 1979. So that is a big boost for him internationally. A military government who are known for sitting tight in power, handing over to a civilian government just within 3 years in office. Obasanjo had wanted that to contest for the secretary of the UN. But what stopped him was because he only speaks one language, that's Yoruba and English. But for you to qualify to be a UN secretary, you must speak a minimum of 2 international languages, maybe English and French. So he is widely respected. He is widely respected.
Okay, some of the strategies that he suggested, he actually said that Nigeria's struggle with insurgency and banditry will continue unless the military undergoes specialized foreign training. He mentioned specialized foreign training. He mentioned strengthened intelligence gathering and, of course, deploying modern technology for the operations of the military. What do you make of this?
The things that he mentioned are the ways to go. Understand? Deploying technology. An instance, America don't want to use manned aircraft in Nigeria. Understand? Because they don't want to lose any of their soldiers fighting here. So when they want to use it is an unmanned aircraft. If it crashes, nobody dies. And this is an era of using technology that's on security, which we are not using now. Drones, understand, is what a lot of countries are using now. But we are not doing that. So, but in the issue of foreign training, I don't really go for that, because you cannot go to America to learn about how to fight Boko Haram, because America don't have Boko Haram. Understand? Okay. America don't have Boko Haram. America don't have ISWAP. It's just like Ogoni people say, let them go to America to learn how to curb gas emission. There's no gas emission in America. What are they going to teach you? Understand me? So if we are really serious about this, we can get it done in 2 months.
So when you say that there's no need for foreign training, you feel, okay, one of the things he actually said, he made mention of a country like Colombia. He first of all said that there are different taxes for different for different different kinds of war, different kinds of terrorism.
That's why I said that America doesn't have this kind of thing that we're having now.
Okay.
Understand
so if we actually want to go through that process of foreign training, how do we get that? Do you think that there's even no need for foreign training at all? It might not really even be from the Americans, actually.
You have to check countries that have had that problem and how they solve it.
Do you actually have countries that have had this problem and have solved them well?
Well, you mentioned Colombia. Colombia has drug cartels. Understand me? They have drug cartels they have this guerrilla warfare. Understand? So that could be what we can learn from Colombia, how to fight guerrilla war, because it is very, very difficult fighting a guerrilla war. A conventional war, you know where the soldiers are. But in a guerrilla war, they can be in the market, they can be in the house. They don't have any specific any specific address, and they don't wear uniform. So you cannot identify that's a Boko Haram and a fisherman or a farmer. So that makes it very, very difficult. Okay. And that's also what Israel needs face in Gaza. Exactly.
Okay, are there structural political reforms that we need for a lasting solution instead of purely military responses?
One, I'm an advocate of good governance. Understand? I'm an advocate of good governance, that if the government is treating other people well, other people will respond in a way for giving intels to the government. Because these bandits live among other people. They don't live in the air. This thing that Badaru, the former defense minister, said that they are living in the forest is not true. They are living among other people. They take off from the communities to those areas, and after it, they will come back. Understand? So, but if the people are well taken care of by the government, they'll be given government intels. Understand? Now, an instance, in a community, if a stranger come in there, they can say that there's somebody that we don't know has come into our community and we don't know what his mission is. So then the herdsmen that are carrying arms has no right to carry arms. Another one, we need to start ranching. When you go countries with largest number of cows in the world, Nigeria is not among the first 10. And in those countries like Canada, their cows, you don't see them on the road. They are in ranches. So we should start ranching here. Understand? And if we start ranching, the farmer header conflict would also be resolved, because no cow would enter anybody's farm.
Okay. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. The president has disclosed that Benin Republic had requested Nigeria's air and ground troops to help quell a coup attempt in the country. The president's spokesman, Bayo Nanuga, said the president acted on the request and sent the Air Force to take control of the Benin Republic's airspace. In response to the activity in Benin Republic, the president has commended the Nigerian Armed Forces for protecting the democracy of the Benin Republic, adding that the armed forces acted within the ambit of the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has condemned the attempted coup, calling it unacceptable. He urged African leaders to respect democratic transitions and insisted that soldiers should remain in the barracks where they belong. Atiku emphasized that West Africa cannot afford additional political instability amid rising extremist threats. Let me start with this. You know, this military intervention or this intervention by our military, what do you make of this? Nigerians are actually crying foul and saying, no, why should I? You know, I want to hear from you. What do you make of this intervention?
The truth, I see this in two ways. Coups don't just happen.
Okay.
That's the coups don't just happen. Soldiers by training are not supposed to be in government. By training, their responsibility is protecting the territorial integrity of the country. They are trained for war. They are, and that's what they sign for, not to become leaders of a country. And even by their training, they're not supposed to socialize with the civilians. That's why anywhere you see barracks, it is built at the outskirts of the town. Understand? And that's why they also have their own market, their own schools, because so that they will be in a world of their own. But when the people begin to cry, to lament of bad governance, this is what brings soldiers into government. This is what brings soldiers into government. So if civilian leaders don't want you, they should try to be bringing about good governance. They should try to be bringing about good governance. Q is not fun. It's not fun, understand? It is the sympathy of the people that makes soldiers to act. We are people, when you see an individual trying to take all the properties of a country, understand me? When you see an individual or few individuals trying to corner all the properties of a country, why the people are going to bed without food, somebody will be buying jets. So this is what makes them, and that is why when that coup happened, initially people were celebrating in Cotonou, the videos were there, understand? Because they are tired of what they are getting from their government. Ordinarily, I'm not a fan of military government. I prefer them staying in their barracks and focusing on what they are trained to do. Understand? So, no matter how bad the civilian government is, I still prefer it to a military government because in a civilian rule, you are given a choice. Understand? Maybe 3 people will come and say that they are contesting for governorship of your state. Understand? You will say, I prefer this one or that one. But under the army, there's no choice for you. Everything is being imposed. Whoever they send to you, you will take. You cannot say no. And in a civil rule, government is at least nearer to the people. You can walk to the local government and talk that to somebody. You have maybe a councillor or state house of assembly member that you can go and complain. But in a military regime, who are you going to complain to? So for me, I don't like a military government, but it is bad governance that brings the military into power. We should not shy away from it.
Okay, you know, this intervention, of the fact that our soldiers, according to Bayo Nanuga, it was from request, and they went to Benin Republic, and you saw how swift President Tinubu responded to this, and it's just, people are saying, how come he has not done this same action, this same swiftness in intervening on our own security issues that we have in this country? If we can actually deploy airstrikes, we can do all of that. Why are you not doing all of what you did over the weekend in Benin Republic? Why are we not having such things being done in our own country? Well,
I've given you reasons why, understand? They use them to rig election. They use these bandits, terrorists to rig election. That's number one. They use them to make government look bad. That's number two. They also use it to make their own money, because there's a yearly budget that's for all this for all this fight against the insurgents. Understand? And some people are making billions out of it. And once this fight is over, their money will stop. So there are reasons why it will continue, but none of those reasons are in the interest of the Nigerian people.
Okay, so you're certainly saying that, of course, that the president knows what to do, but because of all of what you've listed, he's unable to do anything, or he has refused to do anything.
He is to give order, understand? But he cannot be everywhere. Understand me? He cannot be everywhere, and he himself has also benefited from this insurgents. Understand? He himself has benefited a lot from this insecurity, because that is what brought APC to power in 2015. Understand? Because they used without the kidnapping of the Chibok girls. Understand? APC wouldn't have won in 2015, because that Chibok girls kidnapped brought a very bad name to Jonathan's administration, because they made it an international affair. So President Tinubu has benefited from this insurgents.
So it's a thing of he has no moral rights to say anything. As in, like, just saying that is a thing of, okay, because we benefited from this, you actually have no right to say anything against this.
Well, that's many of the things that he fought for many years ago, he is now against them. Many of the things that he fought for many years ago. An instance, in 2004, he went to court when Obasanjo was seizing a fund meant for local governments in Lagos State. He went there to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court gave, under Justice Mohammed Uwais, he gave a ruling that the federal government has no power to withhold the local government funds. But today, the same federal government is withholding funds meant for Osun State. Understand? Tinubu has gone there to court for resource control. Today, he's in power. He's not talking about resource control anymore.
Okay, still on the Benin Republic's issue, Atiku, of course, has come out to condemn this particular coup. And then what do you make of this Atiku's condemnation? He has really said that, like, I know you already mentioned that, you already said that the soldiers should not even be found anywhere outside the barracks. But today now we see this, and it looks like this is happening so much in Africa, in West Africa. We saw the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau just a few weeks ago.
This would have been the 80th coup if this one has succeeded. Understand? It would have been the 80th coup. And I was reading a post on the social media. It is coming near. It is coming near.
I was just going to ask that.
It is coming near. When will it be Nigeria turn? Understand? That is what I was reading on the social media. But I know that those who are posting that did not witness military coup. Did not witness military government in Nigeria. If they had, they would not have been saying it.
Okay. I was just ask, okay. Well, I will still ask. Because I was going to ask you that. Do you think we are getting any closer to something like this, especially with the way, with what is happening in our country, with the insecurity, with the poverty, with all the issues Nigerians are facing? Do you think we are getting closer to military intervention? Even if we know that military intervention might not be the way to go. But do you see that happening in this country?
One, many of our soldiers are now politicians. Understand? Many of our soldiers are now. I visit a lot of barracks. Understand? Many of them are now politicians. Understand me? And so if they are comfortable, or they will feel that others are also comfortable. So, but my teacher told me, never say never. My teacher told me, never say never. And as I said, it is bad governance that brings about military intervention. So those in government can do well to avoid it by governing well.
Okay. Never say never. That statement, I was a victim of that. Let's move on to the next issue tonight. A federal high court has rejected the request by IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu to be transferred from the Sokoto Correctional Center to another facility. Kanu had asked to be transferred to either Kuje Custodial Center in Abuja or Kefi Custodial Center in Nasarawa. But Justice James Omotosho on Monday declined the request, ruling that such an order could not be granted without hearing from the federal government. Justice Omotosho held that the respondents, the federal government, and the National Correction Center Service, Nigerian Correction Service, ought to be put on notice for them to respond appropriately in the interest of justice before the request could be granted. He subsequently fixed January 27, 2026 for the hearing of the motion. What do you make of this refusal to transfer Kanu? You know, we've already asked before that how come he was sent all the way when we have other correctional centers around the courts where he was. Of course, there are other correctional centers, but he was sent all the way to Sokoto, and now he has sought for a transfer, and he's been refused.
Omotosho has become the King Ahab of our time. Omotosho has become the King Ahab of our time. And we all know how King Ahab ended up. Understand? So the issue is this. There's a saying that don't pray that your enemy will be the one that will preside over your case. Understand? So Nnamdi Kanu's enemy is the one that is presiding over his case, which is very, very unfortunate. Imagine Omotosho mentioning the word justice. Does he know what justice is all about? Has he ever given evidence, judgment that carries justice? That's why PDP is saying we don't want him to be handling our case. That's what PDP said. So when you talk about judges that should be in Nigeria, horn of shame, his name should be there. And understand me? He has adjourned until next month now. This is December. Next month. So, and I feel by then, let the correctional center and the federal government be put on notice so that they'll come and say whether he will be taken out of Sokoto prison or not.
Okay.
But as I keep on saying, Nnamdi Kanu will survive all those that are persecuting him from the beginning to the end.
Okay, please, your concluding thoughts in a very, very short, in one sentence, if that's possible. Your concluding thoughts.
Well, I condemn the coup attempt in Benin. I'm not a fan of military government, and Nigeria, as a big brother, did well by intervening in the coup to abort the coup.
Okay, thank you very much. So according to you, Nigeria as a big brother did well. So you're actually one of those that are applauding Nigeria for intervening. Many persons are actually not going to support that statement.
Everybody's entitled to his opinion.
Definitely.
I witnessed military regime, and I know how bad it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Peter, for being with us tonight. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's polity and governance. Thank you so much for being a part of this program. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padabuta of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind. More. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on at Vop TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
My name is Usaso Boma Blessing, fitness trainer, gym instructor. name of my gym is Great Life Fitness Center. My journey as a gym instructor has been very superb, loving. Like, I'm so happy to be a sport person, to be an athlete. You know, it has not been so easy, but sport is something you do with your heart, with your mind, and you enjoy it at last. You know, this thing has to do with mindset. So I've been doing this thing for like the past, let me say, okay, like 12 years now. And again, about fitness it has to do with, you know, you have to love it. You have to love it. You have to, like, you know, put your mind like, okay, I really want to do this for myself. Because when you are fit, it makes you look better. Food has to play a big role in fitness. You are what you eat. So, for example, I train you, I finish training you, you went to go and eat something that you're not supposed to eat. Like, you just rush it back. You don't understand. It's not really healthy. When you finish training, there's some kind of training you do. You eat something like food that gives you strength before you come to training again. Because if you eat anyhow, you get tired, you can't train. Anybody that wants to lose weight, one, it has to be disciplined and be focused. You understand? It has to do with your mindset. Say, okay, I'm ready to lose weight. Then be happy doing it. You understand? Don't even use your mind. Don't even say, I want to lose weight. Say, I want to be fit. Use the word, I want to be fit. When you are fit, you lose weight. When you are fit, you are flexible.
When I joined the gym like 6 months ago, I had to go to lose weight because I was feeling so heavyweight when I was at home. So when I joined the gym, I met Osas, one of the gym instructors. So he helped me accomplish my goal at first. Then I was like, okay, I wanted more. So I started lifting more weight so I'll be able to tone my body more and get like muscles, because I play basketball and those things are like really necessary for me. When I started, I was mostly watching what I eat. So I was like always counting calories and being on calorie deficit and all those kind of things. But right now I'm just eating things that would help my body nutrients because of what I'm trying to achieve right now. Yeah, eat more vegetables, more proteins, less carbs. Even though those carbs are like really helpful in your body sometimes, but then healthy fats. I mean, if you look at yourself and you're happy with how you look, there's no point of you coming to the gym. You just need to like keep doing what you're doing. But then if you see that, okay, I need to come to the gym, come to the gym, you enjoy it, you love everything. People here are like so friendly. People are so welcoming. People help you achieve your goal faster.
Right now, I'm not really big on weight loss. At this age, I'm basically doing body sculpting. But once I notice my clothes don't fit anymore, I pull back. I think last week I was 86. I noticed I was going bigger, so I just reduced that. You know, we have to do healthy eating, whether we are working out or not. So we have to eat healthy. I do selection. I also junk a lot. I won't lie to you, but I come and burn it out. Once I really want to do a weight loss program, or like I want to do when I'm going in on weight loss, I actually get onto a meal plan. I eat anytime as the spirit leads. And basically, you know, I think the world has really changed. Gone are those days in which you sit back, get fat, get sick and all that. And I used to be hypertensive, as in up to last year. I was quite hypertensive, I was on drugs. But I noticed each time when I come to the gym, my blood pressure actually goes down. So I've been able to manage hypertension just by working out and like healthy diets though. But by working out alone, I've been able to manage hypertension. Lots of diseases. Like yesterday, I think I went to the hospital. They said I had vertebra, blah, 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 that I should be feeling pains at the back. And I told the doctor, I can't feel any pains. I actually go to the gym, I lift weights. He said, that is just it. Because you are going to the gym, just keep going to the gym. It's something we need to come out to do just for ourselves. And also just coming to the gym, apart from the fact that you have to work out at home, if you come to the gym, it has some mental relief for you. It cures depression for some people. Just come out, socialize, work out. There's some mental relief that you get.
I've been gymming for like, this is going to be my 2nd year. And my body weight was actually 3 digits. When I mean 3 digits, I mean 100 and something. But now I'm in 2 digits. That is my 90 something. I'm clocking to go to like 85. But even if I don't get to 85, being healthy is the most important thing. I'm not really a diet person. I take everything, but I eat early. That's the most important thing. I don't do night food. Once it's 6, my meal for the day is closed. For my breakfast, I do a lot of juice. I eat solid lunch. I mean, I can eat anything, but I try as much as I can to like cut everything on soda. No more soda. Soda is not part of me anymore. Leg workouts are very, very important. Leg workouts. Because when your leg is strong, you can go a lot of places. So I actually do a lot of leg workouts, and I do a lot of mass too. I carry weights. Exercise is a daily routine. Make it your daily routine. Now it's my daily routine. It's like my paracetamol. When I don't do my exercise every day, it's like I'm feeling sick. Like yesterday, I wasn't feeling too well, but today, look at me. I'm better and stronger.
Although I just got into the gym, and my aim is to burn down the fat. I want to be fit. And with Osas, the little time I've spent with Osas, man, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I believe at the end of everything, like a month, I'll be very fine. Now, I've stopped eating some kind of food, like melon, vegetables, you know, what is going to boost my exercise. I stopped some kind of food that won't help me. Before I eat late, but now, Osas told me I should stop eating late. Like my last food for the day should be like around 6 or 5 o'clock. The rest of the hours, I can be taking fruits or water. I don't even feel like stopping again. And I feel this gym of a thing is not something you can just do for a while. It's a lifetime thing. I think so. I wasn't thinking like this before, but now I think it's a lifetime thing. I'll keep doing it. Please, if you know the gym, you're the Jones. You just need to gym to sweat out all this rubbish we are eating every day. We don't have any good food here now. So you need to sweat out every day.
For working out, I've been working out for my secondary school days. But yeah, I started January. So for I would say 3 months, but I've been working out all my life. One good thing is there's no bad workout. That's a quote I'm giving you. As far as there's a workout, anyone you do will give you success. So the only thing is your body level and how to adjust and adapt to it. Many of us feel intimidated with others, and it's part of why some of them get discouraged, why some get motivated. So for me now, I advise that if you see somebody that is doing better than you, you take it as an opportunity, because you need to like step up. Then if you are doing better than the person will definitely draw you down. So now the motivation lies on you. Your workout is not 100%. in terms of what you get in your body. Diet has a percentage it takes, while the workout also has a percentage it takes. So if you are working out, you also need to control your diet a lot. So if your dieting is poor, then you're going to have issues. So for every successful person that works out well, the person should also control the diet. I usually advise all my friends, even colleagues that work out, they should work out, irrespective of the kind of schedule they have or the kind of job it is, that there's always time for workout. You might not hit the gym, but for those times you have at home, even if it's 10 minutes, it is better than nothing. I always advise that you work out. Even my mom, to a point, she's old, I still tell her to take a walk, and she does that.
Well, it's actually nice. You understand the journey, because initially I was having this weight. I noticed that myself, I'm adding weight. You understand? So, but the moment I started working out, I see some changes in my system, all this fatigue, normal body pains gone and all that. So it's interesting. I've burned so many fats, I've achieved so many. Even if I'm working now, I notice that I'm light. So I eat everything, but meanwhile, I reduced my alcoholic intake. Now I eat more early than before, because without eating early, it will not work out very well. Some food may not digest like they said, but eating early is far better when you are taking some exercise. Working out is the best. I don't even need to advise them. They should just start working out. It makes it overcome so many things, even stroke, all those small sickness in the body.
Yeah, I've been consistent here for like 1 year. Great Life and Fitness Gym. She motivated me actually. She has been the one coming, so she was always looking good, coming down, trimming, looking good, stronger, more energetic. I said to myself, why wait for her? Why sit down? I decided to join her, and since then it has been all sweet. So I eat in moderation. I eat everything but in moderation. Then I drink a lot of water, fruits and vegetables. I've stopped eating late. But I can take coffee in the morning. Coffee without cream, just coffee, black coffee.
You're not even meant to eat before coming to the gym. When you're coming to the gym, it should be like some few hours before you come to the gym if it's evening class. So it's not ideal for you to eat. You might likely throw up.
It's not easy to get started, but one step at a time. Just start. Just get your legs moving. You'll be motivated.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Chiropractic care is a non-invasive drug-free approach to healthcare that emphasizes the body's innate ability to heal itself. It is based on the principle that proper alignment of the spine is essential for optimal nervous system function, which in turn supports overall health and well-being.
Chiropractic is about the alignment of the body. Once your body is aligned, your blood flows well, your oxygen flows well, you move well, you sleep well, you eat well, you run well, you have sex well, you do everything you're doing well, you sit and you don't feel pain. And that is what everybody wants. Yeah, that's what nobody wants to sit down and feel pain. Nobody wants to drive and feel discomfort. Nobody wants to have headache every now and then. Nobody wants to go to bed and not sleep well. Yeah, that's the basic thing that chiropractic is about. It just helps you. Now, it's not as if there are other things that medicine and other things cannot fix here. But once you are aligned and then you're taking drugs, it just helps.
Chiropractic care is highly effective in managing acute and chronic pain, particularly in the back, neck, joints, and throughout the body, promoting overall wellness and preventing future health problems. Through spinal adjustment and other techniques, chiropractors can enhance mobility and range of motion, facilitating better movement and flexibility.
Body has what we call synapses. That's it's a system in your body, right? So it takes waves to your system. So that's the reason why I can actually pinch her here, and then she's feeling it without her even knowing. Yeah, I can touch her, and then she's like, somebody touched me. So it's that synapses that sends the waves, the current to your brain. That somebody just touched me now, right? And they are like nets in your system. They're like nets. And you know how window net is. So blood and oxygen and passes through it. Yeah. So that is what I just corrected now, because so that if it's not compressed, yeah, you would find that there's no pain around the body. Right? There are different things that can cause pain in your system. Compression can cause pain. Tiredness can cause pain. Fatigue. When you're fatigued, you can feel discomfort and all that. So these are the things that goes on in your system. So that's what I just, and what controls that in terms of information receiver here is your C2, C1, C2, C3. Yeah, that's what controls the amount of pressure that pumps into the body. So that is what I just corrected. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
Chiropractic care offers a safe, natural, and effective approach to health and wellness. By addressing the root cause of health issues and supporting the body's innate healing abilities, chiropractors empower patients to live healthier and more vibrant lives.
For every part of your body, you have what we call body pressure, right? So this body pressure is the amount of pressure that your system sends or your brain sends to that part of the body to make you feel comfortable. If the pressure is +1, let me say for example, right? If it's supposed to be 60 and it's 61, you feel discomforting. You will not be able to do things the way you like doing it, or you just not feel comfortable. So when you start feeling those kind of pressure, maybe you're having headache, you're having bloatedness, and it just shows that there's just something that is compressed in your system. Yeah, and then once we align the spine, it just helps you relax. In the system, there's what we call the lymph tube here. So what that does is it regulates the excess fluids in your system. Yeah, so that the lymph system is the sewage system in your body, right? So it just takes off excess that did not go through digestive measures, right? It just goes through your system. It goes through your marrow and bone marrows. It goes through your tissues. It goes through your bloodstream and take off excess, so that you will not feel bloated. You will not feel as if your body is swollen unnecessarily. So it just helps you feel relaxed every time you wake up in the morning. And then another way that we can measure this is you find that in the morning you have smelling breath, you have smelling armpits, and between your legs you feel discomfort here.
As awareness of the benefits of chiropractic care continues to grow, its role in integrative healthcare is becoming increasingly recognized and valued so much, so that chiropractors are currently often hired by sports teams to help their athletes with injury recovery and physical fitness maintenance, especially for physically demanding games like football, lacrosse, and volleyball.
Chiropractors can almost do everything, especially when you are properly trained. Yeah, but for some people, they are based on sports, some are mobility. Yeah, but for me, I did an intense training, so I almost can do everything, because what it is about is for your client not to feel pain, for your client to be able to move and do everything you need to do, for your client to be able to assess their body whenever they want to.
Would you like to explore the world of chiropractic care further? Whether you are seeking relief from chronic pain, looking to enhance your athletic performance, or simply striving for better health and vitality. Matthew Ogunswada for Voice of the People TV.
The rebirth of a nation. The rebirth of a nation. The choices of the people, the core of the matter. Now, stay close with me, because we are going a little bit deeper. So allow this word serve as the gills for you to navigate through these deep waters and bringing you into. Listen, there was an idea whereby the Trinitarian tribunal sat, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and said, let us make man in our own image and likeness. Listen, not let us make an ape and let him develop to become a man. No, hear me carefully. Let us make man and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, the fowl of the air, and over every single thing that creeps. But I want to show you that the end point of that conversation was actually a nation that Daddy God was speaking about. It was about to birth a nation. That was the desire in the deepest recesses of our Lord. Now hear me carefully. I know your head right now is fighting and saying, what exactly is he saying? Where are we going to? I need you to follow me closely, because I'm about to bring you into the fullness of this nation that you have actually been seeking for, the rebirth of the nation. But right now, when Daddy God created man, he set a couple of boundaries. Remember, the just judge of the universe. Listen, justice and foundation, justice and righteousness, rather at the foundation of his throne. So every single thing that was done in that discourse was done on the firm foundation of justice. And he said, listen, you can either go to the tree of life and not to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But pause, let's take a little bit of reference point and understand that there is actually an enemy that hates you, and we are trapped in this fight of the ages, this fight of the century that has been going on for so long, and the enemy hates you. So when Daddy God said, don't take of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he was actually saying that you don't have the capacity, right, to always choose good when placed with the issue of good and evil. Let's now reverse engineer to our day and age, and trust me, look at the entire civilization of man right now and tell me the person that when eventually good and evil is placed before with your own motivation and moral fibers, will you always choose good all the time? Is it because it takes life for you to always choose the place of good? But hear me, we are getting to the core part of this nation I'm about to bring you into. Because at the end point of man, you see, it starts off with either we are trying to build our physical, and at the end point trying to build our mental capacity, our intellect. But at the end of it, we all notice that there is a void missing. It's because life is missing on our inside. Now we are getting to the core part of it, because when man took of that tree of knowledge of good and evil, he broke the core, he broke the status, he broke the very foundation that held man in that utopia. Now don't give me the idea of saying I don't actually need this, I'm doing well for myself. Hear me closely. Adam, the first man, he had the garden with him, so he was actually doing very well, but what he needed was actually life. So when he partook of it, he tried to cover it up with fig leaves, as you are doing right now with your seeming accomplishment. But you know deep down on your inside that there is a void, that you've tried and used everything you can think of. You've tried amassing intellect and knowledge, but still, you can still feel that void. There is that emptiness. There is that thinking that no matter the amount of wealth you amass, you can't fill up that void. Or if it's you saying, no, I actually want all that wealth, I'm broke right now, what you're actually still seeking for, right? I'm taking you to the end point of this spectrum is still this very same life of God. This nation I'm speaking of, let me give you a little bit of more context. At the end point of man trying and going his way, it always leads to death and destructions, because life is missing on his inside. Now let's backtrack a bit and let me introduce you to this nation I speak of. This nation I speak of is where a people gathered together carried the very lives away of God. This very life. But right now, at the end point of this life, you see that man, it always leads to destruction, because there is a nation to be from the very start. Because when the Trinitarian Tribunal made that call and said, let us make man, the end point of it was for man to partake of the tree of life. That is where this nation that I'm speaking of would come from. Hear me closely. This nation that is not held by any of the jurisdiction of the national intercontinental rules and jurisdiction, meaning like we see of Isaac when he sowed in the land that there was famine, we see he reaped 100 folds. Hear me carefully. That means the very laws of nature that bound and holds man to defeat does not hold the man that is in this nation, hear me closely, this nation whereby the Lord God himself becomes our walls. But listen, man broke the code. Man partook of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Man fell. But hear me carefully. For God to say, let us just sweep that under the carpet, boys will be boys, right? And let man just still partake of the tree of knowledge of good, the tree of life. Where would the justice be? Right? That would be a travesty of justice. There needs to be a payment. So Daddy God sends from above. Kaya. He took us. He drew us out of the waters of confusion and defeat in the person of his son, Jesus Christ, at the cross. And when he came, he paid the ultimate price for you and I to receive this life, this very life of God. That is why in 10:10 of the book of John, he said, the thief comes to steal, to kill, and destroy, but I've come that you should have life and have it more abundantly. So we see a trace back, a reverse engineering to the very beginning, that what we are seeking for is actually this life of God on our inside. And hear me carefully, all your trying and struggling and trying to fill up that void is actually found in the person of Christ Jesus. I know right now you might be saying, where are we going to with all of this? I'm trying to show you that all you are seeking for, right, is found in the person of Christ Jesus. Your sins are forgiven, because to him all the prophets give witness that whoever believes in him will receive remission of sins, forgiveness of sins. See, your good works cannot save you. I want that to stay so clear in your heart. Your good works, you're trying, you're navigating, trying to do things by yourself, trying to come out of that pain, that addiction, that hurt by yourself, is actually you crying out for this nation I'm speaking of. Is actually you crying out and seeking this redemption I'm bringing to you, because in him, Christ Jesus, you have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins according to the riches of his grace. Your good works is too fickle, too little for you to receive and dominate over all areas of weakness and to feel that emptiness that you're seeking for. So don't be like men that will go at the end of their life and say, was this all? Was this worth it? But be like those that have come into this nation, that have seen the fullness of all they can receive in the person of Christ Jesus, and let your soul be anchored on him. Your sins are forgiven because Christ Jesus paid the ultimate price for you to receive this life. Shall a nation be born in one day? I say to you, as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her children. The same way when Christ at the cross, he took the ultimate beating. He took the ultimate scourging. He brought the full weight of our sins that caused that void, that emptiness on our inside, right? And he cried, finished, signifying that what was once lost, what man had no opportunity again to get, he, Christ, paid the price. Because see, the wages of sin is death, not just the parts on the hand, right? It is death, and Christ died your debt. So today I put it to you, it is in receiving these gifts, this Christ, this blessing, that void you've been trying to fill will be full, and you will start living from the inside out, not the outside in. I'm not talking about behavior modification right now. I'm talking about the true inward transformation that only Christ gives. We are on a journey. I've shown you how this nation is rebirthed, and we are going to go deeper into the power, into the pillars, the structure, the infrastructure that makes this nation triumph over any and all other nations. The rebirth of the nation, God's right plan for you from the very beginning. Grace and peace.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Isolo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been right from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Well, everything in Craftmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Well, so many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Like in every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also, cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. So I've been able to empower people. I've empowered people a lot, gain financial independence and be able to help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is on Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are and Craftmania Hub _renters.
My name is Promise Nkwachuku Kalu. Well, I'm from Abia State, Bende local government, Item, to be precise. I'm able Item. Well, it has always been my joy to do music technology. When I talk about music technology, the aspect of repairing, sound installation, and sound programming, and also singing. As early as 8 years old, I joined the choir in the church to enable me enhance my voice and do more when it comes to the music aspect. Like I do the secular music, I do the classical music, and I also do, when you come about the spiritual gospel music. So I'm working as a sound engineer in Eoka Online Limited, a company where I want to grow more into technicalities. When I talk about technicalities, I'm talking about doing repairs, doing installation in churches, in lounge, in mosques, in anywhere that requires me going to install, I will ever install. Audio installation is a thing of joy because for me it's all about working with passion. Now when you talk about audio generally, it has to do with the implementation of gadgets like the mixer, the amplifiers, and the speaker management, installing, having to climb the roof. And it's not easy because most times being scared of falling, and a situation whereby the ceiling of where you're installing is not firm, you can be endangering your life. So it's something that we are very, very careful, but we work with perfection, and everything I do by the grace of God is 100% perfect. For a layman, the first thing you need to know to become an audio engineer is music. I studied music in school, then I went into the technicalities of music. For you to become an engineer, you must know what sound is basically. So sound, which is a practical thing, you must have the ears to identify good sound. And if you are capable and able to identify good sound, that means you can as well tag yourself an upcoming audio engineer, because that's a basic point for you to start from. When it comes to my profession, I put a limit to it in terms of working duration. Like for each day, I map out time and say, this is what I want to achieve. This is what I want to get done today, and make sure it doesn't collide with going out with the family, going out with my wife, and also enjoying myself, because work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that's where I could make Promise a dull boy also. So I make sure combine both of them. One isn't taking the other one's time. Most times, as an engineer, audio engineer, we get most of our perfect sound during night, where you have most people asleep already, because you need the calmness of everywhere, of any particular place you are, and you need to concentrate, because wherever you are that you're mixing, especially when you come into the live mixing and you start getting any little noise, it could interfere in what you're doing, because if your ear is not well trained, I think you'll be battling with more than one problem, because unable to identify that. So the night is very, very precious, and it's not easy installing sound in Lagos and doing the mixing and mastering when it comes to the audio production part of it. There are a lot of guys, there are a lot of professionals who are yet to be recognized in this industry. For the ones who are there now, I would say they are doing fine, but there's always room for improvement, because when you talk about what they are doing, for every movie I watch, for every music video I watch, the first thing I put into consideration is the sound. I listen to the sound, I talk more about the production, I venture myself into categorizing every aspect of it, what is not properly done there, because I love criticizing things a lot. So the more you criticize, the more you have room to improve, and you see possibility of doing it in a better way. When it comes to audio, I'm very, very comfortable with everything, but like for the mixers, the speaker, the amplifier, digital mixers and analog mixers, microphones, yes, and speaker management. Why I'm very, very comfortable with them is because it's something that I like taxing myself. So anytime that I have difficulties, I make sure that I see myself overcoming those difficulties. And I like those tough gadgets, so they give me more time to improve. My favorite color, well, I like all shouty colors. Yes, anything bright, anything glowing, I like it. I don't have any particular one. So let me say yellow and pink. And my favorite food, I would say, I have two, yam and egg sauce and okra soup. Yes, with Gary. So hey guys, it's Promise Nkwachukalu. I'm a professional sound engineer. Keep watching Vop TV.
Ambo Chika Iro Manihe Jimarambo Adibo Wana Voice of the People. Narona Voice of the People 90.3 FM Diko Denta Kuko. Abukwani Monyo Mama Dinguru. Nkede na Bombise Imo State. Ibukwani onye nta akụkọ. Echem na ngasi na obi ihe dị n'ime mgbe nne m mụrụ m ya bụ ihe nọ m n'ime ọ bụghị ihe m mụrụ amụ ọ nọ n'ime m n'ihi na oge m na-etolite m ga-echeta otu ụbọchị m gwara nne m na ọ ga-amasịkwanụ m ka m bụrụ onye na-ekwu okwu na redio n'ihi na nne m na onwe ya bụ onye hụrụ ihe gbasara redio n'anya oge abụla oge kwa ụbọchị ka ọ na-agbanye redio anya na-amara ihe ndị na-emegasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa m ga-echeta na BCA redio Ụmụahịa bụ ya bụ redio nne m na-egekarị nke emezie mgbe ihe gbasara redio n'anya ngwa nne m na m ga-abụkwanụ onye ga na-ekwu okwu na redio mana ya bụ ihe bidoro ọbụladị mgbe m n'ụlọ akwụkwọ praịmarị sekọndịrị na mahadum abịara na-ede akụkọ ụgha nke bụ eziokwu ọ bụrụ na m dechaa ya ebe a gụpụta ya ị ga-ajụ sị kedu ihe kpaliri nwata ime ihe ọ bụghịkwa nke ahụ ebidoro m ọsịsọ banye na lerida bụrụ onye na-agụ ihe ọgụgụ na parish m St. Charles Ezuhu na Amadi bụkwa nke dị na Abombise Imo steeti echem na ihe a bụ ihe nọ n'ime bụkwa nke mere na na-eme ya na-ekwu okwu mgbe ụfọdụ mana redio mana TV maka na ọ bụghị na redio ka m bidosiri were mewe ihe abụghịkwanị na redio ka m bidokwa n'ọrụ a n'oge m gụchara praịmarị abanyere m sekọndịrị gụchaa sekọndịrị banye ụlọ akwụkwọ mahadum mahadum ala anyị dị na Nsụka University of Nigeria Nsụka bụ ebe m gụrụ mahadum ebe ahụ agụrụ m linguistics na Igbo bụkwa nke nyere aka kwado m maka ya bụ ihe m chọrọ ịbụ dịka m siri gwa gị na mbụ n'oge nka dị obere amadị m ihe ụwa na-ekwu agwara m nne m na m ga-achọ ikwu okwu na redio mana dịka m gụchara akwụkwọ mahadum fee ala nna anyị abịaziri m nweta ọrụ na isi mbido TV ebe a ka m bidoro ya bụ ihe n'uju arụrụ m n'isi mbido TV afọ 3 na ụma mgbe arụkwaghị m hapụ ebe ahụ sizie isi mbido TV bata na Voice of the People 90.3 FM ịjụọ m ihe gbasara ihe m na-arụ taa dịka onye nta akụkọ m ga-asị gị na ọ bụ ihe nọ m n'ime nne m mụrụ m mụọ ịgbasa ozi ọkachasị na redio na TV ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ e nwere ọtụtụ ihe kwesịrị ịgba ọ dịrọkwa dị mfe o maka na anyị na-ekwu ya anyị nọrọ na redio mgbe ụfọdụ na-ekwu okwu maọbụ na TV ọ na-atọ ụtọ na ntị ọ na-atọ gịrị kpọọ mana ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị na-agabiga tupu ịhụ anyị anyapụta ebe a na-ekwu ihe niile ọ na-adaba adaba ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ maọbụ na redio maọbụ na TV nke mbụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe ekwe na-akụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe na-eme na gburugburu gị kedu ka ihe si afịatụ na gburugburu gị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ngalaba dị iche iche ngalaba na-ahụ maka agụmakwụkwọ ime njem ahụ isi ike ngalaba dị iche iche ị ga-ama ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ bụghị naanị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ị ga-amakwa ka ihe si afịatụ na mba ofesi dịka onye nta akụkọ nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụgodị na ị na-arahụ ụra akpọọ gị ị mara ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ dịka m bụ onye nta akụkọ na-eji asụsụ Igbo eme mgbasa ozi nke m ị ga-amarịla asụsụ Igbo nke ọma. Igbo gị ga-eghe eghe nke bụ onye nụ ya ọ mara na ịmakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa Igbo ma mama sị ya bụ Igbo ọ bụ Igbo ghere eghe, Igbo izugbe. Ọ bụghị olu ndị, ọ bụ eziokwu na mgbe ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-eji olu ndị eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, mana ọ bụ Igbo izugbe bụ asụsụ kacha mma iji were mee ihe mgbasa ozi, nke ga-abụ na ebe ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, isi steeti Abịa, Enugu, Delta, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, steeti ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, ọ bụrụ na ị na-asụ ya bụ Igbo, ị ga-aghọtarịla ihe onye ahụ na-ekwu. Mana gị were olu ndị, mgbe ụfọdụ ndị steeti ndị ọzọ agaghị enwechi ike ghọtacha ihe ị na-ekwu. Ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ n'asụsụ Igbo, nke mbụ mara ihe ekwe na-akụ n'asụsụ ahụ iji eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, ya bụ asụsụ Igbo. Mara ihe ekwe na-akụ, ị ga-abụ onye ga na-agụsị akwụkwọ ike, ị ga na-agụ, ị gaa n'ịntanetị na-achọ ọtụtụ ihe, ị na-amụta na-etinye na nke ịma, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-ekwu okwu amara na onye amakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụkwanụ mkpu aka anyị na-eti kwa ụbọchị o, maka onye dị ka m mgbe m dị obere ka m bidoro, ndị mmadụ na-asị na adị m very outspoken, ana m ekwuba okwu ekwusi ike mgbe ụfọdụ ka o si wee dịrị. Eche m na ndị na-arụ ọrụ na redio na-enye aka n'otu ụzọ maọbụ ịbụọ ịhụ na ihe gara nke ọma, ọkachasị n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, maka na mgbe ụfọdụ ihe ndị gọọmenti na-eme, ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-eme, ọ bụkwanụ ndị anọ na redio na-eti ya bụ mkpu. Mgbe ụfọdụ gọọmenti nwere ike ime ya chee na ihe ha mere dị mma, mana ọ bụ ndị na-arụ na redio ga-abịa sị gị na gọọmenti ihe anyị mekwanụrụ adịghị mma. Eche m na ọ bụ na ndị na-arụ na redio na ụlọ nta akụkọ dị iche iche bụkwana ndị na-agba gọọmenti okwu. Ewezụga ndị nta akụkọ maọbụ nke redio maọbụ akwụkwọ akụkọ maọbụ nke telivishọn, ewepụ ha n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria, gọọmenti ga na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ sọrọ ha. Mana ndị nta akụkọ bụ ndị bụ ị na-eme, ị na-elekwa anya n'azụ, maka na e nwere ndị na-ele gị ime emejọ, ndị nta akụkọ enyere gị aka. Ya bụ ihe adịrọkwa n'izi dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya, ọ dịghị mfe, ọ bụghị ofe nracha. Ihe gbasara ezinụlọ m ịchịkọba ya na ọrụ m kwanụ, nke ọbụla nwere oge ya. Enwere m oge m ji akwado maka ọrụ m, enwere m oge m ji aga ọrụ, m rụchakwa ọrụ m alawa m ngazie nke ezinụlọ, ngazie elenye anya na nke ezinụlọ iji mee na ihe niile dabara adaba, enye ndị ebe a enye ndị ebe a, ihe niile wee na-aga nke ọma. Ahụkwana m ọtụtụ nri Igbo n'anya, ọtụtụ nri ndị Igbo na-amasị m n'ebe o buru ibu, mana nri ndị Igbo m kacha ahụ n'anya bụ ụkwa. Ị hụrụ ụkwa? Ejikwala ụkwa etiri m epele o, ị na-egwusa m egwuregwu, eji na ụkwa egwu m egwuregwu. Ahụrụ m nri ụkwa n'anya n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ya bụrụ ihe olilo, ahụrụ m ofe ụgụ vegetable, ofe ụhakwa na ofe onugbu. Ihe ndị a niile na-atọcha m ụtọ n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ede n'anya, ọ bụrụ na isi chee ede, ịba were mmanụ iri gwọọ ya, gị na ụtazi maọbụ nchụanwụ were ya gwọọ ya. Nri ndị a niile na-amasịcha m n'ihi na ha bụ nri ndị na-edozi ahụ. Ndị Igbo nwere ọtụtụ nri dị iche iche, bụkwa ndị nke na-edozi ahụ. Ndị nkwado adị Igbo, ọ nọ n'ụlọ na ọ nọ n'ụzọ ije, ọ bụkwa na unu mere m ihe mgbu. Ewezuga unu, enweghị onye dịka adị Igbo. Ndị nkwado m ndị nke nọ na Naịjirịa na mba ofesi, ana m ekele unu, sikwa unu gaa n'iru na nkwado unu na-enye m. Ewezuga unu, enweghịkwana onye dịka adị Igbo. Igbo mụrụ nze m ọzọ, aha m bụ Chika Iro, Adigbo Nwanna, Voice of the People. Abụ m onye nta akụkọ mgbasa ozi ngalaba asụsụ Igbo na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Nke a bụkwanụ ọrụ aka m, ọ bụ ya bụ ihe m na-arụ, ọ bụ my hustle dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya.
My name is Tunde Eso. I'm the organizer. The worker they use it to hustle. Sometimes, if I don't carry, if I get work, if I do the work where they do now, any amount where I carry go house, I go use manage my wife, manage my children, that they go school. I will pay school fees money. I dey do ajo. I do anything that they call ajo. I dey do ajo every day. For like 15 years now. The business dey okay now. Me too, I like the business. I like it. Anytime where I come here, I go see go out. If I calculate down to a day, they see like 6,000, 5,000. If the person want to learn the work, first to first, we go dey look how they do the tire. I want to get the tire. If person want to travel now, the air I want to put for the tire, maybe 35 or 32. If you want to travel, if you did me Lagos State, maybe 40. If I no do the organizer work, I go find money, go buy bus. I go dey do transport. If I no do the organizer, I no fit do salary work. Don't say my mouth don wide. I'm organizer. This is my hustle.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching Vop Tv. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is Vop TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching Vop TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Shout out to Vop TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of Vop TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to Vop TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers.
Edu Dialogue this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
My name is MC Adubike. They call me the Oga Portable of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adubike. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind, or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on at Vop TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Governor Bago welcomes 100 kidnapped Niger students.
U.S. lawmaker urges more efforts to end insecurity.
Youth group task NARS to pass independent candidacy bill.
SANU gives federal government December 31 to conclude negotiation.
Federal government unveils 50 million naira equity-free grant for tertiary students.
Also, federal government lists wood-based development and infrastructure among key focus in 2026.
On the foreign scene, Stammer and other European leaders pledged support for Ukraine.
Well, in business news, Nigeria to update national biotechnology policy.
In sport, Nigeria and Egypt clash shifted to December 16.
In the world of entertainment, TikTok restricts late live access in Nigeria amid safety probe. Now the news in detail. Governor Umar Bago of Niger State has received about 100 school children kidnapped last month from a Catholic school in the state. According to reports, the boys, many of whom wore football jerseys, while the girls wore long robes, were driven into the Niger State government house one day after authorities secured their release, escorted by a dozen military vans and armored vehicles. While 50 of the 315 students and staff abducted from the school had escaped and returned home shortly after their kidnap, dozens others are still missing. According to reports, Bago shook hands with some of the children and led them into a hall where the emir and local officials were seated to receive them. A list of the released children showed that most of them are aged between 10 and 17 years.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has warned the Nigerian struggle with terrorism will continue unless the military undergoes specialized foreign training, strengthens intelligence gathering, and deploys modern technology in its operations. He expressed concern that the Boko Haram insurgency has persisted for 15 years with no end in sight and has now lasted far longer than the Nigerian civil war, which ended after 30 months. Speaking virtually on the Toyin Falola interviews with Bishop Hassan Kuka and former Central Bank Deputy Governor Dr. Kingsley Moghalu as panelist, Obasanjo said Nigeria's security forces are primarily trained for conventional warfare rather than the symmetric guerrilla-style conflict confronting the country.
Well, still on tackling Nigeria's insecurity, United States Congressman Riley Moore says that much work still needs to be done in containing terrorism and the ongoing killings across the country. In a statement on X, Moore, who earlier met with Nigeria's National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, said the discussions focused on terrorism in the Northeast and the killings in the Middle Belt. He described the issues as a specific concern for President Donald Trump and himself. Moore disclosed that the meeting with the Nigerian delegation examined concrete steps and actions that he believes could improve security if carried out fully. According to him, there were concrete steps and actions discussed at length, and if fully executed, they will enhance security across the country for all Nigerians, disrupt and destroy terrorist organizations in the Northeast, and stop the killing of Christians, particularly in the Middle Belt.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has berated the federal government for swiftly intervening to forward a coup in Benin Republic, while very slow to respond to the insecurity decimating communities across Nigeria. According to the ADC National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the development raises important questions about the government's priorities, its respect for constitutional processes, and its commitment to safeguarding Nigerian lives. It commended Nigerians' prompt response in Benin as commendable, noting, however, that the contrast with the country's domestic security failures is still glaring to ignore. While commending the prompt response to defend constitutional order in a neighborhood, the party stated that any such intervention should follow constitutional procedures, as military or security deployment as outside Nigeria requires the National Assembly's approval, raising further concerns over what is described as an inconsistent pattern in Nigeria's foreign interventions. The ADC recalled government's hesitation during the instability in Guinea-Bissau, especially when a former president of Nigeria was reportedly caught up in the crisis.
Now, some youth groups under the Youth-Led Electoral Reform Project, Yet Nigeria, have urged the Nigerian Assembly to prioritize passing the constitutional amendments with major chances to Nigeria's electoral space. Addressing newsmen in Abuja, the head of research and strategy at Kimpact Development Initiative, Oluwafemi Adebayo, said the proposed legislation and independent candidacy across all levels of elections should be a key amendment to be considered during voting on the bills. Adebayo argued that independent candidacy will give credible individuals an opportunity to contest elections without relying on political parties, thereby strengthening representation and deepening democracy. Past violence and lack of internal democracy associated with party primaries.
We now move on to education. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, says it has given the federal government a December 31, 2025 deadline to conclude renegotiation with it, or the universities will be shut down indefinitely from January 2026. It accused the federal government of lacking sincere commitment in the renegotiation exercise, as well as implementing a deliberate and persistent exclusion of non-teaching staff. In a communique at the end of SANU's 53rd National Executive Council meeting at the University of Jos in Plateau State, the body also decried the worsening insecurity across the country, especially the spike in kidnaps targeting schools and university environments. According to the communique signed by SANU President Mohammed Ibrahim, SANU also frowned at what it called the long-standing marginalization of non-teaching staff in the payment of earned allowances and government renegotiation engagements. Among others, the council insisted that the 50 billion naira agreed upon in the 2022 Memorandum of Understanding must be released without further delay, while the inter-university centers and research institutes must be fully included in the next payment.
In the meantime, the federal government has unveiled a 50 million naira students' venture capital grant to promote innovation, research, excellence, and entrepreneurship across the tertiary institutions. Under the initiative, beneficiaries from Year 3 upwards across public and private institutions will receive up to 50 million naira in equity-free seed funding, alongside intensive incubation, expert mentorship, and access to networks and critical startup building tools. Speaking at the launch in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, said the program represents a strategic national investment in young innovators and aligns directly with President Bola Tinubu's education agenda. He described the scheme as more than a grant, stating that it is designed to identify high-potential ideas from campuses and nurture a culture of creativity and enterprise among students. The initiative is jointly implemented by the Federal Ministry of Education and TET Fund in collaboration with the Bank of Industry, Entrepreneurship and Skills Development Center and Google, among others.
In another development, the federal government says that in view of the decline in global aid, Nigeria's 2026 budget will focus on word-based development, infrastructure, security, and stronger domestic production to support the country's $1 trillion economic target. This was disclosed in Abuja by the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Bagudu, at a stakeholder engagement with the Nigerian International Non-Governmental Organization. He explained that the approved medium-term expenditure framework sets out the assumptions for the 2026 fiscal year, including revenue projections, production targets, and the new strategy to drive growth at community level. According to him, President Bola Tinubu and the state governors met and approved the Ward Development Plan, in which each of the 8,809 wards, the programs will be designed ward-specific to ensure enhanced economic prosperity in those wards. Among others, it stated that the governors have agreed on an irreducible and continued minimum of infrastructure investment needed to sustain the trajectory of government's macroeconomic reforms, as well as more investment in security by the 3 tiers of government.
And away from that story, the federal government has banned cash payments for its services from January 1, 2026, saying that it is set to fully implement the cashless policy in the collection of its revenues. Under the reforms requiring strict cashless collection, there will be a new mandatory e-receipt system and full-scale rollout of the revenue optimization RevUp platform. According to a document released by the Federal Ministry of Finance in Abuja, the RevUp, which is a unified digital ecosystem for monitoring, reconciling, and optimizing government revenues, will apply to all federal government agencies. The Office of the Accountant General of the Federation has issued 4 circulars introducing sweeping changes to the federal government's revenue collection architecture. According to the government, these circulars form part of a broader national strategy to modernize public finance, close revenue leakages, deter corruption, and strengthen Nigeria's fiscal position through technology-driven reforms.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is author and public affairs analyst Somi Uranta. You're welcome, Somi. You're welcome. Thank you for being a part of News Hour.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you join us as well. Okay, let's start with this. Governor Umar Bago of Niger State, of course, has received about 100 school children that were kidnapped last month from a Catholic school in the state. And of course, these children consist of boys and girls who were kidnapped. We had more than 265, or like 265 that were captured or that were abducted. And now we have 100 persons, 100 of these children released. The government hasn't come out to say if they were actually rescued or if they were released. What do you make of this development?
Well, first and foremost, I think it's a very cheering news that 100 of those kidnapped students have been released. But having said that, Nigerians also would love to know the conditions under which the release took place. Were they rescued? Were they released as a result of negotiation with bandits and terrorists or the kidnappers? Was their money paid? You know, because every time somebody, if they actually got them through negotiation and money exchanging hands, it goes to also endanger the lives of other students and even Nigerians, the masses of this country, especially those around those areas, in the north. Because we cannot afford to continuously negotiate with terrorists. We cannot continue to do that because it emboldens them. It makes them want to do more because when you pay them for the one they have done, they go back and re-equip themselves, retool themselves to also create more havoc, to also adopt more of our students. So the government need to come clean. The security agencies need to come clean. How were they rescued? If it was rescue, how many of those terrorists were arrested or killed or, these are information we need to get. But the way it is, we are left in the dark, and that's not good enough. But we thank God that they have been rescued, this number of students, and we are hoping that the rest of them should be rescued or released as soon as possible.
Very well said, Somi. In fact, it looks like you are re-echoing the sentiments of United States Congressman Riley Moore, who said, good, it is cheering news, like you said, that 100 out of about over 300 people who were abducted, 100 of them have been rescued, but that there is still so much work that needs to be done in containing terrorism and the ongoing killings across the country. But it looks like the US and Nigeria have found a common ground and they're speaking the same language now, and there's not so much talk about Christian genocide anymore. Does that bring ease to your mind, or do you think the US is not really seeing things clearly as they should?
Well, what the US are doing, they are trying to find out exactly what's happening, because the governments have put up a lot of resistance, opposition to the claims of genocide, even though we know that Christians have been targeted over the years. In fact, there's an agenda of ethnic cleansing where people will be killed and their community is occupied, and then these people are sent to the indigenous people of those communities are sent to the IDP camps. There are things you cannot argue, and I'm sure that the US are not fools. They have given the government of Nigeria time to, make good, the fact that they need to stop this terrorism that's happening in Nigeria. And the way it is, Nigeria, I believe, should try to come clean with them the Americans if they actually want any cooperation from them. But I can tell you, it's not yet to huru at all. We can only rest, beat our chest and say that something good has come when Nigerians stop dying in the hands of terrorists. But if things continue the way it's been going in the past couple of weeks and years, months and years, then I cannot. There's no news, nothing to cheer about. It does not bring any gladness to the heart that Nigerians will keep dying. Whether Christians, Muslims, or atheists, or whatever they are, Nigerians ought not to die in the hands of terrorists. Of course, anybody that is born, will die when the time comes, but not to die in the hands of terrorists. So the government have a duty to protect our lives and properties. So what the Americans are coming to do, they are coming to look at again and again. Look, if we continue to, do propaganda and not take proper actions, there will still be serious consequences. I can tell you that, because the list of terrorist sponsors and enablers are yet to be published, even to name and shame, and then to be prosecuted. This has not happened. We still have Matawale as the Minister of State for Defense, who has been, fingered, as having so much to do with terrorists and bandits. I mean, and a sympathizer of those kind of people. So these are things the Americans, they are now closer, looking at it from the ground. So we have to be more careful, I think.
Okay, so one of the things that Moore said while during his meeting, he said the meeting with the Nigerian delegation had examined concrete steps and actions that he believes could improve security if carried out fully. And that last phrase, if carried out fully, seems to be very important, because he reiterated that particular statement again while he was talking. And I want to ask you, do you really think that Nigerian government, the federal government, has the willpower to fully execute whatever it sees that they come together to decide on?
The willpower is what I cannot say for sure, but the capacity they have the capacity to do so, they have the capability to do so. In fact, the incident that occurred in Benin Republic only yesterday goes to show that we have the capacity. But the willingness, the political will and the sincerity of purpose is what is doubtful. So as it is, the Americans, are also looking at the whole thing. So, okay, this country has this kind of capacity to, promptly take action and restore order, and democracy in Benin Republic. So they expect more from the authorities when it comes to Nigeria. That happened only yesterday. In the days to come, a lot will be revealed, because we have shown that we have capacity. So it's the willingness and the sincerity of purpose that we are looking at for now. But so far, we have not seen that. I hope, and I fervently do pray, that the government should have the willingness and the sincerity of purpose to so do.
Somi, again, you have hit the nail on the head. In fact, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has berated the federal government for swiftly intervening to foil the coup in Benin Republic, while very slow to respond to the insecurity decimating communities across Nigeria. So it's applause and criticism for President Tinubu right now regarding what happened in Benin Republic. Let's push that further a little bit, Somi.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead with you. Yeah.
You see, the thing is, charity ought to begin from home. You cannot go outside to show that you are a strong person, you are a no-nonsense person, and then when it comes to your own place, your own home, you allow allow your citizens, the lives of your citizens and their properties to be destroyed by terrorists. Because with what took place yesterday, Nigerians are now very, very certain that the government has been playing or treating the issue of terrorism with kid's glove. And that is very, very bad. So as it is, we are all expecting, the whole world is expecting and looking up to onto Nigeria to see how they will react in the coming days, you know, when it comes to issues of banditry, kidnapping, terrorism, and what have you. And if, in fact, it has brought a lot of burden on the shoulders of the government now, having done what they did in Benin Republic, which is very, very okay. You know, democracy, yes. Even though they have not bothered to ask why did the coup take place and all that. I just pray that ECOWAS will not just relax on rest on their oars that they have fought the coup in Benin Republic. They must find a way around to ensure that governance must be responsive to the citizens. But even that, let's leave that aside. Let's talk about Nigeria. So the thing is that they have shown that we have capacity. And if they do not bring that in home, that charity home, there is going to be serious consequences, criticisms, and what have you.
Okay, talking about consequences, I'm actually going to ask a follow-up question that what kind of consequences are you looking at? And that Nigerians, do we really have that kind of, do we have that strength or that capacity to actually mete out consequences? But while you answer that, and then of course you could also speak to the ADC's reaction about how the federal government hesitated during the instability in Guinea-Bissau. What does this say about inconsistent pattern in Nigeria's foreign interventions?
I think the disparity in the response of the Nigerian government to, if you compare that of Guinea-Bissau and that of Benin Republic, you see that Benin Republic is very, very, you know, a share border with Nigeria. They are so close to us. If that thing was allowed to happen, you know, the way it was going, it would have spelled so much problem for Nigeria, because that means this military governance is coming so close home. So that's understandable. And in fact, when you look at it from other perspective too, the French are also thinking that if the Republic goes, what will happen next and all that, having lost Guinea-Bissau, you know, maybe before, when that Guinea-Bissau event took place, it was not that, they didn't look at it, you know, with that kind of mindset. But that one now has happened, and another one is happening in less than 2 weeks or thereabout. So I think they had to rally around to ensure that it was not, allowed to go down. But okay, as it is, we hope that we'll bring all these things home so that Nigerians can actually heave a sigh of relief.
All right, so I want for us to dissect this a little bit, because these two incidences, right, talking about the coup attempt in Guinea-Bissau and that in Benin Republic, they are not identical at all. Cast your mind back to what the former President Goodluck Jonathan has said, because he was an observer. There was supposed to be an election. There was an election, right? Yeah. And former President Jonathan was in Guinea-Bissau when there was an attempted coup. Now, it was Cote d'Ivoire that had to extract him from that particular country. And when he came out, he gave a press conference to say that it was a ceremonial coup, that it was a sham coup, that it was the president of Guinea-Bissau who invited the military to come take over. So probably that was why Nigeria did not intervene. Also, in the case of Guinea-Bissau, our neighbor Benin Republic, it was the president of Benin Republic that invited President Tinubu to come and help. So do you think this really are not similar cases based on?
No, they're actually not that similar, because in this instance, Nigeria was invited. Yeah. On the other one, like President Jonathan, like you just mentioned, President Jonathan, who was an observer to the whole election and the processes, told us that it was actually the president that actually announced. So they are not similar. But again, when that one has happened successfully, that country is in the hands of the military as we speak. Mm-hmm. For this one now to still happen again, it's it spells a lot of doom, and people in power are always very jittery when things like this start coming so close home. So I think that must have also added to the reason why they have to act so swiftly, so promptly, you know. But I am glad that it happened that way, because Nigerians, our expectations now have been heightened. And I hope that our expectations will not be cut short at all.
Okay, let's now move on to politics. Some youth groups under the youth-led electoral reform project have urged the National Assembly to prioritize passing the constitutional amendment with major changes to Nigeria's electoral space. And one of the things that they've talked about or they've called for is the need for independent candidacy across all levels of elections. Do you think that's the way to go? Do you think that's what we need as a country? Do you think that's what would help ensure that we no longer have political godfathers in this country?
You see, the thing is that we are not acting like we are coordinated. We are not. Because in one breath, the government will be talking about how to restructure the country, you know, division of power and all that, from the center to the federative units. At other points, they are also talking about, you know, amending the constitution. But the constitution has been, this 1999 constitution as amended, has been, you know, seen clearly that it is quite fraudulent and does not meet up the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. So I think there should be a holistic approach to this whole thing. This tokenistic approach to it will not help matters. If you notice, from 1999, every other assembly will always begin to tamper and tinker with the constitution, trying to amend it, to beat it, and at the end of it, nothing will happen. Because when you look at it, they talk about how Nigerians agreed, you know, to subscribe to this constitution, which is fraudulent. Nigerians never agreed and conditions in that document. So a lot of people, legal luminaries and concerned stakeholders in Nigeria have said that let us trash this constitution and form a people-based constitution that will meet, you know, with the aspirations and yearnings of the Nigerian people. But I think that our politicians, our rulers, who should be turned over our affairs, are better. I mean, they feel it is better for them to tinker with the constitution, amending it and amending it, beating it, and I doubt if it will give us what we want. I really doubt.
All right, that's a safe place for us to leave that one, Somi. So away from electoral and constitutional matters, let's talk about education a little bit. The Senior Staff Association of Nigeria Universities, SANU, says it has the federal government a December 31, 2025 deadline to conclude renegotiation with it, or the universities will be shut down indefinitely from January 2026. So, I don't know if you've had a personal experience with, you know, children going to school and being sent back because of this perennial strike, you know, industrial actions and all of that, and the rot it has brought into Nigeria's education system. It's not rocket science, is it? Don't you think the federal government should just settle this thing once and for all? What do you make of this?
You see, at different fora, I have had to even express the view that it seems as if some people, officials of the Federal Ministry of Education, you know, are working in consonance with the private school, university operators, because I do not see why they cannot settle these issues with, you know, the school system, with the public university system. I don't see why they cannot settle it. But I realize that the more they create confusion in that sector, the more the people, you know, the private university operators, you know, the more they have a field day, the more they have more enrollment, because theirs is continuous. There's no stoppage, there's no strike, nothing. And it's not rocket science for them to pay them whatever they need to pay, give them the condition they need to improve the educational standard of Nigerians. I, for one, I like and I love the public university system in Nigeria. But I see that there's a concerted effort by some people to ensure that they kill it so that, the private ones, will thrive. And then more so, their children, the children of the politicians, do not attend Nigerian schools, whether it's the private or the public ones. They don't attend Nigerian university system or tertiary institutions. They all, spend Nigeria's taxpayers' money and send their children abroad to study. So that's why they are doing all they want to do, all they want to, they just treat it, with disdain. And that is bad. People that are uneducated, it becomes very difficult to govern them. But when they're educated, yes, they will know their rights. But when you come with bring the principles of leadership, they will fall in line more easily. Except you want to cheat them, that's when they will not agree with you. So I don't know. It's as if there's a plan to ensure that Nigerians don't acquire university education. So it's unfortunate, I must say.
Okay, that's a fine place to leave it. Thank you very much for being a part of News Hour. Thank you so much for your intelligent analysis.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're still watching News Hour on Vop TV. We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. Glad to have you back. You're still watching News Hour on Voice of the People television. Early on Monday, the Federal High Court in Abuja declined an ex parte motion filed by Nnamdi Kanu for his transfer from the Secretary Correctional Center to another custodial facility closer to the Federal Capital Territory. Refusing the request by the imprisoned leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Justice James Omotosho stated that Kanu's application, which is moved by a Legal Aid Council of Nigeria lawyer, could not be granted by way of an ex parte motion. Kanu had requested to be transferred from the Secretary Correctional Center to any other custodial center closer to Abuja to enable him pursue an appeal. In his ruling, Justice Omotosho held the federal government and the Nigerian Correctional Service, which are the respondents, ought to be put on notice to enable them respond appropriately in the interest of justice before any order could be made. Consequently, he struck out the first relief sought and ordered the prosecution and the NCOs be served to enable them to respond.
And now the Lagos State Waterways Authority, LASWA, and the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, have announced a collaborative safety security campaign to ensure safer passenger movement during the festive season. Coming at a time of increased movement ahead of the Christmas period, the joint effort reinforces both agencies' commitment to safeguarding lives, promoting seamless operations, and enhancing stakeholder cooperation across all inland waterways in Lagos. According to a statement from the Lagos government, this collaboration with NIWA amplifies the enforcement capacity and improved coordination with security agencies, vessel operators, and local communities to ensure a secure and joyful festive season for all waterway users. It listed the key pillars of the festive safety and security strategies to include coordinated patrols by LASWA, NIWA, Marine Police, and community safety volunteers along major routes and terminals, especially during peak periods and at night. Among others, there is also the joint safety checks and inspections on all commercial passenger vessels before and during the holidays, as well as random spot checks to enforce regulatory compliance, operational licensing, and safety equipment standards.
In another development, 2 people reportedly lost their lives, while others sustained critical injuries from multiple early morning crashes involving heavy-duty vehicles on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway and the 3rd Mainland Bridge in Lagos. The crashes triggered hours of traffic chaos across major corridors in Lagos, with a severe gridlock stretching from Kara Bridge through the Otedola Bridge and into the 3rd Mainland Bridge axis, leaving thousands of commuters stranded during the peak morning rush. The General Manager of the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, Olalekun Bakarioki, confirmed the accident and casualties, describing both crashes as preventable tragedies. Officers of the Nigeria Police, LASMA, and other emergency respondents battled for hours to control traffic and clear the wreckage from the roads, while the bodies of the deceased were evacuated and the injured rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment. We now move on to Benin City, where electricity users in Edo State are struggling with prepaid meters that run out quickly, cost too much to recharge, and supply power consistently. Faulty meters and sudden disconnections have added to the frustration, prompting calls for urgent action from electricity companies and government regulators. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny tells us more.
Electricity users in Edo State are struggling with prepaid meters, reporting rapid unit depletion, high recharge costs, and irregular supply that disrupts daily life. Technical faults, including malfunctioning meters and unexpected disconnections, have compounded frustrations in many households. The prepaid meter program, launched nationwide to promote transparency and reduce unexpected billing, is not meeting resident expectations. Many say the system and government regulators to fix faulty meters, review tariffs, and ensure more reliable electricity.
We dey suffer for that prepaid meter home, and now they use my house. You know, it to the run, prepaid meter to the run. See, I don't even plug fridge. As I dey offer. Now, when I help us tell the NEPA, make them do the government, make them do better thing for us.
Depends on the meter they get to them. Like mine, I'll be enjoying it. That's the old prepaid meter. Once I buy the child card, I'm surviving it. NEPA don't temper my life. They even know my house.
Me, I don't have issue with it because it's working for me perfectly. The only thing I know is when I use maybe high capacity, like maybe I use iron or anything electric. That's when I used to have issue. Like my car will finish on time, but
let the government, because they are the same people financing BEDC. Let the government buy prepaid meter, distribute to all the houses. Then, if the government says the landlords or the owners will pay refunding instrumentally, it will do well for the citizenry. Now, if you allow these people, Betsy, to come and buy prepaid meter for you, if you want to go and buy 5,000 naira card, they will maybe give you only 1,000 naira, say because you are yet to pay for your distance. But now I think they said, come and collect cash. You give them cash, they come and install it. How many people are prepared? to go and buy it cash. And even themselves, they are not helping the matters because that is where they get their money, by giving estimated bills.
The challenges in Edo reflect wider concerns across Nigeria over the prepaid meter system. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. Still in Benin City, the Edo State capital, residents in an interview with Rhoda Johnny questioned federal government's ability to tackle worsening insecurity in the country.
States have expressed concern over Nigeria's military involvement in the political crisis in Benin Republic, questioning whether the government has addressed widespread domestic insecurity before engaging abroad. The public highlighted ongoing challenges across the country, including armed robbery, kidnapping, and communal clashes, emphasizing that urgent attention is needed to ensure citizens' safety. Many stressed that domestic security should remain a top priority and called for clear strategies to protect Nigerians before foreign interventions.
The security challenges in Nigeria has overwhelmed the military. We need foreign assistance. We need assistance. We need serious assistance from the American, from the European concerned country, because Nigeria problem is overwhelming. But Nigeria dabbling to Benin Republic issue, the electoral went there for assistance, just like we equally seeking for assistance.
Nigeria has never done anything, talk less of enough, for the citizen of this country. Talk less of meddling into another territory outside Nigeria. We have many national crises going on. Understand, the bandits, the terrorism, and everything going on.
Nigeria has their own problem. They're supposed to solve their problem before they say they want to go Benin Republic.
We have not even addressed our own problem. I don't think there's anybody who will say is living well as far as this country is concerned. To address that issue now is wrong. It has to look inwards, because it looks as if the whole thing is going round. It has to address its own domestic problem.
Look inward deeply. It should realize that charity always begins at home. You know, it shouldn't allow the country to spoil in its time. You know, it should act as a father that he is. There will be no father that will be, protecting outside and leave his own house and leave his children.
The reactions underscore a growing debate on how Nigeria balances its regional responsibilities with pressing internal security challenges. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
We now move on to Awka, where Anambra State residents, in an interview with our correspondent Ndo Okpaleze, wondered why such response has never been applied to tackle Nigeria's worsening security challenges.
Society activists who responded to Vop TV questions expressed a mixture of anger, surprise, and impatience with the leadership of the nation for not exhibiting charity at home first. The respondents wondered if the number of casualties recorded by the hydra-headed insecurity in the country was not worrisome enough to attract equal speed as displayed in Benin intervention.
Well, for one, I'm not surprised. We like to put our noses in something that doesn't really concern us. While our own is dying, they won't go and save someone else's own. It's not commendable for me in any way, because we have to look into our own shoes first. Where is it biting us? We have insecurity in our country. Terrorists are kidnapping people up and down, and we've not yet secured our people, but we are going to secure a dying democracy out there, somewhere on another man's land. I don't think it's commendable. I think the government should try and look inwards first before trying to go outward and do whatever they want to do.
It's quite troubling, because we know our country, the Republic of Nigeria, we're already having security and territorial issues, and then bordering with all the neighboring countries, whom our borders have become so porous. And then our president sending troops down to the Republic on the occasion of the coup, which has just happened. Perhaps they might have some other excuses, which is within his purview. But in my own opinion, I think that at this point in time, we have an overwhelming security challenge, which of course, which has been caused perhaps by our porous borders. And it is a due and it is a necessary call for Mr. President to deploy all necessary wherewithal to see that he copes the security challenges within the territories of Federal Republic.
So me as a citizen of Nigeria, I'm not proud to see such a thing. I say, wow, so the Nigerian government can really protect us, the citizens, this way. By applying. A lot of things is going on in this country on a daily basis, a lot of insecurity. But most times, even you call the security apparatus, they don't respond immediately. But when it happens, Nigeria supporting, it's good to support our brothers, our neighbors. But when we are facing issues, we should tackle it head on first to prove that we can do it. Charity begins at home. You don't abandon your people who are, Nigerians are really suffering. We are really facing a lot of things. So please, I'm not happy about what the action of the federal government.
To work on our domestic issues rather than interfering in other countries for now. As a matter of fact, it's because of the insecurity we are having that the American government labeled Nigeria as a country of particular concern. So we should focus on ourselves first. I'm not in support of the government going into Benin Republic to intervene on the coup that was happening there. So that's my own impression.
On the implication of deployment of troops into another sovereign nation, the citizens said President Tinubu's order has justified the United States' planned intervention in Nigeria's insecurity, which is adversely affecting Christians. Ndu Obaleze, Vop TV News.
Ndu, as usual, fantastic. Thank you so much for that report. We move on now to the foreign scene, where Germany and Britain have staged a strong show of support for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in London at what is described as a crucial time for Kyiv under United States pressure to agree a proposed peace deal with Russia. At a hastily arranged meeting, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, and Zelensky said they wanted to come up with firm plans in case of a peace deal. In brief comments before the talks, Starmer said they stood with Ukraine, while Zelensky said they needed to make some important decisions. A British government source said the leaders will discuss using the value of frozen Russian assets. Earlier, leaders from Estonia, Finland, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Sweden urged the European Union to move quickly with a proposal to use the frozen assets to provide financing for Ukraine. Starmer, Macron, Merz and Zelensky will also want to press on with efforts to get U.S. security guarantees to help deter any further attacks from Russia, which launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022.
Now to business. Towards repositioning Nigeria to participate in the global bioeconomy, the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency has convened a stakeholder review and validation workshop to review and align the existing frameworks for the national biotechnology policy with scientific priorities. Speaking at the opening of the workshop in Abuja, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Kingsley Ude, stressed that an effective biotechnology policy requires adaptive and forward-looking implementation capable of responding to emerging scientific development. He urged participants to strengthen the biotechnology ecosystem by boosting research investment, upgrading laboratories, and establishing a trusted regulatory framework that ensures safety and accelerates translation of scientific discoveries into solutions. Also, the agency's Director General, Abdullahi Mustafa, said the National Biotechnology Policy, which was first approved in 2001, must now reflect sweeping advances in genomics, editing, synthetic biology, biomanufacturing, and climate-smart technologies, which are shaping the global bioeconomy.
Well, in sports news, Nigeria's friendly with Egypt has been shifted backward from December 14 to 16, following FIFA's decision allowing clubs to hold onto their players until December 15, ahead of the 35th Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, in Morocco. Aside from the postponement, the game will now be a practice match in order to allow the two teams use over 5 substitutes in the encounter, which kicks off at 7 p.m. Nigeria time at the Cairo Stadium. Super Eagles are in the AFCON Finals Group C alongside 2004 champions Tunisia, 1978 runners-up Uganda and Tanzania. Nigeria's first match is on the 23rd of December against Tanzania, and Nigeria will also tackle Tunisia's Carthage Eagles at the same stadium on December 27 and the Cranes of Uganda on the 30th of December. The Pharaohs, who hosted the finals in 2019, are in Group B alongside 1996 hosts and winners South Africa, 2010 hosts Angola and Zimbabwe. Their matches will be at the Stade d'Agadir.
And finally, in entertainment, TikTok has temporarily blocked access to its live feature in Nigeria during late night hours beginning from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. As part of an ongoing safety investigation, the platform announced in an in-app notice. The restriction, which prevented users from hosting or viewing live sessions, including broadcasts from other countries, was lifted by Monday morning. The platform sent a system notification to users stating that the move is aimed at keeping its platform and community safe. TikTok Live is an in-app feature that allows users to broadcast in real time, fostering direct engagement with viewers through comments and virtual gifts, unlike pre-recorded videos, creating interactive sessions for Q&As, talent showcases, or just chatting. Creators will earn through live gifting, having assured that their balances and previous earnings remain intact, mitigating concerns of financial loss.
And that wraps it up for us on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up Vop TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Beautiful Tuesday morning here in the city of Lagos, where we broadcast from, and it's also the 9th day in the month of December 2025. You're welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning. I am Fina Okechukwu, and on the show today we have quite interesting stories that made it to our white table today. One of the topic of conversation is we have a shock, more like a very bad news, a sad news, as Nigerian soldiers escorting brigade commander in Yola allegedly shot dead 7 protesting women. And we learned that some of the persons also sustained various degree of injury. Away from that story, we'll go down to a particular state in Nigeria where the governor himself have declared that any contract that will be awarded or any appointment that will be made will be done or given to APC members. And that's actually the condition. We heard also from Edo State that cabinet or appointed members must wear the cap that have the alphabet insignia on it. If not, you'll be falling out to the governor of the state. And when we move away from that, we move straight to what is happening within the Labour Congress, where we learned that There is a protest scheduled to happen on the 17th day of December over the insecurity, incessant killing and kidnapping of Nigerians. And this will be a nationwide protest. So these are the major topic of conversation for us today. We have other interesting trending stories, but before we proceed, kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, where you have fresh and trending news. And also subscribe to our YouTube if you've not done that. Our YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV. And across all our social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live.
Very sad news indeed. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro.
And I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's move away from those topics and get into another conversation. Now there was mild drama, well some call it mild, but I think it's a major issue and it's something that should be addressed. Well, there was drama played out in Ile-Ife, Osun State, on Sunday during the 10th coronation anniversary of the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, and the installation of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, as the Yeye Asiwaju Gbogbo Ile Oodua. Now, the moment captured in a viral video saw Senator Oluremi Tinubu interrupting Osun State Governor Demola Adeleke, as he delivered his remarks at the high-profile event. Now, in the video that we will be playing for you, this video that has circulated online, Governor Adeleke was seen singing mid-speech to the amusement of the crowd when Senator Tinubu approached the podium and in a low tone urged him to wrap up. Now the First Lady was heard, those that heard her saying, "I'll give you 5 minutes to conclude your speech. Enough with the music, or I'll switch off your microphone." Now it happened once, it happened a second time. The event was held in the ancient city of Ile-Ife, attracted traditional rulers, political figures, and dignitaries from across the southwest and beyond. Now, it marked the formal conferment of the prestigious chieftaincy title on Senator Oluremi Tinubu in honor of her contributions to the Yoruba race and national development. Despite the interruption, proceedings continued smoothly, with Governor Adeleke, bracing up to it, trying to shake it off and act like nothing really happened as he went on to complete his address. And the ceremony, of course, moved on, without any further incident. So let's have you watch the video and then we'll come back and react just for a minute or two. I wonder why the sound isn't there. I should have had the sound there actually, and I hope you can see, because this is quite zoomed in, but I hope you can. Okay, so those were the two occasions. Well, I wish we had the sound there, so that we would have, seen the governor trying to sing a song. I think he was trying to sing, but I can't remember the song now. I wish we heard it. But interesting part is there are a lot of sides to it, and I think the First Lady's media team said, "Oh no, they were just having banter," But
doesn't look like that.
Doesn't look like banter. Doesn't look like banter. And we know the Governor Adeleke. We know him for the usual dancing, the usual singing. He's a jolly good fellow. Now he might have done that a little too much, but I don't think it will warrant this disrespect, because as far as I am concerned, this is disrespect to the governor who represents the people of Osun State. It's disrespect to the people of Osun State. And for goodness sake, the governor is the host of the event. It's in his town. It's in his town. So he's the host. Yes, the Ooni of Ife might have been the one who invited the First Lady to confer her with that title, but the governor is the major host. So basically came into his home to disrespect him. And then there are different angles to it. Different angles. I don't want to go into whether President Tinubu is from Osun State originally and how, they felt, okay, I don't want to go into all of that. But this, and let's not lose sight of the fact that, one, we are Africans. And the issue of respect is paramount in the way we do things. Now, there are a lot of sensitive angles to this, but I think the First Lady should apologize.
When they've told you it's already a banter.
No, regardless. I think she should apologize to the governor. I think behind closed doors now, this might not make it to the media, I think the president also should speak to the governor and maybe, calm his nerves or whatever. Tell him, look, apologize of some sort. All right? But the First Lady should tender a public apology. The president might call him.
You know that won't happen.
It's exactly,
But it should happen.
It should happen, but
regardless.
But in the circumstances we find ourselves, it won't happen. You see, my take on this is this. I love music a lot. I dance a lot. I could go to a party and dance from like 10 to 6 in the morning, as long as the party lasts. But I don't mix it with business. I don't dance in the office. I love Jackson Adeleke, but I don't love the fact that, he dances a lot, even in official businesses and all of that. But that doesn't take away the fact that the First Lady disrespected him. You just said that the governor is the host of the event. He is the governor of that state. And you have a non-state actor. Whether we like it or not, turn it 360 degrees, the First Lady is a non-state actor.
Exactly.
I mean, she doesn't have constitutional powers to do anything. She is just the wife of the First Lady or of the President. And it ends there. And it just ends there. So this is disrespecting the authority, a constituted authority of the state of Osun. It's not Osun State, or they say, what's his name? Arao Fareboshola said it's the state of Osun, which gives it more powers in the federation. And we have the First Lady coming to, that doesn't look like a banter to me. It was like, but they said the best answer to somebody, it's just silence.
After the first time, he tried to ignore it and, continue with the song a little bit. And she came a second time. Now,
and when she came the second time, her facial expression was
revealed everything.
Yes, revealed everything. It's like this has to stop at this moment. She took the paper and put it back and all of that.
The hand movement of the paper was just to make it seem like, okay, we are having a conversation.
It was disrespectful.
It is disrespectful.
And if we go back in history, that was the beginning, that was the takeoff point of the problem between Rotimi Amechi and Goodluck Jonathan at an event in Okerika. At an event in Okerika where the First Lady said, look, enough of this.
Madam P.
Mama P, and so she went and took the microphone from Amechi.
Yes.
And what did Amechi do? Amechi had to, withdraw his security. And the First Lady was left there without security. It took the efforts of her
This would not have happened if Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State. This would not have happened if it was Wike that was there in power. This would not have happened if it was Governor
Makinde.
Yes, Makinde. That was there. This is disrespectful. This is annoying.
It's annoying. And it speaks to a larger problem in the society. When people think that, or when people say that we are gradually descending to dictatorship, it is things like this. And when leaders' wives, sit behind them and urge them and even come out in public, you know what Elena did in Romania? Elena, the wife of Nicolas Ceausescu and all of that, it started like this. It started like this until it boiled over. So we had better watch it, because the way things are progressing, the First Lady goes to a state where people have been killed and all of that. She donates 1 billion naira and walks away.
The First Lady organizes party for the National Assembly at a time when Nigerians are hungry.
When Nigerians are being killed.
Nigerians are hungry.
And people are clapping hands and all of that. She goes to a place and students sing, be our Mama Bidis, and a few of them are harassed.
Another thing that crossed my mind, if he had gotten to the podium and started singing "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand," would she have interrupted him?
I'm sure she wouldn't.
She would not have.
She would not.
On whose mandate ended?
No, I don't know.
No, it's deeply troubling. Some people are turning it into skits and all of that, but it speaks to who we are as a people, democratically. We had better watch it. Otherwise, by the time everybody is rounded up,
The only thing I can say today is I'm happy that Jackson Ojeleke is the governor of the state. We have a senator too, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who happens to be the wife of the president. So I know that they all are political elites. So they will find a way to solve their problem. Recall what played out when Obasanjo was invited for a birthday party.
When we allow these things to fester and say that it's political class, they'll find a way to
resolve it. They'll solve their problem.
It impacts negatively on us as a people.
Not really. You know why I'm not going to look at it that way? Because I know that if this must have happened to a normal person, average Nigerian, it wouldn't have generated.
That's exactly the point. A society's stability is measured not by how it treats the rich and wealthy, but by how it protects the vulnerable.
That is what we are not seeing it playing out. You know already that
we should hold them to account.
We know we should hold them to account, but at this point, believe me, tomorrow, because of the political gain and everything, what if Adeleke come up with
whatever they can shake hands or whatever. But this show is a show of disrespect to the people of Osun State. And I think that something should be done. There should be some sort of apology, even though I know it's not going to come.
No, you never can tell. But another thing is what happened if we turn out to be that we're crying more than grief? Because we'll have to wait for the governor himself to come up to say something.
We need to speak, and that's what we are doing here. We need to speak as Nigerians, because if we don't, our political class will continue to do these things. So it's not crying more than
a norm.
Yes, it's not crying more
and when
than
society is patterned according certain lines, it becomes difficult to change.
It's going to become. It's not norm already. Is it not
so that's what we are trying to. We need to do have a reversal of all.
So for me, all I have to do is I want to wait and see them solve their problem themselves. That's my own opinion.
No, it's not their problem.
And no, it is their problem, because it is going to pain me. You know why it's going to hurt me the most is after all this that we're talking about now, and tomorrow someone will wake up to tell us, oh, what happened there? Forget it. It's just us having a banter and all that.
It doesn't matter. The people of Osun State were disrespected by one of their own.
By one of their own?
Yes.
And the person who
is married to someone from
Osun State, the person that disrespected them is not aware of the disrespect.
That's what we are trying to bring to her knowledge.
Solve their problem themselves. That's all I can say. Because tomorrow you wake up, the person fighting will come and tell you, no, forget about it. It doesn't work that way.
Let's get into something that is interesting as well. The first posthumous birthday of former President Muhammadu Buhari will be commemorated on December 17, 2025, with a public presentation of a book authored by Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who served as Minister of Information and Culture during Buhari's administration from 2015 to 2023. Former President Buhari, who passed away on July 13, 2025, will have turned 83. The book entitled Headlines and Soundbites. I like that title, Headlines and Soundbites, Media Moments that Defined an Administration, chronicles governance, communication, and nation building during his years in office. The event, scheduled to hold at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Center, Abuja, by 10 a.m., will be chaired by Chief Bisi Akonde, former governor of Osun State, and pioneer interim national chairman of the All Progressives Congress. While the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Saad Abubakar III, is expected as Royal Father of the Day, leading other eminent traditional rulers. The book provides insight into how major national policies were shaped, defended, and communicated during Buhari's presidency. The event is being organized by Book Launch Committee, which, in a statement, described the publication as an insider chronicle of governance and communication during the Buhari era. Well, looks like more like a memoir of Lai Mohammed, and not that of Buhari. So according to him, he's going to tell us how they said something and headlines and sound bites. I like that word, sound bites. Let's just tell you this thing so that you go walk away with it. Don't bother us again. I like to read this book and see what happened, during the Buhari regime, and the role Lai Mohammed himself played.
How decisions were taken.
How they decided to blame PDP for the 8 years of the administration. I hope he's going to chronicle all of that. It's going to be an interesting read.
If wishes were horses, believe me, beggars will play polo.
Okay.
Now, when you expect to see all these things you're pointing or reading out now inside that book, you won't see that. It's not going to make it.
Until they said headlines and sound bites.
We'll wait and see how it turns out.
Honestly, it will be a very interesting read, and I like to see how, like Moses said, decisions were taken and all of that, how they pushed out to the public in terms of, well, were they communicating or were they playing politics or was it propaganda and all of that. It's a book that every Nigerian, and I think people in ADC should go and read this book as fast as they can so that they'll learn lessons. It's also going to tell us, I know there will be a prayer, the moment and after, so that they will understand. And I hope that Lai Mohammed will tell us his role as National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, or of the APC, in the days leading up to the elections and how they worked around it to ensure that Buhari won the elections. It's going to be a very interesting read. I expect it,
I also believe that the words of Buba Galadima will also make it to the book too, how he was being begged, how they begged him to come join the politics, even when he hated politicians, because that was what he told us. They practically dragged Buhari to come back into office so that
we'll hear
the
all of
OPC
that.
killings...
I'm very sure all of that will be there.
Let's see how... I'll get the hard copy.
You will?
I will. I'll find a way to get a hard copy. Yes, because...
The Baghdad's book sold for how much at the launch?
I can't remember.
I can't remember. It was in excess of billions.
But they should please make it also to have a soft copy too, so that people like us can, access
But you
it.
just said
I'll have a hard copy of it.
Okay, for keeps.
For keeps.
So their children can also read.
Exactly, that is it. Find a way to have it. Away from that, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Somweke, has disclosed that budgetary provisions have been made by President Bola Tinubu to support the judiciary. Wike, in his goodwill message at the special court session formally marking the commencement of the 2025-2026 legal year of the Court of Appeal in Abuja on Monday, stated that provisions have been made to construct additional residential houses for FCT High Court judges to mitigate housing shortages and ensure all judicial offices are appropriately accommodated. In a statement by his spokesperson or spokesman Larry Olayinka, Wike disclosed that under the president's decisive action, the Federal Capital Territory Administration has formally handed over the certificate of occupancy for the Supreme Court's land and commenced the full perimeter fencing of the entire complex to safeguard the nation's apex court against encroachment and security breaches. In his words, the swift, long-awaited intervention gives the apex court of our beloved country the much-needed confidence, building which had not been done in past administrations. Wike also listed various interventions and support the president has provided for the judiciary through the FCTA, to include the ongoing construction of secure and befitting residential quarters for heads of courts within the FCT and the ongoing construction of a new magistrate court complex in Jabi District to expand access to justice for FCT residents and reduce the burden on existing court infrastructure. He further stated that the projects were designed to directly support judges in the performance of their duties. Interesting one, initially after the 300% increment of the salary and the allowances of the judges, Nigerians were like, oh, do we really need to go further to say we want to build a house for them? This caused a little rift. I could recall when Nigerians were talking about it, saying that building houses for the judges in one way or another is a way to more like induce them, not to no longer be straightforward when they want to pass the judgment. They might be influenced by such gain. But now that the FCT minister is telling Nigeria that the president also have made it a budget, include the building of houses for judges and every other thing that has to do with the FCT judges, administration too. It speaks volume to where our money is going to. For you to ask him what the borrowing and
I actually don't have a problem with building houses for judges and judiciary officers. I don't have a problem since it has become, what the FCT is about now. Trying to make them comfortable and the rest. That's the language. It's okay. It's fine. But I don't think they should be restricted to judges alone. I think every other civil servant should have some sort of housing built for them. I mean, everybody needs to be comfortable to be able to do their jobs well. So I would like to see the minister of the FCT as well allocate some sort of land and property for civil servants within the FCTA and other ministries as well. I would like to see other states, because it shouldn't be judges or judiciary workers, within the FCT alone that are benefiting from this. We should have governors in other states. There should be some sort of a policy or something, a law or something that would say that, okay, governors in their states should build structures or provide land to judges, judiciary workers within their states, and also state workers. I know the cooperative organization, the cooperative society in most MDAs and parastatals do that. But let's see this go round.
I have problems with this.
It's not. I know you would.
You know I have problem. No, not that. But I have problem with this. We have three arms of government: executive, legislature, and judiciary. Why won't they find a way to structure the salary of these people so that it will go more like be a par with us? We don't know how much the president is earning. We don't know how much the governors are earning. Even the money is being paid to the National Assembly members till today, we don't even know how much it is. So let them find a way. Instead of handing them incentives and more like they're doing them a favor.
I thought you were going to an angle that I'm going to now, but you now talked about salaries, and we are talking about building houses for judges and all of that. I don't have a problem with building houses for judges, but I have a problem with the process of doing it and who exactly is the one doing it. Now, according to what Fina said, which is a fact, we have the three arms of government, the legislature, the executive, and judiciary. And in our constitution, in our financial accounting, we have what we call the Consolidated Revenue Fund. This is drawn direct by the arms of government. Now, Abuja has a special status, so we more like treat it as a state. That's a different thing. But I also understand that judges' salaries and emoluments come through the National Judicial Council, headed by the CJN, who is the head of the judiciary. There's a problem that we have the FCT minister building houses for the judges. No, it should be the NJC building houses for the judges. That way, you will understand that there is no influence, that separation of power is pure. But under this case, we have the executive building house for judges to do what? To influence them. That is wrong. It clearly means that they are trying to bring the judiciary under the purview, under the influence of the executive. It shouldn't be. We have a budgeting process. We have the Ministry of Justice. Now, the NJC comes under the Ministry of Justice. If the judges need houses and accommodation, it is the NJC that will make appropriate requirements through the Ministry of Justice, and they will not accommodate it in their budget. So that during budget defense, not the minister to go and defend it. It is the Minister of Justice that will go and defend that budget so that houses will be built for judges. That is the process. So what we are doing now is bypassing process so that we have the judiciary under the influence of the executive. The same thing happens with the legislature. So that is where I have the problem. Because we are not following due process. That exactly is my problem in this arrangement. We should do the normal thing. We should follow due process so that the three arms of government will be very, very independent of each other. That's the only way we can build a stable democracy.
All right. I think that's how far we can go, on the branches and all that. We'll just have to take a quick break, maybe in 1 minute or thereabouts, before we come back and review what the national dailies are talking about today. We have quite interesting stories that made it to the cover page of the national daily, so do well to stay with us. Welcome back. It's still VOP this morning. Quickly, we have the Nigerian Tribune, we have the Vanguard newspaper, the Daily Trust, and a whole lot more. But I would like to start off from the Nigerian Tribune today. The window headlines are: A $2.4 billion Eurobond or receipts remittance drive Nigeria's $7.5 billion reserves surge. That is coming from research team. Right after that story, other African markets record improvements. Court bars AMCON appointed lawyer from representing GHL over disobedience of court orders. To Rakilat PDP governor's orders hold marathon meeting amid convention plans by Wike's camp. And we have the banner headline, Insecurity. Miners tackle northern governors reject call for ban on mining. Rep quiz ERC over 109 moribund licenses, accuses discourse of unethical practices. Tinubu in separate meeting with Fubara, 7 APC governors. ICPC Works Ministry begin nationwide audit of 760 road projects. On the health sector, Dankui vaccine gains first major approval. We have another banner headline or bold headline again on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. Gunman murder pastor's wife, raise house, vehicle in Anambra church, kill 4 in another community. NSA hands over 100 rescue pupils to Niger governor. U.S. Congressman Moore says security talks with Nigeria productive. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune.
And from the New Telegraph newspaper, recapitalization spurs strong Q3 2025 gains in banking stocks, outperforms border equity market. CBN grants final licenses to 82 BDCs. Court bars AMCON appointed lawyer from representing GHL over disobedience of court order. The window headlines: Nigeria's foreign reserve hits 6-year high at $45.04 billion. Federal government unveils 50 million naira equity-free grant for tertiary institutions. Nigeria, West Central African Airlines implement free route airspace to save fuel, reduce emissions. Court refuses Nnamdi Kanu's application for transfer from Sokoto prison. The big story: insecurity. US, Nigeria agreed to dismantle terrorist networks, address targeted killings. With the riders, as both countries establish joint task force, Tinubu meets 6 northern governors behind closed doors, urges security agencies to ensure swift return of remaining 115 school children. Will implement short-term protective measures for high-risk areas, Ribadu. FG charges judiciary to speed up hearing of terrorism, kidnapping cases. Bereku replicates such swift intervention in Nigeria's internal security, ADC tells President Tinubu. Another major headline: Wike's caretaker committee, contempt of court. That's according to the PDP. Governor Mohammed can't stop mass defections from party, FCT minister. SANU threatens strike over marginalization, unpaid 50 billion naira allowances. Orders. ICPC Works Ministries track 36 trillion naira federal road projects nationwide to audit 760 roads nationwide. Tinubu warns public officers against corruption in governance. Says Yaradua wanted Nigeria governed by institutions. Meets Fubara Nwifuru in Aso Villa. And the bottom strip headline: Trace supplements can reverse autism. That's according to a study. And that's it from the New Telegraph newspaper.
Now let's go to this day newspaper. The big story here: U.S. says Nigeria on right path after conciliation with Team Ribadu. All right. Congressmen conclude visit, reveal security framework within site, ensure safe return of remaining abducted students. Tinubu tells security agencies. Welcomes return of 100 school children in Niger State. All right. And then on top of that one, we have Judge. My order restraining AMCON over GHL subsists. Bars AMCON appointed lawyer from GHL. IGP. Nigeria police suffers greatest reputational damage from misinformation. 2025 licensing round. NUPRC releases ground rules, set signature bonus at $3 million to $7 million. Disqualifies previously defaulting firms. Government debtors. Sets minimum turnover for bidders at $100 million for deep offshore. $40 million for onshore. Commission denies withholding. FEE says over $185 million, 14.9 billion naira released to NNPC. And then there are some other headlines here. Well, I think that's basically it, actually. Those are the headlines on the cover page of this day newspaper. So now, let's move away from newspaper headlines. At 10 o'clock, we'll get into reviewing these headlines with incisive analysis. But in the meantime, let's get into the conversation. Shock as Nigerian soldiers escorting brigade commander in Yola allegedly shot dead. Allegedly shoots dead 7 protesting women and others injured. Well, let's talk about this when we come back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. A peacekeeping mission in Lamurde local government area of Adamawa State turned deadly on Monday after soldiers reportedly opened fire on armed protesters, killing at least 9 persons, including 5 women. The victims were among residents demonstrating against what they describe as the government's failure to protect them from repeated attacks by unidentified assailants targeting their communities. According to reports, the peaceful protest was led by women chanting and calling for help after weeks of violent incursions that left several villages exposed and fearful. Eyewitnesses told journalists that chaos erupted when military personnel allegedly tried to disperse the gathering. The situation escalated quickly, leading to live ammunition being fired into the crowd. Following the shootings, violent clashes broke out and spread to nearby villages. Communities reportedly affected by the unrest include Tinguno, Suwa, Balaifi, Wami 1 and Wami 2, and Wuduku, and many, where we learned that many persons, were injured and, houses were being set ablaze. A local resident speaking anonymously due to security concerns said the actual death toll may be higher than initially reported. What we are saying on the ground is far worse. The situation has spiraled out of control and more dead bodies are still being discovered, the sources added. The security situation in Lamode remains tense, with residents fleeing for safety amid fear of more violence. We've been joined in the studio this morning by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, political and public affairs analyst, and Prince Francis Chilaka, who is also a public and political affairs commentator. And from Abuja, I'll be joined by Mazi David Holman, Esquire, and also he will join us in the capacity of public affairs commentator. From Oka, we'll be joined by Chika Nguba, a Knight of St. Christopher, and also who happens to be a good governance advocate and public affairs analyst too. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Prince Francis. Good morning. It's good to have you join today's conversation. Good morning, Mazi David Uhoma, if you can hear me. Without wasting much time, I would like to start off from you, Prince Francis Chilaka. What do you make of this, that the people or soldiers do allegedly, because the CDS is yet to tell us what is really happening, what happened in Yola and all that. We learned that 9 persons were killed when people were protesting the killings and kidnapping in their community. What do you have to say about this, please?
When you have a situation that an issue keeps recurring and you don't take decisive steps to curb it, it becomes a norm. Between the Nigerian military and the public, there has been this frosty relationship. Unfortunately, at every turn, the military takes out its frustration on the public rather than channel it in the right direction. In 2015, you remember what happened between Buratai and I think the Shiite Muslims in Kaduna. And the claim was that, they blocked the path where he was supposed to pass, and they opened fire. And then you ask, when the military begins to open fire on harmless, unarmed civilians, it simply shows you that there's a break in communication between the people and those who govern them. Till date, nobody punished Buratai for doing that, because he took the laws into his hands.
Now, how do we get to this point? Of course, the women that were protesting in Yola were protesting the kidnapping, the fact that their communities are no longer safe, and they were chanting. They don't have any arms.
I'm coming to that. I said we're allowing illegality to become legal. Okoma is there. You find out that each time there is a misunderstanding between the military and the community, the military goes to wipe out. It started with Obasanjo. Zakibian. So a lot of these things have played out, and it has become a norm because the military feel that, they have arms. And so the people must run from them.
Why should we invite the military to go into the community for peacekeeping? Why should we do it? Because that was what happened in Okoma that led to the killings of the military, which, further led to a president.
Because you do not have enough policemen to do the job.
What happened to the civil defense?
No.
Because they are not bearing arms.
It's the police. You have your policemen. The presidency has given a directive asking policemen to be called back from protecting VIPs. Is it not shameful that your IG will come on TV and say, if you see reports? Is it not shameful that the police command will station people on the road at the airport to arrest their own? It simply shows you that the police do not even have a database of their personnel. So the problem is the fact that the institution is not working. Institutions that are meant to work in this country are not working. And as long as these institutions do not work, nothing would, be in the right place. So, I mean, these are women. Women, we're not even talking that, we're not even saying that they are youths. Do you know the number of youths that the military have killed? The last I checked, Amnesty International said about 10,000 youths have disappeared in the hands of the military. But rather than punish those who should be punished, you give them ambassadorial appointments. You elevate them. So it means that everybody will do the same. So why would a military people, military officers going for peacekeeping begin to shoot at women? You open fire at women. That is the height of impunity. It's a disgrace. But yet, nobody has said anything about it. Our president is quick to go to Benin Republic. We have insurgents in Nigeria, ravaging, running wild. You have not used the same might you use in going to Benin to subdue them. You leave your house that is burning and you're going to quench that of your neighbor.
Interpretation of the moment. Could it be, I'm just trying to make excuses now. Could it be that there was a threat that was perceived?
What kind of threat? Is Nigeria, are we in Palestine? Are you not saying that Nigeria has become like the Hamas, where women, cloud themselves with bomb and all of that? No. Nigeria has not gotten that bad. So when people say, threat to what?
Perceived threat.
Let me tell you, the problem we have is that Nigerians have become so used to the military that they have no value for the military. And the military, they have lost respect of the people.
They don't have value for the military, or
they
have a sense of fear over the military.
There's no fear anymore.
Not respect, but
Let
fear.
me tell you, before now, when you see a military man on the street, you respect him. You hold back.
Exactly my point.
But the point is this.
What we see now is fear, not respect.
We don't even see the fear. We don't even see anything.
No, I mean Nigerians. What do they have for the military? Is it respect or fear?
Is it, you can call it no respect, it's fear.
Okay.
But that fear now is also eluding. Go to my 2. It's not far. Go to my 2. You see area boys standing on the bridge there, harassing people who go to the port to clear their cars. And if you see a military man and you try to talk to him, the military man itself will first of all run, because he does not trust what will happen to him with those boys. But it wasn't like this before.
Okay, Elvis, let's have your reaction to what happened at Lamode yesterday. What's your reaction? How did it hit you when you got the news?
I felt bad. It's pathetic, especially when it has to do with women. And these women have been terrorized for some time, and they were protesting because they were not covered. There was no protection for them. And the only way they feel they can air their grievances was just to come out. You see, they were holding leaves. That shows sign of peace. They were not out for anything like violence or anything like, we want to destroy. They were just lamenting the situation they find themselves. Unfortunately, the people they so believe in that, maybe this can even be of help, we are even not people that came and opened fire on them. That's why I felt so bad about the whole situation. Like he has said, we had this kind of situation sometimes with the Ezazaki people. See, today, that matter is still on. You see them coming out to the street in Abuja and even in Kano. We have OD that was leveled during Obasanjo's time in Delta. We have had so many of these. We have the Zakibia in Benue. So many of these with our military.
In the military tradition, who should be held responsible? Is it the brigade commander or that they were escorting? Is it the soldiers?
No, definitely.
What will happen in terms of court martial? Who should be held responsible?
The brigade commander must be called out. because he's the one that has his boys. Then his boys, he was able to fish out, because as a senior officer, a brigade commander, you are not supposed to, he's supposed to have known the ethics of his job. I mean, descending to so low to that extent, you know, releasing arms, live bullet on women. The brigade commander, before you pick, by the time you pick, my people always have a program. They said, when you pick the mother hen, you use your hand to round up the chicks. Pick the brigade commander, then every other officer, junior ranking officers around him that carried out these men, they all be court-martialed and used as example for others. We are counting numbers here now.
Opinion that the shooting happened maybe in self-defense, you know, juxtaposing that with what played out with the brigade commander, Sani, Uba, who was killed, you know, after he called his team to say this is what happened and all that. And now it's more like the military are beginning to, you know, become a bit apprehensive, and that was what
Uba found himself in the midst of terrorists. This military, the brigade commander, no matter how this picture is painted, found himself in the midst of women, unarmed women, harmless women. The correlation has nothing to compare at all. These were just women, helpless, and they were carrying leave, you know, telling the world that they are helpless. They need help from even the government that kits the military, the government that with the women that pay the taxes for the military to be kitted and taken care of, and now the military that now started releasing a live bullet on them. I mean, it's
so
pathetic.
let me quickly add this. You know, we like to cover things up in this country. We remember what happened with the NSAS, even though we try not to talk about NSAS. But we remember what happened with the NSAS, where it was finally agreed that the military opened fire. Why is it that our Nigerian military officers are trigger happy? Why? We need to know why.
That's a very important question there, but looking for answers to that question is the issue. Why? Why do we have trigger happy officers? And who brings them to book, really? That's the big question. Because in a lot of cases, the people don't get to see these perpetrators being brought to book. We hear that they are court-martialed. Some of them take their ranks taken up, but is that enough for the lives lost? Well, let's take this conversation to our virtual guest, Mazi David Ihomanel. Now, what becomes... Good morning to you. Let's establish communication first. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you join the conversation this morning. Now, very simple question. What becomes of a people when their protectors have turned out to be their tormentors? What becomes of a people?
Well, the fact is that the Nigerian army has exhibited this tendency of killing unarmed protesters. Right from the time that the IPOB members were protesting up to the point of the NSAS protest. One could recall that when the NSAS protest became violent was when the Nigerian army killed the unarmed protesters in Lekki Toll Gate. And that culture and impunity of Nigerian army is killing citizens who are just protesting without any punishment meted to them has made them kill people extrajudicially without any accountability. And such cannot be condoned in a democratic setting. Everybody must be held accountable to any life that is lost by his act or omission. Because we understand that the circumstances where a person can take life is where there is insurrection or in defense of self. That is where you can willfully take someone's life outside the recommended means through judicial process, because only the court that can pronounce that someone life should be taken and such person's life is taken. So outside this, any other means through which any person's life is taken must be held accountable before the law. So the Nigerian military has nurtured this culture of killing unarmed protesters, and such must be rebuked and restrained with reasonable forces of law.
Mazi, some persons of the opinion that military, they are peculiar people with training and all that, and they are not trained to be inside Nigeria or inside any country, but to man the external borders and make sure that they protect what is happening within. What do you have to say about the fact that we have military personnel littered everywhere? Not like putting checkpoints and all that. From Lagos to the south, you have multiple checkpoints and all that. And we have seen them use the fist curve, the strong training they must have gained during the drills and all that on civilians. Why do we have them everywhere? Why do we have military being sent for peacekeeping?
Well, the Nigerian military has been overstretched. Normally, they ought to have not been their responsibility to mount on checkpoints and maybe to maintain internal peace. It is the duty of the police to maintain internal peace. That is why the creation of state police become inevitable in this time, because the Nigerian armed forces were not meant to maintain internal unrest, but external protection of the Nigerian border from any intruders or any aggression from the neighboring countries. But because that we have a weak security system, that is why Nigerian armed forces were deployed to maintain internal peace. But the Minister of Defense recently has ordered that all the military officers on the roads should be withdrawn and be placed in places where their service is extremely needed. That Nigerian police should be allowed that responsibility to mount on checkpoints or maintain peace within the cities. So I think it's the right thing that the state police should be, the bill that seeks to establish state police should be established, so that the states can now have the requisite capacity to employ people like security agents that can now mount and checkmate the criminal activities within the centers than employing the services of military men to mount checkpoints or maintain.
All right, I would have loved to ask you, from the angle of the law, who can fight for this and who should be held responsible. But I'll probably come back to that question if time allows us. But let's bring this back to the studio now. Prince Francis Chilaka. Now, I know you don't speak for the military, neither do you speak for the government. But as an analyst, you've seen a few things, you've observed a few things. But how often do you think psychiatric tests should be carried out on persons that bear arms to ensure that we don't see things like this?
It should be a continuum. I mean, it shouldn't be something you would regiment.
Should be made public. Should such things, because we've seen policemen, we've seen soldiers lose their mind and kill their partners. Mm-hmm. We've seen issues like that.
Not only the soldiers, the police are doing it. I think it was last week or so, the CG of Customs, Adeni, said something that I applauded. He said they're going to be carrying out drug tests on men and women of the Customs Service. We need it in the army, we need it in the police. Ordinarily, every arm of this security should have a special unit that carries out evaluation, that carries out tests, that they go to visit the psychologist. Do we have it? Do we have it? We must, while all this is going on, we must also look at, these are military men, these are security personnel. What is their life like? Where do they live?
Can that be a contributing factor?
It is.
For them to shoot innocent people instead of shooting children.
No. See, a lot of things play out. And we must all be honest with ourselves. You can't give what you don't have. It's as simple as
could make them
a living condition can make you go insane. The salary you earn can make you go insane. Sometimes have you ever had to sit down with the rank and file in the Nigerian army or the Nigerian police for them to tell you what they are going through? You will know that they need more psychiatric evaluation than those in the psychiatric homes. You are protecting a man who sleeps in an air-conditioned room, he enters an air-conditioned car, he enters an air-conditioned office, he eats the best of the food, drinks the choice wine, and where do you sleep? Sometimes you sleep where the mosquitoes would feast on you, and you want that person to be normal.
Exactly the point. Now, instead of going against the very people that oppress them, they go against innocent civilians. That's the question.
Because that's where you go to where your strength lies.
Okay, now Prince, let's bring in our guest from Oka. He is Chuka Woba is a knight of St. Christopher. He's a blogger, good governance advocate, and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Chuka Woba, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Okay, you need to unmute your mic so that I can get your audio feed.
Good morning.
Beautiful, Chuka. Good to see you. Good to see you again. Now we having a situation in Adamawa State, Lamude area, to be very particular, and we saw soldiers escorting their boss, the brigade commander, unleash terror on innocent women. I'm sure you have followed the conversation for a while. So let's have your reaction. What do you think? What should we do? Who should we hold responsible?
Well, it is very bad when Nigerian government employs cultists into the armed forces. When cultists are employed into the security system of a country, that's what keeps happening. Because I don't know why any right-thinking human being who underwent training and who went to school would openly shoot protesters who weren't armed, protesters who were not causing unrest. So it is very bad. You see that it just explains to you the characters that Nigerian government employ, recruit into the security system of the country. That's why it is always good, because if you see these policemen, these military men that take laws into their own hands, that go all the way.
It's an interesting angle that you've brought to this, Chika. It's a very interesting angle, especially seeing that there's a call for about 20,000 more recruits into the police force. Are we, without addressing the usage of arms, the mindsets of those that bear these arms, are we likely to see more problems? We also bear in mind.
Yes.
Also bear in mind that there's a conversation going on around road safety personnel bearing arms as well. Are we, if that passes through, are we going to see a bigger problem on our hands?
I will bear arms too. I may have to bear arms too, because there are so much proliferations of firearms in Nigeria. So there are too much arms out there in our society, and it is not good. So like one of the discussants that stated, it is very bad that Nigerian army can be seen on our roads everywhere. Nigerian army does not curry respect again. They do not enjoy fear, you see. So because before you could find military men passing, then not a common sight. But today, you see that military men do the jobs of police, do the jobs of civil defense. They behave as though they are no longer poised to protecting the Nigerian state. You see it? So it is very unfortunate. There is no need recruiting anyone again into the armed forces.
You think so?
Those who have been recruited already are not living up to expectation.
Okay.
Their welfare is very bad. Government does not take care of them. That is the truth.
Okay.
Government does not even care, and VIPs now make use of them as though they are their personal assistants. So it is very bad. There should be no further recruitment until the ones we already have are taken good care of, retrained,
All right.
and in fact, they need serious work.
Training and retraining, indeed. That's the president also spoke about rejigging the training institutions of the police and maybe some other military agencies as well. Let me bring Mr. Elvis back into this conversation. Basically, the issue about recruits, and we know how some of these people come about. Some of them are just people with no formal training, no people who are ruffians in the neighborhood, and then they get drafted into the military, the police, and the rest of them. And then with this 20,000 that we are having, that the president has ordered to be recruited, and the usage of arms, what can we do? Let's look for a solution. Now, we know the problem. What can we do to ensure that things like this don't occur again?
Yeah, it's even very fearful now, because the rate at which we are desperate to get these 20,000 now, because the president has made pronouncement that we should open up the flank to recruit. And in Nigeria, we don't always get the best when it comes to matter of this nature.
That's enlightening.
Yes, because before you know now, politicians will begin to bring some of their foot soldiers who were trained as thugs for them. Imagine somebody who is a thug for a politician, carrying probably pump action before. And now he's going to be recruited into the police.
In AK-47.
And he's going to be given AK-47. Now he has a better license to have a better
authority to shoot.
And now to face Nigerians, whom he was also terrorizing with a pump action before. You can imagine how that is going to be when these guys are not monitored well, when they are not well adequately trained. The president is talking about renovating the training institutions around, they release money and they will be touring around. It's not just renovating the buildings. The people that are coming to be trained in those buildings must also go through that renovation. They must also go through that adequate training and rehabilitation, because most of the people you pick from the street now, all in the name of want to get this 20,000, they are not going to be the best. We said something like that last time, because the hurriedness in picking them now, and the politicians are going to make recommendations. Definitely, they are going to make us. We saw what happened in Okota during the governorship presidential election in 2023, when we saw talks came out. Those are the people that you are going to see now. Sometimes when you see some of Nigerian security personnel outside, you take a closer look at them. You see, how did this one get into this force? Just look at the way they look haggard. Look at the way that some of them, even before they leave home, they are on drug, or they are even on this, they are baraga or whatever. Is that how it's supposed to be? And you get to the office, you sign for a gun, and you are going to meet civilians on the street, armless civilians on the street, and you've already taken some of these substances at home before you go and sign for a gun. Is that part of the training? These are some of the things the training should really emphasize on, so that we don't have more of this. Tomorrow, Amnesty International will release the Nigerian Armed Forces infraction against the civilian. They'll be denying it. But these are obvious facts, what we are seeing now.
Okay, Prince, we are dwelling on insecurity now, so I want to expand it a bit. But we had a debate the other day on my show, and we talked about Christopher Musa, the new Minister of Defense. As CDS and Minister of Defense, when do you think that he will have more powers to fight insecurity?
Well, as a Minister of Defense, it goes it's no longer to the military.
Okay.
Not only attached to the army, where he originally comes from. So now he has a broader responsibility. Okay. And that broader responsibility means that we are expecting him to bring the experience he has garnered over time, the money we spent on training him and kitting him. We expect him to bring it to play.
Okay, let me be more direct in my question. Where do you think that he is more powerful, as Minister of Defense or as Chief of Defense Staff?
More as a Minister of Defense.
More as a Minister of Defense. Okay, so
because as a minister, every other person comes to him. It's like the NSA.
Okay.
But for me, an NSA is an aberration. We shouldn't have it in the first place.
Others do.
We shouldn't have it.
But others do.
Because when you have an NSA that is compromised, for instance, the whole system is compromised. Because the NSA is the one who goes directly to Mr. President. All the security report comes to him. So you need a man of honor and proven integrity.
Okay, so under the situation that people in Adamawa found themselves the other day, what do you expect the Minister of Defense to do?
When you talk about the killings?
Yes, the killings.
Well, you expect
and also understand that these people were responding, they're reacting to a certain militia, that has ravaged their area. In the light of all of this, what are expectations from the Minister of Defense?
What I expect from the Minister of Defense is professionalism. Right now, I expect him to, the brigade commander should be arrested. It's very important. You need to instill discipline in the system. And that discipline starts from the head. When you arrest brigade commander and you put him through rigorous interrogation and get him punished, I am telling you, those following behind will learn from it.
So who should order the arrest?
It's the Minister of Defense.
Or the Chief of Army Staff or Chief of Defense?
Well, it comes from Chief of Army Staff to the Minister of Defense. We see, the problem we're having is lack of discipline. And that indiscipline, as far as I'm concerned, runs across all our security apparatus. And that's why I said, is it proper for an IG to give an instruction handed to him by Mr. President? And yet, a lot of police officers are not obeying it.
So apparently they are disobeying the CNC.
Exactly. So they need to be punished. But you have a system that does not punish people for crime in this country. That is the problem. That is why the insecurity is festering.
Insecurity, yes. We've been talking about insecurity for the longest time, and we will continue to talk about it until there's headway made in that area. But something just comes to mind. A conversation that has trended on social media over the weekend and for some time now, that happened in Auchi, the issue of I can't remember his name now. The man. Yes, Harrison, and Harrison. He's not an official of an officer of the law, is he? No, he's not. And the issue around him negotiating with bandits is that whether monies were taken off and trackers placed, and and then he was arrested, and then they were not even talking about tracing or tracking the tracker. Is that an indictment on the security architecture of Nigeria, where individuals who are non-state actors are now involved in negotiations, ransom payments, and the rest? Do we please let me start off with you, and then we'll spread it around to other guests.
First of all, Moses, how did he get himself recruited into that job?
Exactly.
That's the failure of the security system we have in this nation. This is tracking of kidnappers or terrorists or whatever.
Is he a registered investigator?
It's supposed to be the job of the armed forces and the security personnel. An individual, you don't even know his antecedents, you don't even know his background. Now just came in.
But obviously, it's not the first time.
It's not the first time, but where is he coming from? Maybe a private investigator. Was he trained by Nigerian government to do that job? He came in and said he's now the one that is now mediating between the kidnapped victim and the kidnappers. How did he get himself recruited? Those are what we are talking about in the studio here. That the system failed and the system got decayed. That anybody that just come in is welcome, whether it's normal or not. The same thing is what we are talking about now. That you are recruiting now. You are trying to recruit some people into the same armed forces now. You are going to pick people on the street who you don't even know where they are coming from. Nobody can evaluate their character, and you just bring them in and give them uniform and give them. So Harrison got himself a job. He got himself a job, and the government allowed him to be using the
and he's making videos.
And he was making video and posting it, and he was like he was the one that was now doing the job of the government for the people. Then he got himself overwhelmed because there was nobody regulating him, nobody is checking him, and anybody that is a victim that finds his family in the custody of this kidnapper wants his family to be released. I thought as quickly as possible. So Harrison now got a job that now festered before he got to where he is now.
It's the failed system. It is the system that has failed and nothing else. You have a Sheikh Gumi, you're talking of Harrison. You have a Sheikh Gumi that has been all over the place negotiating. The only difference is that we don't know whether Sheikh Gumi carries the bounty or carries the ransom money. But you have a Sheikh Gumi, it started from there. It started because the system has failed the people. And when the system fails the people must find a way around it. Before now, the police will tell you no ransom is paid. But we now know that ransom are paid.
But isn't that against the Constitution? Because we could recall that.
Which Constitution are you talking about?
The National Assembly have made payment of ransom illegal in Nigeria.
Let us say, if we want to have Nigeria working as a nation, we need to discard that 1999 Constitution. And I'll tell you why. Just as we're talking about the institutions not working, the political class is also aiding the rubbish we have in this country. It is because of the problem you have with the Constitution, that is why somebody would decamp from APC to PDP and retain the title he had in APC. Is that not an aberration?
Okay.
So we must have a system that works. And for the system to work, Mr. President, his ministers, everybody must be accountable. Okay. The problem is that there is no accountability in the system. Nobody gets held responsible. The IG of police by now, if Nigeria was a sane country, should resign. Because what has played out in Edo and Auchi has put
dented the police so much.
It has dented the Nigerian police. Now the Nigerian police is not going after the kidnappers. Everybody is focusing on 5.4 million. So the money has become the issue. But nobody's talking about the life that is at stake.
All right then. Let's go back to Abuja. Mazi David Ihoma, your thoughts on this really? You know, the individual, we've had Sheikh Gumi rise to where he has risen to. Now we have a Harrison rising as well. Tomorrow it might be somebody else. It might be Elvis Elimehele negotiating. You've had it. But on a more serious note, how can we solve this problem? Who do you expect to hear from in the immediate and, you know, to douse whatever is going on right now?
Well, Nigeria needs to overhaul its security architecture. I think the bill at the National Assembly to establish state police in all the states that have the capacity to maintain them is a very good bill and should come to light. Because if there are securities in various states, in local governments and villages, all these things will stop. The problem is that we don't have the adequate manpower to be able to dictate and nip the criminalities within the state and the board. That is another issue. So I think the only solution we can have to this is to have a formidable security system that ensures security from the state from the state level to the village level. Because if we're able to restrain and impede any attack that can be made of the society. So I think that bill will be a game changer for the Nigerian security system, whereby the state can have at least a reasonable number of security personnel to mount their state from state, local government to village. When there are adequate securities, there is no how a state actor can now hijack or arrogate himself the power to investigate or aid, apart from giving information, relevant information that can lead to arrest of anyone that has alleged to have committed offense. Where there is adequate security, there is no how a non-state actor can now arrogate himself the power to track or investigate offenders or kidnappers.
All right then. Thank you very much. Now, Chika, now you are one person. Let's go to Chika now. Chika in Abuja. You're one person who has had quite the fallout with security personnel, and also as a student union member, you've had some confrontations here and there. How can we solve this problem of, the problem that we are having right now? Non-state actors delving into the fray, deciding on who speaks for who, and also the issue of ammunitions in the hands of people. I mean, you were saying, Jonathan, if FRSC decides to bear arms, you too will bear arms. But we know that's not the way to go. But how can we solve this problem that has eaten deep into the security architecture of this nation?
One of the ways these things can be solved is to have the National Assembly doing what it should do, to have the presidency doing what it should do.
Which is what exactly?
One of those things is getting the security architecture working how they should work. Now, it should begin with training and retraining of personnel. It is not about recruiting new people into the armed forces. So, and I am against state police. I am against state police because the governors will use state police to wreak havoc on dissenting voices. I am against it.
Why exactly? I mean, do you think is it because you've been attacked quite a number of times?
Yes. States like Ebonyi will abuse it. States like Ebonyi will abuse it. So it is very wrong, for state police to be allowed to come, because these governors, some of these cultists we bring in as governors, will use the state police and kill democracy more. So I am against it. One of the ways to fight this is not by creating state police, because who are you going to recruit into the so-called state police? These are the cultists that governors use to rig election. You say it. So what Nigeria should do is to start telling themselves the truth. The president should start telling himself the truth. See, there is poor welfare of personnel. Their welfare system is very poor. I can't even pay my PA the kind of thing they are paid as money. So it is very wrong to say that we should recruit more by stopping these things that happen. Okay, let me just tell you something now. Okay. Everything in this country has been politicized. Someone, a House of Representatives member, wrote petition against me to the Nigerian Police Force headquarters, accusing me of being a member of ESN, Eastern Security Network, a serving member of the House of Representatives. So you see that the political class is not even ready. They are not even ready to solve the problem. So there should be this total rejigging of the system. One, let there be welfare package for the personnel, both in the army, both in the police, civil defense, and all of them. Number two, let there be retraining. There should be retraining. Then the third one should be involvement of technology. There should be technological idea. The government should bring in drones. In fact, train some of these personnel
on the
overseas.
usage of some of these things.
Yes, so it is very important, and not we are still operating at the level of awkward practice.
All right.
There should be involvement of technology. So these things are not rocket science, and all of us have to be involved.
Oh well, the issue of security, it will continue to be discussed until until we make headway in it. So I think this would be a good place to leave this conversation, gentlemen, as we get into another conversation now. Now, Governor Umar Eno has said that, look, membership of the APC is the only reason contracts will be awarded to anybody. You have to be a member of the APC. Let's talk about this when we come back.
guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course.
Governor Umar of Akwa Ibom State has declared that only members of the All Progressives Congress, APC, with names in the party register will qualify for government contracts and appointments. A sharp departure from his earlier promise of bipartisan governance, where he defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress. Well, Mr. Ono made a declaration on November 29 while addressing select party leaders at Okana, Esenudim local government area, the home of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, signaling what appears to be a complete ideological surrender to the man he once politically opposed. In his words, and I quote, "We've taken the party register and we are going to look at it and see whose name is not there. Like you are aware, we've since dissolved the boards, and it was intentional because we cannot continue to carry boards that are not loyal to the party. By the grace of God, we will soon sit down and reconstitute the boards using our party register." End of quote. Well, this marks a stark shift from his promises in June when he joined the APC, assuring Akwa Ibom people that governance will not be weaponized against the members of other political parties. When he defected with APC, Governor Umar publicly said development, not party identity, will unite Akwa Ibom, and said political party is merely an instrument for seeking elected offices. We still have these gentlemen here with us, Prince Francis Chilaka, Elvis Elin Mihele, and Chika from our studio, and Barrister David Uhoma from Abuja Our Station. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Elvis, where are we headed to in our democracy? What kind of democratic culture are we building? Governor said in one breath, he said this, in another, he said, no, we are going to do things differently. Is it troubling that we see a governor said, look, all the government positions will be occupied, including government contracts will be awarded to only members of our political party? How does it hit you? What do you think?
It's so surprised to hear this from Governor Umo, because I remember that June when he decamped to APC, where he was like, he's going to carry everybody along. He's going to work even with the PDP people that he was leaving. But unfortunately, a state that has more of civil servants, and a state where everybody is like, okay, let's join hands together to develop the state, and you are not coming to like divide it, you are segregating it. Isn't that what we are talking about in the state police matter of just now? This is just contract now. That because he is sitting there as governor and he has the power to now say who gets the government contract and who is going to be appointed into the board, he has now come up now and said it's only APC persons. This is APC that he just went in just about 6 months ago.
Well, he's not the leader of APC in the state.
But in spite of that, the other persons that are not APC members, are they not part of the state? Are they not working towards the development of the state? Are they not paying taxes to the state? Are they not also part of those that will need to also be able to feed their family? Where is the area of merit here in what he has just said now?
Okay, maybe he will find people within the APC that have that merit. Now, Prince, I look at your face and I see you giggled at some point. You understand politics very well. Back in June, when Umar defected and he came out with this more like pure governance system that, look, nobody will be victimized and all of that. At that point, did you believe him?
I didn't believe him.
Okay.
I don't believe politicians. I don't even trust them. Even my own family members want to become a politician.
Okay, so you are not taken aback?
No. The only reason why I listened to him was because, they have these titles they add to their names. Pastor. Nigeria has been ruined by some of those who call themselves men of God. A lot of people will go to hell because of the actions of some of the so-called men of God. But you use pastor as a bait to deceive the people.
Let me ask you, do you expect a governor to award contracts to his political opponents?
He has said it now.
No, but I'm asking.
No. Okoro, you see, this thing didn't start with him. And that's why I say we allow illegality in Nigeria, and over time it becomes legal. The governor of Edo State, Okpagolo, came up and said, if you don't wear a Bola Ahmed Tinubu's cap, you will not be allowed into government house. You will not be allowed into government premises. And we just laughed. We just looked at it and we said, yeah, let him do what he... No! Our leaders are not accountable. The problem that led to the coup in Benin Republic, this is part of it. When the president woke up from sleep, changed the constitution, changed the game in the middle of the game. He changed the goalposts.
Prince, if you were a governor under the party ABC, will you award a contract to a member of
as a governor, you are not a governor of a particular party.
Okay.
You are a governor of the entire citizens of that state, even non-citizens.
Ideally.
That is the way it should be.
Ideally. Okay.
The kind of operation we're having in Nigerian politics is annoying, it's nauseating. Our politicians are pushing the Nigerian people to a point where if the people will react, we may not have Nigeria anymore. The kind of stupid things our leaders are doing. Our leaders are not thinking out of the box. A country where there is poverty, there is hunger, there is unemployment, and all we keep talking about is politics. This is 2025. Already we're talking about elections of 2027. People are aligning themselves. Nobody's talking about leadership. It's an embarrassing situation.
All right.
Okay.
Let's take the conversation to Mazi David Ihoma. Mazi David, what do you make of this, will I say, statement from the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor, saying that people that will be awarded contract to must belong to APC. And we're also juxtaposing that with a statement made by the governor of Edo State, Bola, when he went further to defend the statement he made about people wearing the alphabet insignia cap, saying that it will create more jobs for tailors in Edo State. Recall, he sacked someone already for not wearing the cap. He sacked one of his aides for not wearing the cap.
See, all those statements joined together are undemocratic in a democratic society. The basis of awarding contract is not based on partisanship. It is based on competence and people who are renowned in a particular job they do as individuals. People bid for contract. It is not that politicians or political parties or members of parties that bid for contract. These are registered entities that has a very reputable integrity when it comes to whatever work or contract they're bidding for. They cannot politicize contract because the duty of the state is to ensure that any contract awarded should be awarded to those who have the competency and the capability to carry out the particular biddings they are aiming for. When you are now award contract to party members, accountability will be eroded. You can't hold them accountable for the job they are doing. They'll be substandard. The job you don't be substandard will not be up to the measurable standard they are bidding for. So it's endemical to our society and development for governors or leaders to be making such undemocratic statements that can only show division among members of the state. With respect to what the governor of Edo State says, all those things are more just like they're giving the president hope, trying to make it look as if that one that determine what happened in the state. But when the election will come, most of those promises they make will not be stopped.
Okay, Mazi Ihoma. Now, how undemocratic is it that NJC had their conference the other time, and the president was to speak, and the president's campaign song was played by the band, and we could hear some, judicial officers, lawyers, judges, some people there were mouthing the song, "On your mandate we shall stand." How does that make you feel? Were you there?
No, I was not there, but the person that the instrumentality, the band or whoever they engaged to chair the occasion ought to have been deeded decisively, because I will tell you that it was not the judicial officers, that instructed him to play that song. It was a Vasilios DJ or whoever the person is that
Yes,
put that song.
but we saw the judicial officer sing along. Was it because it was a very rhythmic song?
The president was called to podium. As the culture is, everybody would stand up while the president was called to the podium. But the Vasilios DJ was the one who played that song where the judicial officer were standing up.
And the Vasilios.
Okay, so the DJ or the band played the song, but I wish we could play that video again because we played it here. When it happened, we heard some officers of the judiciary as well, some lawyers, judges, sing along, even though it was published later that no, the lawyers did not sing along. But we heard lawyers sing along in that clip that was put out there. Should that be blamed on the DJ?
If they have sung along, the problem we have that both the judiciary and the legislature are not independent. If they were independent, there is no how the president can determine who should be the principal members of the National Assembly. It's not possible.
Are we walking towards a dictatorship here? Gradually. Do you think so? Are we gradually moving towards a dictatorship in Nigeria?
Nigeria has been a dictatorship state right from the inception of the Nigerian constitution. The president so that he can now
help me explain that because I don't understand that. I'm lost here now. How do you mean?
I said the Nigerian constitution gives an ample power to the president that he cannot chair and coordinate affairs of the judiciary and that of the legislature. So that has made people not to be able to stand their ground and defend the autonomy and independence and impartiality.
Okay, we do have an interference there. I hope that will be resolved so we can continue the conversation. Well, let's bring you, while we try to work on that interference, let's bring you back to the studio. You've always clamored for a change to the Constitution. So, is this another reason to change the Constitution? You think the Constitution empowers the president to be, so powerful?
No, there are so many reasons to change the Constitution. This is the 21st century. Don't forget that when President Obasanjo was sworn in, there was no Constitution. There was no Constitution. What you have today that you call the 1999 Constitution is Decree 24. That was only put together by a wicked, self-seeking, self-serving political class working in cohort with the military.
But a lot of some Nigerians will always tell you, like, the Constitution is not the problem. It is the people that administer some of those things that are the problem.
Mr. Moses,
Prince
if the Constitution is not the problem, and the Constitution says you can decamp from your party and hold on to the position you had from another party, why is it that...
No, the Constitution doesn't say that.
No. Why is it that people don't resign?
But the Constitution doesn't say that.
Why is it that you don't resign or you don't leave VOP, for instance? Maybe you're a GM in VOP. You leave VOP and go to another TV station and become a general manager there.
Because
and still collecting salary here.
Ethically, it is wrong. So it is a
constitution. It is a constitution.
Okay.
The constitution has created the locuna for them to do that.
You're itching to say something.
I think implementation is actually the biggest problem.
Not the constitution itself. Yes.
The interpreters of the constitution is like whether they are afraid to do their job. You see, the two political parties a political party is in chaos with its members. The court says, go and sort out yourselves. It is an eternal thing.
Okay.
Another court will now pick that same matter again and begin to issue injunctions and counter-injunctions, and what the Supreme Court has said is an eternal problem. So when you look at the interpreter of the Constitution, and this is supposed to also be the one that will also punish offenders, you see, they are actually part of those that are making the Constitution look as if we don't have a Constitution. Okay, people defected, and we saw all that happened. We saw them with flags and all that. The court says they never saw them defect. to another party. Until last week now, they now came up with a ceremonial thing and said they have defected. This defection, they've done it over a year ago. So when the interpreters of the Constitution are not sincere to the people and to themselves, the Constitution will always have blame.
I still disagree with you, sir.
Okay.
If the rules of engagement are clear, it will showcase itself immediately.
Okay.
If the rules of engagement are clear, you do not need to go through the back door, the side door to be able to say, it says white is white. We all know white is white. The problem is that that document has a lot of hidden landmines. And the politicians are taking advantage of the landmines.
All right then.
But if the laws are clear, that says you lose your power, no two ways about it.
But it has happened. It has happened in a case in our own those states. Somebody decamped and he lost his seat.
So what has happened after that?
Why is it now that some other persons are not decamping, they are not losing their seat? That's why I say
because their parties are having internal
That's what I'm saying. That implementation is the problem.
Because
it was done in those states. And somebody was punished for it.
The Constitution gives you a way out. The Constitution shouldn't give you a way out.
Okay.
It gives you a way out. And the politicians are capitalizing on that way out.
Every law has some.
That's what they call technicalities. There's always technicalities in every law.
There's a loophole. Well, let's go back to that video. I hope we've been able to rectify the audio issue with Mazi, Ihoma, and Chika, so we can get their views on the conversation. But let's take that video where on your mandate we shall sing song came up. Let's take that video. Let's be certain we have it. Your mandate we shall stand. Well, Mazi, no, it's okay. We've seen it multiple times. Mazi, Ihoma, please. You were reacting to something there.
Yes, I said previously that based on what you said that some people sang that song.
Yes.
But my reservation in listening to the whole thing was that it was the DJ that played that song when the president was called to the podium. But I also said that the problem we have as a country is because there is no independence of judiciary and independence of legislature. These organs of government are supposed to be separated institutions working for the benefit of the state, but fully independent. They are not loyal to the president. But our constitution made it that the president have so much power that these arms of governments are loyal to the presidency because the president can literally terminate the appointment of the head of judiciary, remove anybody at the National Assembly. So when the president wears such enormous power, there cannot be anyone that can curtail or call him to order because the power is too much. So that is my opinion with respect to that video.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Chika, let's get your reaction very quickly. Do we still have Chika with us?
Well, imagine giving state police to people like Akwa Ibom State Governor, people like Edo State Governor. Imagine the implication. So what the governor said is not new. It is not new. These are the things these governors do in their respective states. So he's merely, it was God that made him to reveal his own. You see it? So these are the things all the governors do. If you are not member of their party, that is why their projects do not last. This is why they don't give contracts to people who have what it takes to deliver on contracts, to deliver contracts. So it is just unfortunate. It is just unfortunate. So that's what we have seen. And we will continue seeing it until Nigeria decides to fix itself.
The question I asked is, do you think, in your opinion, do you think Nigeria is gradually tilting towards a dictatorship under this administration?
Is it about this the song you?
No. About the way things are being done, where governors are mandating those that work with them to represent the person in power. where governors are saying, look, you have to be a member of the party, where governors are going to the APC, where political parties don't seem to, I mean, we don't seem to have opposition parties, effective opposition parties. The APC seems to be the only viable party right now. That's the angle from which I'm asking the question.
Well, party politics in Nigeria is one of the worst world over, because it makes democracy one-sided. It makes democracy one-sided. One-sided in the sense that when a governor emerges, that governor thinks that he's governing only members of his political party. He does not believe that other members of other political parties are part of the ownership of the states, of the territories they govern. So it is what it is. Nigeria, it is part of what is putting Nigeria into a mess.
All right,
so
thank you.
I don't know if I understood you well.
Well, that's okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're not wasting much time. The Nigerian Labour Congress has announced plans to hold a nationwide protest. And the date for that protest will be December 17 over the escalating insecurity in the country, particularly in the recent spike in attacks on schools. And the decision, this decision was reached during the National Executive Council meeting of the Congress held in Lagos with a communique jointly signed by the NLC President, Joe Ajero, and Acting General Secretary, Benson Opa. Also, we have pensioners in Nigeria and local contractors threatening to protest naked over unpaid wages, arrears, and every other thing. What do you make of this? I'll start off with you, Mr. Elvis. What do you make of this? 17th of December, NLC want to protest again for incessant killing and kidnapping. We have pensioners and contractors threatening to go naked to protest. Recall that they put a coffin the other time in the front of the ministry.
Let us be serious. Is it today? Did they just got done before the NLC, the insecurity matter? Let's be serious. Forget about this present crop of NLC. There's nothing that Nigerians are expecting from them. Nigerians are. We even saw everybody. I mean, all we have been talking about insecurity since all this while. They just woke up on Monday and started issuing statements and talking of going on a protest. Well, let them go. Let us also see how their own protest is going to make any difference. But I'm not seeing much from them. But for the pensioners, it's so shameful that people who put in their life for 35 years, are being treated in this manner, because these are no people who never had the opportunity to actually line their pockets with public fund. The little they are expected to have to be taking care of themselves is also being taken away from them. I don't know why this government is looking at the other side, seeing these protests coming up from our aged father and mothers. It means by the time you are doing this to these pensioners, what are you encouraging? You are encouraging corruption. That even if you put in your best in the service for 35 years, this is how your own is going to end. That's what they are just showing. Right. They're telling us that this is how it will end.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys keep talking about NLC. We don't have an NLC in this country. I mean, those guys are not serious. They're the most serious set of human beings. Talking about them is wasting the time of Nigerians. We're talking about pensioners. People who have worked, put in 35 years, they're not getting their pension paid. That is where NLC should come out. NLC should not be telling us they want to protest against insecurity. What will their protest do?
It's not making anything.
What will their protest do? So, NLC is, as far as I'm concerned, the Christmas is by the corner. They are broke. So they want to collect Christmas bonus. Please don't bother me with that.
Master David Ihoma, what's your take on this, please?
It is justifiable in a democratic society for anybody to protest. What will determine the outcome of the protest is what demands are. There are demands on the issue of insecurity. The governments are trying, that will say they're doing their best. That is what they can do. But I don't think there's any meaningful thing that can come out from the protest. But I think with respect to the retiree, those pensions are being owed. It is very, very sad. I mean, being as a lawyer, there is so much corruption in civil service. We have gone to places that civil servants is so corrupt. So I think this is one of the reasons why they are corrupt. If you have served for 35 years and you don't get your pension or gratuities, and it's quite a devastating, and people died without getting this thing. So I think the government should be sensitive about this people's plight and pay them their gratuities or pension as possible.
All right, I guess we've lost connection to Mazi David Ihoma. Okay, and that's how far we can go, in today's show. Today's This Morning Voice of the People television. We thank you, Mazi David Ihoma, Esquire, and the Public Affairs Analyst for your submission. Also, Chika Ngoba, a Knight of St. Christopher, a good governance advocate and the Public Affairs Analyst. Thank you so much for also being part of today's show. Mr. Elvis Elimile, thank you for being here. Prince Francis Chilaka, we appreciate you. I also say a very thank you to the backroom staff. The director of the show, the producer of the show, also Chaba Innocent, the bag, the angels, and the sound engineers, every other person that made today's show, what it is today. We appreciate your presence. And then on behalf of my colleagues in the studio, Chukuma Okoro, Moses Humphrey, I am Fina, okay, Chukuman Mo, I have to say it again. Nigeria will be great again. Nigeria is a great nation.
Amen to that.
And we're
Amen
giants of Africa.
Amen.
I will continue to be giants.
Nigeria is a blessed nation.
Amen to that.
Okay.
Whether it's
We
great
have to work
or
towards
blessed,
greatness.
I say amen to that.
Oh, amen to it, right?
You're speaking into the future.
Continue.
So, amen to that. But anyway, join us again in a few minutes, 10 o'clock. We'll be flipping the pages of the papers, analyzing the headlines and other stories within the papers. And we'd like some of these gentlemen to stay with us into newspaper review. But that's it on the show. Thank you very much for joining us. Join us again at 10. Bye for now.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. facts, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey, and of course...
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
Yes, and Elvis Alimehela stays back from VOP this morning. Thank you very much for staying back.
Thank you, Moses.
And Dele Fanimo joins the conversation as well. Good to have you.
Good morning, everyone.
All right. It's a Tuesday, and he came in talking money. And that's the way to go, really. Money talks.
That should
Money
be off radar.
Oh well, let's dive into the papers now. Talking money now. This story caught my attention when I first got these papers. Tax Act spells out 10 million naira penalty, 10-year jail term for offenders. That's the first story that caught my eyes. And let me just take an excerpt from this story. So it's from the Business Day newspaper, and it says, according to the new tax law, non-compliance by virtual asset service providers attracts a fine of 10 million naira for the first month of default, and then 1 million naira per additional month, along with possible suspension or revocation of their Securities and Exchange Commission license. Okay. This Tax Act goes into effect January 1.
Moses, let me
Who wants to go first? Okay, you go.
Nigerians are very adept at evading taxes. It is you and I, true payee, that are forced to pay taxes. Most big men don't pay taxes.
So you think this will corner them and compel them?
Let me tell you.
How
The
about
new tax regime is an
implementation is the main thing.
It will be implemented because now part of the processes of making sure that it's implemented is this cashless policy. Now, if your money is going through wireless, there is no way you can hide it. It is only when you stash money in your house that you cannot, the taxman cannot get you. But now, if you can, there's a limit of what you can withdraw from your account as cash in a week. And in a month.
Which has been increased now.
Which has been increased.
It's 500,000.
You see, those people with pay tax, they are not playing in that league. They are playing in the league of billions. So there is no way they can withdraw billions in 1 week or 1 month or 1 year.
Okay.
So once that is in place, you see, in a Senate claim that tax administration works, in fact, they will tell you, for instance, in UK, that it's better for you to commit armed robbery than evade tax.
Even in the US.
Even in the US. Because this is where social security money comes from. Infrastructure money, that's where it comes from. That's why the bigger your income, the more tax you pay over there. Unlike here,
depending on the party, depending on the party in office.
Which party?
But you know,
this particular one, it is the more money you earn, the more tax you pay.
It also ties to this other headline, still from the Business Day. Nigeria centralizes revenue flows in boldest overhaul since TSA. Begins mandatory e-receipt in 2026.
Yes.
Consolidates TSAs, GIFMIS, CBN, NIBSS into single monitoring platform.
Moses, you know my position about TSA. TSA, money collection. That is the only thing that has worked seamlessly in this country. TSA. Go to bank, try to use the meter. It doesn't ever fail. But intelligence will fail us on insecurity. NIN will fail us on insecurity. Mobile data will fail. That is what I'm... So my position is, if the government is intentional about doing something, it does it extremely very well. Extremely well.
Yeah, TSA.
You understand? So the fact that TSA has worked, it also tells you that BVAS can work. So why is it not working? Because government.
No. BVAS was deliberate. It works. It was just deliberate.
That's that we are saying the same thing.
But the issue, the area I want to come in this, all this arrest and penalty in 2026 is how much of awareness have this government created for Nigerians that they are going to be arresting up and down in 2026? That's my fear.
Is it about arresting?
You know, I mean, penalties.
Penalties.
No, 10 million first and
you know, if you default, you are going to find yourself in the prison. How to stop? How many? The awareness is low. Nigerians are just hearing that we are going to start.
Because this tax, exactly, this tax, a lot of people don't know how it will work.
It's actually how it's going to work, and the penalties, you know, surrounding most of the defaulters and all that. I think the government should come up and do more because we are almost in January. And this thing will kick off. People, you just be in your home and just know.
And I think about implementation and collecting taxes. You know, you go to a government agency or even a private agency and they say, look, you cannot do this thing except you have your tax ID. Having a tax ID is not a problem. You walk into FIRS, you get the tax. So when you have tax ID, how do you pay tax? That is not getting the tax ID is not a problem.
You go to, you know what will work now. They have created a new lifeline for tax administrators, actuaries.
Okay.
Because at some point you will need them. Because if they deduct your tax and they over deduct, you need people to help you.
If they deduct your tax from where? From source.
They are deducting your tax from source. If you are supposed to pay, the moment money enters your account, they deduct. It's automatic. It's not that you go to the FIRS to go and file, to go and say you want to pay and carry cash. No.
Okay, the moment there's money in your account.
Yes, they deduct.
That's if you fall within the range because they
yes.
say
Okay,
if you fall within the range.
Yes. For instance, it could be a mistake that your